Excellent. I'm bringing up CJ because I think that he might have a question. For those that are in the listening audience, you can just bring up if you want to have a speaker role to kind of cross pollinate with your teammates. We can do that. Just make sure that we're not interfering with the flow of the information. Dan, you have your hand up. How are you this morning? Happy Thursday. Had to think about that. How are you?
Same here. Doing great. I just wanted to start, the flavor of this experience with gratitude. And I just wanted to say shout out to all of you, and especially Tech in Schools, for always being able to under promise and over deliver. That's just really good modeling for the best way to work. I think in probably any industry, but I'm learning in the tech industry, to be able to have those systems where you got people, and that I feel like nervous about this whole experience, but I also feel like you guys have got me and there's a safety net. So that's just, I wanted to start with that. And now, like I just also wanted to say, I think I'm good to go on like the permissions and all the validation and all the things, but I am excited for this opportunity to go through it slowly because my brain was going way too fast last night. And, I stayed up extra late trying to figure out all out. I'm like, I just need some sleep. So now I had some sleep and I'm excited to dig in. So.
Well, that's good that you got some sleep. And if you got all activated and you chose a page and you have a live site, I mean, that's exactly where you need to get to. You can, of course, go through everything and pick new themes, but the initial setup process, I mean, if you have a website link, Dan, I would say you're in a good place.
That's the thing. I don't have the website link, and it was with I think I mentioned to you last night, like we had some Wi-Fi issues, and just getting that put into the cPanel is where I got.
What's your email? What's your email?
My email?
Yeah, I can search you.
Yeah, DannyBrook734@gmail.com.
Did you actually sign up or no?
I did. I believe so. I think I went through all the steps. I saw things that said active, but I don't know where I got lost. It was like in the cPanel area.
What? I don't see Danny here. Dan R. Oh, Dan R. Yeah, okay, you're here. You're active. So danr.tsiprogram.org/cPanel. We'll get you in.
Sweet. Thank you. Amazing. All right. I'm buckling up.
But you don't have to see your password? One more quick thing.
That's what I was trying to get back into, like the whole open, not OpenSea, DigitalOcean, the other ocean.
OpenSea. Oh my God, yeah, that is the other ocean. Okay, that's fine. Hold on. I'm gonna send you direct access.
See, this is why I come here. I love it. Thank you.
Because now I don't have 70,000 people messaging me. So, Sarah, you can say whatever you're gonna say. I'm just look at your DMs. I'm giving you the link.
You're DMing me, Ross, or
no, I'm DMing.
Okay. You're yes, exactly. For those that are following along too, there are some folks that for instance signed up 4 times because they didn't have that ding, that little fairy fart that we always get when we are like ding, fries are done. We didn't get that. And so sometimes you're left hanging and it's the worst feeling because there's that anxiety of, did I do everything right? Last night, if you could put in your name tsiprogram.org and in any kind of new window and it show up, then you did everything right. Whatever theme or whatever thing that you picked in the WordPress, that was kind of the end game. Now, last class, in the essay or the SAS class, we always got, confetti whenever we made it to the next level, right? There's no confetti here. Just imagine me giving you a glitter bomb, right? there's confetti if you got to that part of the website. So we do have some other hands. I want to welcome CJ
You
and
go to
Adil.
website instead of confetti. That's how much said. No confetti. You just get an actual server. It's better than confetti.
It is better than confetti, but sometimes you need the reinforcement of glitter that will stick to you throughout your day, because glitter is truly the herpes of the craft world. It will stay with you for the whole entire time, and you cannot remove it. So it is what it is. CJ has a quick question, and I know that Adil had to, is it Adil? I think that's how I say it. If I've mispronounced your name, sir, you will help me fix that. You did have to call it an evening early because you are a future dweller. So I'm thinking that's evening where you are now. We want to make sure to get your questions answered right away. So CJ, go ahead first, and then we'll move on through the hands.
Oh, hello everybody. So I just have a question for Alistair. I signed up and everything way beforehand, and I know I was active, but I had to go to work like right at the start of it. And I've rewatched everything, but I'm not able, like, my status says active, but I'm not able to get to cPanel.
How have you tried?
Like pasting it into a new tab. I've tried copying the other one.
Are you
And
watching the live stream right now?
yes.
Watch really carefully right now. We're gonna do it in the live stream for you.
Okay, I'm watching. I can see your cursor moving.
Yep, we got you.
Okay, orders. Okay. Copy, yeah.
Now, just while you're watching, quick thing: if you raise your hand and you want to speak,
Yeah.
please make sure. Not you, CJ. Please make sure it's about this, because last time we had this, we had people come up and talk about random things, and it was a waste of 15 minutes. So I'm happy to bring you on stage. Make sure it's relevant to what we're doing, and it's a question, and it's not about your company, your product, your service, what you did today, what you're going to do tomorrow. There's other rooms for that, not this one.
This is a live class. So if you're asking to come up and you just want to say hi to the group, that's not one of those things, because each and every person here, we're trying to finish up and tie up the loose ends from last night's class. So that's kind of where Ross is saying that. Yep, there we go. Okay, so CJ, are you caught up yet, love?
I was just going to ask, are you good?
It says not found. Like when I do /
Delete?
yeah.
If you look at the live stream, the link you have to copy, not click it. You have to copy it.
That's what I did, and I put it into a new tab.
And what's the link on top say? Read the link on top to me.
I just X'd it out. I'll redo it.
Get back in there.
CJ, just so you know, I fracked this up 3 times last night. So don't think that when you're in the hot seat, sometimes it can be like, I don't see what he's seeing. What they're trying to do is lead you through so that you don't make a mistake the next time.
Also, quick
I
thing,
kept clicking.
I'll help you right now, Sarah. I just want to make a quick announcement. Guys, if you're listening on live stream or you're in the space and you're on anonymous and I don't see who you are, like that's fine. But just know there are no reactivations. So anyone coming and activating today, you're not going to get approved. Just throwing that out there.
Okay, you asked what it said. It's https / hosting mytsi dot like.
No, so you didn't copy. You clicked. You have to delete the words hosting.mytsi.org / and then hit enter.
Oh, okay.
It's because it's routing to your server.
It was confusing. Yeah,
beautiful.
See, there it is. There's the click.
Yep.
There's
There's your confetti, CJ. That's your confetti.
Thank you so much. I tried. I've been trying for like an hour.
Well, the thing
Um,
is, guys, you have to understand this is not like it's not like you're buying a setup. You're setting up the setup. The setup doesn't exist. The server doesn't exist. You're setting everything up.
You can
Awesome.
also do the domain /cPanel.
So your domain /cPanel is the super fast way to get there. Yeah, cjsteed.tsiprogram.org /cPanel will teleport you to your dashboard.
Okay. All right.
Anyone have any questions?
CJ, are you good? Because
I
we can
can't
go
see
on to the
hands
next
there.
thing.
Yeah, we're good.
Excellent, excellent. Adil, you are next, my friend. Go ahead.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, everyone. Thanks for hosting the room. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly recap. So all I got up to last night before I had to go was I got everything active and I can see my domain. I think the next step from what I remember was what you guys were just talking about pasting it with cPanel afterwards, and that's where I am. So I just wanted to update you with how much I actually got done and was just wanting to double check if there was enough time in this space to catch up with where you guys got to. I know you guys said that that's what this was for, but I wanted to make sure that what I needed doing wasn't going to take too much more time. And also, number two, if you have a link to the stream, please could you post it in the comments?
So first, you are active. That's true. You're up to the point where you're creating a page in WordPress, so you can watch the stream, which I'll give to you. We're not going to cover that in here, but it's all very clearly covered. Huh? No, the page. That's where he left. So you left at the part where we made pages. And all you got to do.
Yeah, I hadn't done any. As soon it came active and I saw it active, and after that, I haven't done any other steps.
He's at the invoice stage, Ross. So what you would do is,
No,
I'm
he's
at that
not at the invoice
stage
stage
too.
because I see him. So he's not. He's already approved.
yes, but I think he got and clicked through to the approval process, but has never seen from invoice to the end stage.
Well,
I think
did you
I'm not sure if I'm
Correct.
conveying
No,
it
correct.
correct.
That's correct, Sarah.
you have
Ah.
cPanel open, Adel?
No, I don't know anything about that. From that point, I had to go. It was getting late
Oh.
in the UK.
Look at your domain, take it, put a /cPanel, and go to that URL. See where you go.
Okay, thanks.
And then you use the password and the username in the platform, and you'll get in. And I'm getting you give me 2 seconds. Katie, if you have a question, shoot. I'm going to grab the live stream.
Hi, Ross. Thanks. Sarah, is it okay if I go ahead?
Oh yeah, go ahead, fire away. I'm going to help Adil behind the scenes.
Okay, thanks. Ross, I think I'm in the cPanel fine, and I'm up to the point where you guys started making WordPress sites last night, but I'm not. I had to leave at that point because it was really late here. I think I'm not quite sure what we're going to cover today, and I can come or go depending. But the thing I wanted to ask you about is that apparently, in going back to the DigitalOcean login page, I'm apparently not able to access my DigitalOcean today, and I'm worried about changing my password or something for that because you were saying last night to change no passwords anywhere ever.
Yeah. So hold on. You can't get into the purple website. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like where the invoices and everything. I thankfully put everything over into a note file, like all of my password and the cPanel access. So I have access to my cPanel. I'm there. But what I can't get access to again, seemingly, is my original invoice, like the page with the hosting invoice on it. And I didn't know if I need it or if I was worried about changing the password.
No. If you can get into cPanel, you are fine. But
Okay.
I'm gonna give you something. I just got so many DMs.
Okay, don't worry. I mean, I'm okay. I think I'm in cPanel, so I'm
No,
okay.
you're good. You're good. It's just I wanted to give you this thing so you'll be able to get in. So I'm giving you a secret link. If you click this secret link, right, it's gonna autofill your password and allow you to get in and change your password.
Okay.
You just don't change cPanel. Leave cPanel. You can change hosting password. That's fine.
I can change hosting passwords, fine, no problem. You want me to leave cPanel?
No. I sent you a link, right?
Okay.
If you click the link, you're going to be auto logged in for the purple website. So the thing you couldn't get into. Yeah. cPanel's fine. You're good. And if you ever can't get in, we always can get you in. So no worries.
Thank you. Did you say today that you guys were going to push ahead with building websites again, or
No. This is just a recap. We'll be pushing ahead on Wednesday. If you need help, please DM me and we'll hop on a call and I'll help you out.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Ross, where did you say I get the username and the password to enter into cPanel?
So if you're looking on screen, Alistair's going to go to the page.
Okay.
And this is how you look at stream right now. This is how you get your username and get your password. And
For
again, I
folks that are
saw. No, you're good, Sarah. Sorry to cut you off. But I did see someone sign up, so I just want to reiterate: please don't sign up today. It's not really going to get activated.
For folks that are following along, the recap is going to go through very quickly each individual step. So Alistair's going to start from the spot where you've just, entered into the system and you have that magic invoice that says a 00, right? One, when you have that page, he is going to show you what to click on to grab those passwords and view your login credentials, or for lack of a better term. And you're going to move your way through exactly what we did last night. There's really only maybe 4 steps, but sometimes they can be confusing. Making sure you keep your eye on capital letters, because last night that was something that really kind of frustrated folks when they finally got to that cPanel login, just so you're aware. So Adil, I do believe that Alisher is going to show you the screens and just kind of systematically go through. But if you still have questions or need us to stop, you follow up Adil real quick, and then Amy has her hand up also. Katie, everything that you did last night, you're good to go. So if you need to step out, this is just the recap, so you can go on with your day if you need to. Wednesday will be a new class. So go ahead, Adil, finish your thought, and then Amy will check in with you, love.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got into the back end of cPanel now, the tools page. Is that the right place to be, or do I have any further steps to
No,
carry
you're
out?
in the right place. But now what I would do is I would look at the last live stream, so you can actually continue and get to where you were.
Right. Okay, no problem. And that the last live stream I can access on what page? Sorry.
Josh Hellman has added the link up top, the Innovators Think Tank. You will be able to watch everything over again, and I highly recommend it, just for muscle memory, right? You need to see something really 3 times, and sometimes for folks like me, multiple times, from multiple different angles and multiple ways of saying things.
We're
Thank
actually
you,
going to
guys.
go through the last few steps of yesterday right now. So if instead of watching the live stream, just kind of pay attention to this one right now, and we're going
Thanks,
to
Ross.
do a quick little walkthrough about what we actually did. And Dan, do you have a password problem?
I have a password problem. Yeah, I sent you a couple screenshots. Like I took that original invoice, snapshot. And so I also know, like, it's that you also said don't change any passwords. So that's why I'm asking now.
So pay attention to spaces, pay attention to capitals, because it works. Like I'm in it. Literally in
The other
right now.
thing too is that there is a significant lag between if you're looking on your phone on Twitter, it's very helpful if you put your laptop on mute, listen to space on your phone, and then watch the live stream on your laptop. Amy, did you have a question about the step that we're on now? I want to make sure that we don't get you lost in the shuffle. What's going on with you, love?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if if I should install WordPress, and uh and you well, I guess like the next step is to install WordPress, and then we're able to see the themes or something, because you were going over
Not
that
really. So
yesterday.
we install WordPress for you. Actually, we did it for everybody live.
No,
Yes.
what? Okay, but when I go to WP Toolkit, it
But
it
no one
says
told you to
install
click buttons.
WordPress.
Yeah,
It
no
says
one
you
told
don't
you to
have a
do that.
WordPress site connected yet.
Listen, nobody told you to do that. If you start clicking buttons,
I'm not.
you could break things.
I'm sorry. I mean, well, no. I mean, okay.
I never said the words out of my mouth, WordPress toolkit. Therefore, you should not be clicking it unless you actually have done the research and know what you're clicking. Mouse clicks could be dangerous in cPanel. This is not Wix. One button could make it go bye-bye.
Amy,
Okay,
Amy,
I'm back
um,
on tools, so I don't know what you're
well,
Want
here
to be
we
on applications. Applications is where you need to be. That's
Yep.
it.
That's what I was just gonna say. Amy, what
Okay,
you're
I
gonna
mean,
do.
when I got into the page, it was on under tools, so thank you. Alright.
It's a little bit confusing. Last night we had a really lovely person, Johan. She got to be our foil, and she did move ahead because she was very fluid with that system. But if you click on a button, and this is for everybody, this is not Amy. This is
Okay.
also for me too, right? If you click on something out of sequence or off. Like for instance, she had clicked, she wanted AI assist, then you're going to have to put in your credit card, right? We don't want anybody going off the beaten path in the middle because you could compromise all of the tools that are in your digital
Right.
backpack. So
So
just, yeah, go
okay.
ahead.
So I'm on so just so you know, when I did log into cPanel, it brought me to the tools page. And I didn't know that there was no navigating in the side panel. But anyway, I'm on the
No. So just to be
applications.
clear, tools is okay. WP Toolkit's a different infrastructure entirely. So what
Okay.
we've
I mean,
all the time setting up for
okay.
you, if you went that route, you would not have any of it. So you would have no themes, no connection, no domain, nothing.
Okay,
So
so
when you
when
get to tools, you just
when
go
I'm
to set
under
application.
applications,
You should
when
see
I'm
one.
right. Okay, yeah, it's the Divi thing, I
Yep.
guess,
That
right?
that. So you see, that's where you were saying, do I got to install? It's already there.
Okay.
You just got to go into it by clicking the middle link.
The
That's the
middle link.
actual back
Okay.
end. Yeah, that's the
Can I
real
click
back
on
end.
that right now or no?
You can, yeah. That's
Okay.
totally fine. Hey, look, general rule, Amy, if you don't know what it is, don't touch it. General rule of thumb in cPanel.
Okay. Now, once I'm in WordPress, can I start doing, I mean, because I'm
Yeah,
familiar
you
with
can start
WordPress, can I
building.
start
Yeah,
doing
just like
things?
Johan, you could start building. Nothing's gonna
Okay.
stop you.
Okay. But I'm not going to do anything with the AI or whatever. So, all right.
Stay in the middle path. This is it.
Okay.
The middle link. And then
Once
when you
you're
Oh,
have the
in
choices
one
WordPress,
quick
after Divi,
question.
stay in the middle.
Is it,
Stay in the middle.
oh, one quick question. Is it possible to change the domain?
not at this point today, but yes. So get your domains ready for next Wednesday.
Okay. Got it. All right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Awesome.
you're good. You're good, Amy. Just remember, this is an actual server administration. So, like, a button could make things happen if you don't know what it is. Like, for example, there's one button there that it says search for malware. But if you do it, your whole server stops because it's searching for malware. But if you don't know that and you just click it, website stops working.
Thank
What
you,
we're doing is
Ross.
these guys are
Thank you,
basically,
Sarah.
you're welcome, sweet pea. Think of us all as a digital Sherpa, right? This is an ecosystem that's foreign to a lot of folks. And some of us have enough knowledge to be really dangerous, right? If you're familiar with WordPress, because most people are that are in this realm, right? WordPress is the most used kind of application, but think of the digital Sherpas as grabbing your hand and saying, we're going through the mountain pass tonight because this is an ecosystem that most people don't have the administrator role, right?
Yeah.
And the administrator role means that you're leading the Sherpa, and we don't want
Yeah.
any sheep to go off the side of the cliff and have to explain that and ruin Christmas, right? So
Yeah.
just stay in the middle path, and just know too, this is a recap. So on Wednesday, you're going to be able to change things. For many people in the audience today, this is just going through and doing the muscle memory and trying to remember the steps, going over, making sure their notes were correct, and that we have all of our I's dotted and T's crossed. So
Yeah.
you're doing great. We have some other hands. Miss Katie, how can we help you? Are you lost in the thicket? Hopefully
No,
not.
no. Thank you. I think I'm okay. I'm just trying to make sure. Sometimes it can be challenging, and I'm one of the people who's watching back and looking at old recordings and watching old live and everything. So I just thought I'd ask this question because I think it might be useful. Just at the moment, I have gone under the space that we are in right now, and I'm looking at the live stream. I believe the one that the live stream now, Ross, you're looking at says "Welcome to WordPress" with a big black box.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yep. That is live right now. We're
Okay.
about to
And
make the
then
page.
to get there, just to clarify, there were 3 links on the page prior under applications. The middle one was the one that you wanted us
Yes.
to click on. Is that
In your
correct?
brain, yep, in your brain, Katie, right now. Tune your brain to remember. Middle link is the key.
Okay.
If
Thank
you
you.
always remember a middle link, you will always get in. You never need a password for WordPress.
Okay. Okay. I'll remember this.
Yeah. If you remember it all as you make websites, you'll be able to get in really fast. The middle link,
Okay.
the admin, the top link is the actual site.
Okay. And then the bottom one where it says WordPress org support, we don't want to click that ever. Is that right?
Yeah, that's not real. Yes, no, don't
Okay.
click that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And actually, Katie, you going through that just verbally helps people in the whole entire ecosystem. This is a digital makerspace, guys, and
Oh
what
my
we're
God,
doing
wait, I have
hasn't
one
been
more
done
thing,
before.
Sarah.
So go ahead,
So
Ross.
last night, so it's really great what's happening with DigitalOcean and everything, but here's what you guys should not do because it's going to confuse our partners. Don't say things about Invoice and tag DigitalOcean because you're just going to confuse them. Because DigitalOcean support tried to help a few of you last night because you kept tagging them and saying my invoice is not paid. Remember, this is a real company. These are real organizations. Don't just tag people. You have a different route to getting into DigitalOcean. If you want to go get in touch with them, take out your credit card and do it. But during this process, don't tag DigitalOcean about your problems. DigitalOcean cannot help your problems because you have not paid them. For them to help with problems, you must pay them. So please don't say, I need help, DigitalOcean, help me please, invoice. Like, don't do that. Because they're actually going to answer. Like they did. If you look at yesterday's live stream, they were in the comments. DigitalOcean. Because of the comments.
I think that maybe some people need to understand that, like, I'm sorry for interrupting, guys, but like, what I understand is that you have a partnership with these companies and that you've wrapped this whole process together into your own process of building a website with WordPress and DigitalOcean and all of these things. And so if people are having issues, they should be in touch with you and your team instead of with your partners. Because, yeah.
Well, Amy, this is kind of, I don't know if this helps folks, but this is like a kit of parts. When you're in a robotics team, for instance, in any of the school systems, and you have a robotics team, you're not arguing or going directly to First Robotics, right? There's a hierarchy. When you have the kit of parts, you're going to the person who gave you the kit of parts to put it together, right? It's like we're using all of these Lego blocks that belong to other folks, but you said it very, very clearly. What we need to do as a group, and I've put this on my whiteboard and my sticky notes, is to remind folks that you're in a classroom with a kit of parts. And so if there's an issue with the kit of parts, you have to go to the person in the front of the classroom, your Sherpa, because the folks that gave us the box and all of who made the actual tools, they'd have no idea what's going on in our classroom. So that is exactly right. And I think that was probably my fault for not communicating that more clearly. But going directly to these big manufacturers, especially on a public timeline, it gives the illusion that there's an issue with their stuff. And their stuff is performing perfectly well. It's us in the ecosystem that are trying to play with those building blocks and not getting our robot to work, right? The parts don't have a malfunction. It's that we're not putting them together the correct way within our ecosystem. So when we're in the sandbox, you have to play in the sandbox rules. If you have a problem with the tool in the sandbox, you have to ask the guy who's running the playground, right? Not necessarily the person that made the shovel, if that makes sense. But yes, excellent points all around. I think, Dan, you have a question, love? Did you want to?
Just a quick
There you go.
digital audio confetti. I did it. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, everybody. And also shout out to Alisher, because I know you're here too. Because I think that he's been the digital Sherpa that I really needed, along with one of the other classmates, Kathleen. And just I love this idea of having each other's back, but keeping it closed system. And so that's something I'm being very careful about. Katie, it helped me to hear that what do they mean the middle link? Oh, okay, that, when you were saying it, I thought it was finally in, it was on my screen. So I love this. Just again, gratitude.
Kathleen is such a trooper. I love that woman. She does such a great job. Another unsung hero from last night was Douglas. I can't tell you how many people he helped behind the scenes to make sure there are a lot of educators in this space, right? And we know how frustrating it is. It's frustrating when it's foreign territory and we have no idea what we're doing. And we do have that innate, palpitations in our heart, knowing that if we frack it up, we push the wrong link, that something bad could happen. But that is one of the things that is very powerful about collaborative learning experiences, is that actually to teach is to learn twice. So if you figure something else out, being able to help somebody else along the way. So, Kathleen had her own issues last night. She figured them out, and then she said, "Hey, guess what? I just did this, and this is how I'm going to help you." I did the same thing with Bjorn. I'm like, "Bjorn, I cannot get this to go through, and 8 people are having this problem. How did you do it?" And then I realized it was the capital letter. It was the stupidest thing. And I sat there at my desk, thought, I'm not going to tell the class how dumb I was. But that was the point, is that there can be something so simple that you're in that mode and you're overlooking it. And then one of the eyeballs of someone sitting to the left or the right of you, clears up the whole thing. So welcome, 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 Dan. I'm so excited. I'm throwing, digital glitter. I hope it sticks to you the rest of the day and that you go through sparkling. I see that Douglas has his hand up. How can we help you today, friend?
Hey, first of all, the capital letter that gets a lot of people. I actually have an anecdote that gets way more complicated than that because when I was teaching full time, one of my students basically somehow, she was coming to me saying that she couldn't execute this file, like it didn't work, and we would look at it and type the name out exactly as it was, and it was all, it still would say file not found, file not found, file not found. I think we were trying to add it to Git, right? Well, I at some point I'm like, hey, that file name is this. And I don't know how I can't remember exactly how I did it, but I started to assume that there was a character that I couldn't see in there, an unseen character in the file name. And like I said, I don't remember, I don't exactly remember how I got to it, but finally I did the one thing that brought the file in, and I was able to rename it. And oh, I remember now what I did. I was in not VS Code. It was an editor of some sort, and I did actually open the file by clicking on it, and then I renamed the file to what we thought it was, and it got rid of the unseen character. But I'm gonna tell you, that's a gremlin. That took me about an hour to get through that one. So don't
Yeah.
feel too bad about the capital letter.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people will copy the password and include a space and just not realize. So you just got to be really, really, really careful. And what I would do is get them out of DMs. So save it in like Notepad where there's no extra spaces and no link changing. Because in X, I send you a link, it changes by the time you click it. Now, what we're going to do at the last part of this recap is make a page. So in a minute, we're gonna have on live stream, we're gonna make an actual page and apply a template. Now, you could spend hours doing this. We're not gonna spend hours. We're gonna spend like 5 minutes. We're gonna pick a random one. We're gonna apply it. You can go make as many pages as you want and choose as many different templates. You can even mix and match themes across different pages. So what we're gonna do right now is just hit new page, and we're gonna just apply a theme. It's really simple. So if you're watching live, watch the live stream. We're going to make a page. Then you're going to hit the purple button, which is use with Divi Builder or use Divi Builder. That's going to activate Divi, which is the paid theme builder. So you have a paid theme builder that will let you build any page you can possibly think of. And once it loads in, you're going to have a bunch of templates to choose from that are really good, like full websites, like multi-page websites. So at this screen, Again, if you hit build with AI, you're going to take out your credit card. Don't do that. We want to hit custom if you're feeling like you want to start with a blank canvas, or build from scratch, or pre-made layout, which is what we want you to pick. Pre-made layout will give you a full website. All you got to do is change stuff and add features, add new pages, add content, and you can mix and match. So we're going to just pick the middle one, which is choosing from the library. And you could honestly do a few things here. You could scroll, or you can search on the top left. So if you were to search portfolio at the top left, it would pull up portfolios. Once you find the one you want, you're going to click it. And then when you click it, it's going to open up in like information about it. You could view a live demo of this fully functioning website right now before you take it, or you can use this layout, which would allow you to take a page or all the pages. But you can take one page from each template and make like a Frankenstein website if you want. But honestly, there's no rules once you're in here. So once you're in here, this is a safe place. There's nothing you could break. Well, there is something you could break, but it's reversible. So if you break it, it's reversible. So don't feel like you don't want to hit a button in WordPress. There ain't much you could really do that's going to break stuff. Now, if you go and install plugins before we talk about them, that may break stuff. So know what you're installing, please. But as you see on the live stream, we have a actual website. Now, Allison's going to change the words by just clicking any one of the words, and he'll be able to change it live on the screen. No coding, no nothing. And this is really cool because WordPress website, I mean, guys, the White House is on WordPress. You know, it's obviously a good platform. And the best part, it's $3.99, my favorite price. WordPress is always and forever free.
One of the things too that you need to remember, and maybe on a recorded space, when you have these kinds of platforms and ecosystems, WordPress included, where you have such a big, huge bulk of humanity using them, that is always to your advantage, right? It's like what I mentioned last night with robotics and Java, is that we once upon a time had a robot that was in a language that only NASA used, and we could never have anybody help us when we, had a problem with our robot, because we were using a different language than everybody else in the whole entire ecosystem. By using something that is very popular, that folks understand and have different fluidity, you're more apt to get help. You're more apt to have people in the ecosystem that can come out of the woodwork. You're more apt to have a whole directory of, troubleshooting. So it's to your advantage. This is why open source is so powerful too, is that you have so many different people that are willing to come to your aid when Gondor lights the lights, and people are going to come to your aid. This is those moments, so when you're thinking about the digital overlay as a solopreneur, going it alone is very tough. Going with an entire pack of people that understands what you're up to and how to fix things is very, very cool. So I will just tell you, you're going to make your life a lot easier. There's nothing that, proprietary things like that. You want to have your own thing and you want to be very unique. Many of the people in this ecosystem, entrepreneurs in general, we're all unconventional doers and thinkers, and we all feel sometimes that we have to do it alone, or that we're the only one on our path, but that's not necessarily true. So just so you know that, yes, the White House uses WordPress. Why? Because a bazillion people use WordPress, and you have to make sure that those interns, when they come in and filter over, and turnover rate is so high, you don't have a high learning curve. You can just plug those folks in. And that's very, very important, because maintaining that knowledge is a key resource. And entrepreneurs that are very smart are doing it that way, because I know that most folks here understand that we have a labor market that it's very tough to have people stay, and having something that no one else uses is not going to be to your advantage. Dan, go ahead, honey. You have your hand up.
Yeah. Wow. I can't believe I after like 5 hours last night and like 2 more this morning, I've made a lot more progress in 5 minutes. And so now I'm like to the nitty gritty questions. So just a question, I put it in the chat bubble too. When it's asking me if I want to import design presets, I may have missed this. It's a checkbox and it's like automatically checked for me. So I'm just like, it's talking about global design presets.
Yes, yes. So you want to say yes. What it's going to do
Okay.
is create all of the code for you to make it look like the way you want, and it's going to do it automatically. It's just waiting for the human approval before it uses autonomous creation.
Love it. Okay, thank you.
Also, I will say, guys, if you're going to go ahead and explore, go to Divi.com. Look at their docs. They have hundreds and hundreds of docs and videos, and so does cPanel. Go get educated, guys, in between now and Wednesday. Go to cPanel University. So there's a website, cPanel University. Go learn about cPanel. Go to Divi, read the docs. That's your new bestsellers book this week, is Divi. If you read Divi and cPanel University, you are going to be so smart with this stuff. You're going to be able to make 20 websites in the 6 weeks, not one. And remember, if you make 2 websites, it's okay. You can make as many websites. There's no limit. But you just got to do it the right way. So we haven't gone over creating a second WordPress yet. But if you figure out how to do it between now and Wednesday, it'll work. But you got to read the docs. That would be go to cPanel University and read. Or don't do it, and I'll see you Wednesday, and we'll go over everything. Because we have a whole lineup of new things to learn on Wednesday about WordPress. But I wanted to make sure with this that everyone got in, everyone made pages, everyone's activated, because we did have some small issue with activating a few people yesterday, but we got it sorted. And just for the recording, if you are applying and registering, they're not going to be approved. So I urge you to come during the next 6-week session and you can activate your hosting.
As you walk away from class today, right? You're going to have some questions. You're going to have some comments and concerns. This is your moment to think about your why. And this is a question that only you can answer, right? You've got 600 themes to think through. You kind of have an idea of what your website should look like, or maybe some of the things that you want to have on it. Only you can answer those questions. So you have about 6 days to kind of marinate. I highly recommend revisiting your mission statement, the reason why you're here. For some of us, there are a lot of developers here that just signed up to have a pet project to get the digital backpack of $600 worth of goodies, right? Everybody knows that we sometimes just need that, right? That's perfectly cool too. If that's the case, maybe push your skill set. Like Dave Meir said last night, try to figure out something that you can do outside of the parameter of your existing competencies, right? Maybe explore. This gives you an opportunity to kind of, you know, figure out something behind the scenes where you're not dinging your personal reputation. And what I mean by that, as an artist, right, and as an instructor, I'll teach class, and very rarely do I get to make a mistake in front of class because they want to see what you're building and they want to see your painting, and you don't get to see all of your ugly stepchildren that are in your sketchbook that just didn't make it to the portfolio, right? This is the moment where you have the ability and the freedom under, a different name sometimes. I'm obviously Pocket Folks that I'm working on, but I'm going to do it in public. And same with Dave, right? Dave's going to explore some of the new things. He has Wonderment, and we're going to see what that means. This is an opportunity to kind of stretch your own personal bubble, right? So if this is a professional website, take it seriously. Do the homework, do your mission statement, figure out what it is that you want this thing to speak to when you're not there. That's ultimately what a website is. It's the voice of the voiceless. It gives people messaging when you're not there. We have a last couple hands. We'll go to Adil, and then we'll go to Amy. We'll go to Dan, and then Ross will close it out with Josh. So go ahead, Adil.
Yeah, I just wanted to check what else between what we've already done now and last night, what else was left to be done. I've done the cPanel, gone onto the middle link, put on a temporary theme. Obviously, I'm not going to save anything. I'll just exit the visual builder. Aside from that, was there anything that I missed from last night?
No, but you do want to save it, even though you're going to probably delete it, because saving it is what makes it go online. So it'll be visible to the world, and you'll be able to see
Okay,
it.
so save the draft.
Save draft, publish, do the thing, click the link. It's online. You did the thing, and then we'll see you next month. If you choose to go further, knock yourself out. If you have any questions, let us know. But Wednesday we will be moving forward together. But if you're like 30 steps ahead of us, that's perfectly fine.
That's
You
not
can
the
just,
case, Ross.
well, but you know, you never know. Tomorrow you could just start reading the docs, and you can have your whole website done before next Wednesday.
Yeah.
But
Well, thanks anyway.
but
As long as I'm
yeah,
caught up and there's nothing else
you're
for me to
good.
do and I'm not behind.
Nope, you are good. Everything's perfect. You're able to get to Divi. I would say if you have a problem, I wouldn't reach out to DigitalOcean because they can't
I'm
help
not
you.
gonna do that.
I wouldn't reach out to cPanel or I wouldn't reach out to Divi because they're going to ask you for things like email, order number, license number. But we have all that information actually. So we can do that, or we can give it to you if you need to like speak with Divi. We give you a key like via DM. But if you have any questions, let us know. But if not, try to be here on Wednesday at 7 p.m. because we're going to do a lot more than we did this Wednesday.
Yeah,
This
that's fine.
Wednesday was like a little insane because like 80 people signed up in one shot.
It's just moving forward. It's probably going to be the same situation for me because it starts at midnight, so I'm more often than not going to be able to sit through the whole thing. So what
Oh, no,
would you
just come
advise
from
me?
like 12 to 1, like midnight to 1 a.m. And then you'll be able to like watch the live stream and come to the morning.
Okay, right. So are you going to do these follow-ups the next day after on every Thursday?
Yep,
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Ross.
no problem.
Amy, you are next on.
Yes. So, Ross, I tried to get people from Watering the Garden to sign up for this whole thing. So I wanted to know, when is the next one that you're going to be doing? Because I want to be able to plan ahead and make sure that my gardeners are ready.
I would say in about 6 weeks from right now.
All right, awesome. And quick question, Sarah, did you know? I was just thinking about this because you were talking about Sherpas. Um, do you know the origin of serendipitous? Because I just learned it a couple days ago from a Joseph Campbell documentary, actually, about the origin of serendipitous.
It's very funny. But yes, I do. And it's serendipitous. We'll just leave it there. But yes, I do. But thank you for bringing it up. Go ahead, Dan. We're going to close out.
Yeah, just real quickly, speaking of serendipity, I guess, I put some links into the chat and then I saw a whole bunch of other people did too, which is great because Ross just kind of handed us the keys to this next 6-day kingdom where we can really educate ourselves. So a lot of people posted the chat or the links to the cPanel University and then the Divi documentation and templates guide. So make sure to look in the chat for those because that's amazing. I'm already nerding out and so excited.
Well, the other thing too is that all of the links for our classes are always conveniently at the bottom of the Innovators Think Tank for that day. So if you're looking at the live stream, scroll down. There's a lot of valuable information. Nick Alisher and Ross put together all of the documentation too, so that you have all of the little pieces to the puzzle. And hopefully it's in a way that is in little chunks that we can eat it, not the whole elephant at one time. So there are lots of different ways to get in touch with your teammates here and your classmates in between. We call it the in between, right? So if you're on the Discord channels, ITT has their own Discord channel. And then you also have the TSI group. If you have My AI Tutor or Pixio, that kind of community, a lot of we all overlap, right? And obviously you have the DMs. So there's lots of ways to get in contact and to kind of suss out the information that you need. And sometimes you just have to be managing your energy, as Dave Meir says. It's something that I've taught in my classes for like 20 years, right? But it's more from an art perspective in terms of warm and cold. But it is kind of like you have to be in that zone for certain kinds of information. We do understand. I know that Britta is here also, that having the classes on Wednesday night are hard. It's hard for a lot of us. And Eastern Standard Time, we start at 7 p.m. and it doesn't end until after midnight. And then coming back the next day, we have so many people in so many different time zones. And so we just want to make sure that the whole crew, I'm kind of speaking for them, we understand. We understand how horrible it can be. And we don't want you to wreck your sleep cycles. We don't want you to hurt your health in order to accommodate these things. So the next morning, having the recap, and if something happens in the interim, even if you can only show up for an hour, that's good. We don't take offense if you have to dip out and, just recharge your battery and things like that. There's no expectation that you would be on 24/7, 365. Even though we are all pocket family and we all are living behind the little tippy tappy of the screen, there's no expectation that you would run yourself ragged and ruin your quality of life to accommodate, something like this. So just be aware that we understand more than you know, and extend yourself some grace. Go ahead, Adil.
Yeah, just last thing. I know you guys need to go. I just wanted to see if you could give us a quick, maybe 30-second rundown as to what we can, like, obviously we know what we've done yesterday and today. We've got the website basically not up and running, but the back end, at least we're aware it's open now. We're using WordPress. Next week, quick 30 seconds on what the agenda is for next week.
So we haven't announced the agenda for next week, so it'll be out probably in a few days on Twitter.
No problem.
But basically, we're going to be just going deeper. So making more pages, adding plugins, setting certain things up that need to be, and then custom creating pages from scratch, like blank page to whatever we want.
So your homework is actually figuring out what kind of content you're going to need. You've just kind of figured out your theme. Yeah.
Yeah, but the real homework is go study the docs. Like,
yes,
seriously.
That is true too. That's
if you're going to come and ask questions that is clearly in documentation on the front page of the Divi documentation, don't do that. Go spend 25 minutes at Divi. Spend another 25 minutes at cPanel University. Get some understanding, and then start searching for things you want to do. Like, you want to fix the top bar, be like, change navigation in Divi. Ask AI Tutor. AI Tutor's trained on Divi and cPanel. Or ask Google. Who cares? Ask anyone. Ask your mother. Just ask somebody.
One of the other things that you can do that Ross forgot to mention is if you do have My AI Tutor, use it, abuse it. These are your AI cohorts. If something is above your head, if it's not in your language, if it's not in your learning style, take that entire documentation, plop it into your AI cohort and say, hey, disseminate this as if I'm a 5-year-old. I need to understand what this is, and just continue to keep pressing until you get the answer that you need in the way that you need to hear it. Because you know what? We have no excuses anymore. We've got all these things at our fingertips that can aid and abet our education journey. So if you don't have My AI Tutor or or Pixio, but I'm saying My AI Tutor for this specific piece, always remember that you have the ITT group. And so if you're there on Saturday, you definitely have a discount code for that too. And I highly recommend it. It's one of those tools that we don't plug. Obviously, this is not part of the class, but I'm telling you as an instructor, I'm a volunteer here, right? So I don't work for any of these folks, but I'm telling you that is worth the price of admission if you are going to kind of pursue this avenue. If you need to have something that will interpret for you, I highly recommend it. I used it and abused it completely last night because I am not a developer. I don't play one on TV, and a lot of these terms are foreign to me, and I want to understand them. I want to understand how my Lego box actually work. So that is something that we want to put on the record, that if you have a chat GPT or any of these things can help you in ways that you can never possibly imagine, and help suss out the information that you need. So
Yeah,
go
no,
ahead,
you're
Ross.
100% right. Did someone just talk? I
Yeah,
can't
but it's
tell.
okay. Yeah, it's okay. I can wait.
No, what's up?
Oh, just for anyone who's listening who might also have these questions or be a bit confused in terms of accessing the cPanel University and then going on to Divi to look at the resources that you mentioned. What's the easiest and quickest way for us to get access to that and to find that?
Just go to the comments and there's 2 links there.
Perfect. Thank you.
And it'll get you everything you need, but you can also just Google Divi documentation and it'll bring you. They're a huge company. So is cPanel. I know. Oh, Dan put both. So in Dan's message, there's both links for you. There's Divi and the university. So that's how you can access them. And I was just about to say, which is why I wanted you to speak, because we're literally about to close out the space right now in like literally 1 minute. So if you have any like last minute questions, you can just shoot me in a DM. We're not going to do any more questions right now. But Josh, if you would like to close us out, we are pretty much covered. We covered everything. So I think we're good. Hold on 1 second. Let me just check DMs before we lose everyone right now. Because sometimes there's like DMs right last second. Okay. So we're good. I think we're good. Again, DM me if you need help. Hang on 1 second. I'm answering 2 people right now before we disconnect.
I know that Josh Hellman cannot hear me personally. Maybe he can. I don't want him to change or have to escape. I wanted to give him the final word this evening or this afternoon or this morning, depending on where you are. So, Ross, if you're cleaning out the DMs and you are making sure that we have all of the I's dotted and T's crossed, I have no more DMs from class today. That doesn't necessarily mean that they won't happen later on. Josh Hellman, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, love?
Hello,
Hi, how are you? I'm Ross,
and I'm Alisher,
and we are
Tech in Schools Initiative.
a nonprofit organization that aims to empower developers and students and learners of all ages by creating state-of-the-art curriculum and web-based free companion apps.
And over the past 5 years, we've built our own online infrastructure with over 70 apps, including web builders, design tools, app generators, and much more, taking several businesses online, including our fellow education companies, growing from just a few classes in 2017 to thousands of students now going into 2023. And we have been through the trials and tribulations of scaling and expanding online infrastructure. So whether you're just starting out or about to grow into the giant company that you're meant to be, we can help you understand what steps you need to take. Now, starting a business can be scary enough, and certain questions will make you feel uncertain. For example, can my server handle it? What am I going to do with this domain? How can I connect everything together using my VM? Now, in this presentation, we're going to go through the process, being more hands-on with it, just having control, using the right open source tools and building on top of them. And what we really pinpointed that makes the cloud scary in general for everybody is the learning curve. At every step of the way, you'll be hit with learning new concepts, learning new ideas. So we've narrowed it down to 3 main categories. Number 1 is you want to choose the right hosting, something that will grow with you as you're expanding. Number 2, you want to gain more control, end to end, being able to see how your apps perform, how your hosting is doing, what kind of load it's taking. And number 3 is being able to create your own tools to empower your organization and really customize your own software. So let's go over one of the most essential aspects of starting an online business, hosting.
Hosting can and will be the hardest and most overlooked component of software development, at least for my team it was. And if you make the wrong choice, it will cost you more than just your hard-earned money. It will be vital to the success and growth of your business venture. We learned this the hard way, but with good backups and rapid recovery and an all hands-on deck approach, we were able to bounce back pretty quickly from a cyber threat that had wiped out over half of TSI apps and our main infrastructures. Without good hosting, I'm not able to create the high performing apps and scale them to thousands of students within the TSI network. I will definitely not make that mistake again. And let me explain to you how you can identify these hosting platforms and what you can avoid. Big known brands such as GoDaddy, HostGator, DreamHost, and so many others, they all share one thing. Their hosting is shared. And that means all the users are using the same server, and their tools like website builders, for example, don't let you modify and or download your code. And that's not good because let's say something goes wrong and you need to move servers, you actually no longer have a website. And high fees are my biggest problem. So there are high fees for everything, but mainly there's high fees for things that are actually free. So things like Let's Encrypt and SSLs right in cPanel and WHM, that's all free to set up. And these companies will charge you $100 a year per domain. What happens if you have 5,000 domains? It becomes insanely costly. And horrible UI just further mystifies the consumer to how the server works and what they actually could do. But hey, at least there's 24/7 phone support, which might I add is absolutely useless because they can't help you with anything. All they can do is check what credit card you have on file. And then you have GCP, AWS, Azure, and the big players in the game that run things like Netflix. And they offer great services, but it comes with caveats. This concept is a personal struggle I faced as the owner of TSI. Each service is separated, which is great and compartmentalized, but it comes with high costs for basic things like shell access, which should be free. So why is there a service $100 a month just to access the server shell? And as powerful as these systems are, they come with risks. Because tickets that you create with support can have up to 20 representatives assigned to them at any given time, problems can take from 30 to 60 days to actually get resolved, even major outage problems. And hidden services can be the downfall of a server admin. Hackers were able to get into the management of our big hosting provider, not our code. And for us, we have 100% uptime is mandatory for our students. So 60 days offline would not work. And then you have the happy middle is what we call it. DigitalOcean allowed us to scale without the fear of obscure, unclear costs. Building without limits of hidden services and limitations is what we were missing in our infrastructure stack. And deployment is so fast and easy. Sometimes when I build things, I'll build 3 to 5 droplets at a time with different configurations until I'm happy with the proper configuration that I chose. And DigitalOcean's amazing backend UI is what we needed. It's as if the people at DO creating this dashboard actually like their customers, which we at TSI truly appreciate. And end-to-end control, being limitless, is what we love. And Alisher is going to tell you more about that.
So your smaller brands like GoDaddy, HostGator, DreamHost, they will make you feel like they're on their side. They heavily market themselves as the mom and pop shop of the hosting providers. However, things slowly start to unravel as you dig deeper and you actually start using them. So smaller providers like GoDaddy, they'll force you to request changes to the server. For example, if you want new versions, that's something you'll need to request and potentially even pay more for. And then there's an issue of trust. Representatives are able to access every aspect of your account, and without your knowledge can even shut down and move your content. And in general, you're going to face a lot of limitations with shared hosting, whether it's a domain, the number of subdomains you're allowed to create, or just the SSL that they charge you astronomical amounts for. Now, the big names are not much better. You get control, however, you don't get much direction. They're completely uninvolved. Personally, for us, we had a situation with a big name provider where our account got hacked, and unfortunately, we were not able to recover any of our infrastructure simply because representatives did not know how to get in and how to recover it. Or there's so many levels of management between us and the person in the engineering department that we need to help us that it'll just never get to them and get lost in a stack of papers. Now, what we found to be the most useful when it comes to management and what we've used for years, even when we were on the shared hosting with GoDaddy, is cPanel. Now, cPanel is available in the DO marketplace. It's available in almost every marketplace, and the installation itself is fairly quick. You can achieve it with just one command line. Now, companies like GoDaddy and HostGator actually use cPanel and WHM to resell you the shared hosting, but we use it to have different apps separated from each other and be able to manage everything with ease. If an app is down, I'm able to go and pinpoint exactly which app is down, what part of the server it's affecting. It also has free add-ons and free SSL, something companies will typically charge you upwards of $300 a year for. Now, it also has easy management of domains. Now, you're able to manage your domains in GoDaddy and whatever other domain name service provider that you use, but with cPanel, you get that end-to-end control of your domain. And it comes with great packages as well. So if you're just starting out building an application and you want to test it in the different versions of the software, such as PHP or Node, and whether it works or not, it's quite easy to install the right package. Now, we understand that not every small company is going to be able to afford cPanel. It could get quite costly if you don't qualify for their nonprofit pricing. So we found great alternatives throughout the years as we've been working with different infrastructure. When we were just starting out building the Ubuntu server, we've learned that CyberPanel is a great alternative that's also available in the DO marketplace. And CyberPanel allowed us to quickly boot up an app. And although it's limited compared to cPanel, it still has great integration, up-to-date extensions, and everything you'll need to start your app. Now, FastPanel is another fantastic alternative. FastPanel is growing and it's only going to grow bigger. They have over 3 million servers already running and managed. Now, it works great with Debian and Ubuntu. It gives you a nice way to separate each app and each website with amazing UI, and it's actually lighter than cPanel on your server. So it's much easier to run. And it has great automations options as well. Let's say you want the free SSL. FastPanel is going to reissue that SSL every 30 days just fine for you without you having to worry. Now, we're aware of the hosting that we're going to choose, and we know what management software we're going to use. Now, we need to talk a little bit about the types of apps that we're going to build to empower our organization.
So open source is a very broad term, but a very important one. Probably one of the most important things you will learn when you're creating your own tools. It can allow you to instantaneously create company-specific web solutions and your own tooling. MyApps is a software cloud suite that we have created and built over the last few years. All the apps are built by open source technology, meaning we control every single aspect of them and we can produce updates and fixes as necessary. We have created powerful apps such as Appify and Builder, and they're amazing because they enable students to build and launch mobile apps directly to the Apple and Android stores and create functioning websites with wildcard custom domains. And they can publish all of this live directly using these tools. Another tool I want to highlight is WebAR. I'm not sure if you guys know about augmented reality, but you can create augmented reality directly in the web. And we created that solution and gave it to our students so they could learn how to create augmented reality in the future as future developers for their products. Now, when you think about open source, there are big players in the game that have contributed to some of the biggest softwares in the world. Salesforce being one of them is how you would manage all of your employees, all of your company information, your products. And an alternative to that is available directly in Installatron, which is a sort of a suite of open source software that gets installed directly within cPanel. And you could basically create everything Salesforce has to offer for free. And for LMSs, which is a learning management system, in college, very popular is Canvas. And Canvas is actually open source and completely free if you know how to build it. And we personally at TSI, we use Moodle as our exclusive education software because of how malleable it is and what it allows us to do as far as implementing our own custom apps into Moodle. And when you think about building a website, well, you can pay thousands of dollars, or you can just get WordPress and build it yourself for free. And we love WordPress because mytsi.org is built on WordPress. All of our websites and most front end that we build is in WordPress because of how amazing it is and easy to use. And Shopify is quite expensive, and you could alleviate the cost entirely by using PrestaShop and selling your products. Open source is so clearly the only way to go when you're building your own technology and creating your own tooling. And WordPress is just an amazing tool of creation that can just build pretty much anything from actual software to front-end websites. For us, WordPress allows our students to build and learn using code. And because it's free, students are not limited to what they can create. And because of our own website being on WordPress, we're able to edit our website on the fly using mobile apps, which is really helpful. And Moodle, being as expansive as it is, allows the students to go through their coursework while being fully integrated to the TSI ecosystem of applications. And because it's open source and built with powerful scripting engines, you're able to do pretty much any sort of scripting language on Moodle. Additionally, I want to highlight that you can just go on GitHub and you could find code that might serve a purpose for you. And if not, you can even buy open source scripts on the internet that you can just install directly on your server. And it's solutions like these that become important because the software that you buy and that you own for your organization, you can freely modify that code and make it more substantially useful as an internal tool for your organization. And Alisher is gonna.
So how do we ease the uncertainty and make
Yeah.
cloud less scary for ourselves as we're starting out? Well, to conquer this heap of knowledge and learning necessary, we really need to focus on these three things, and then we'll be able to succeed. Number one is come in knowing what you want from your hosting. Find a provider that will grow with you, that will allow you to test, experiment, and even downsize if you have to. Those are hard to find because once you're tied in a specific tier of pricing, that's it. Can't go down, you can only go up. Now, seek better control of your infrastructure through software. We personally use cPanel. We've used it for years, but you can find something else. But you just want to stick with it. You want to stay consistent. And that way your development team is able to understand the software better and give you better control. And then you also want to supercharge your infrastructure and empower your organization through software that doesn't have to be costly at all. Applications like vTiger, Moodle, and even the open source version of Canvas are all free as long as you know how to launch them. So now you guys are able to follow us on social media, on Instagram, Twitter. You could also email me and Roz directly. You can also visit our website, which will have more information about what we do, such as our curriculum development and our application development. And you could also join us for an additional Q&A in Discord after this session, where we'll be giving out exclusive access to some of our web apps and our very first alpha for the VR museum for the Oculus Quest.
Yeah, so if you head over to Discord, we will actually let you into some web apps and you could see what you can really do with open source technology.
And I think now it's time that we could perhaps spend on some questions.
Yes.
I'm not seeing any questions. Should we take it to Discord? Okay, no problem. Well, while the questions are coming in, I think some things we could also mention is that you could buy a piece of open source code, something that a developer built that will give you a license for, that's perpetual. You own it forever. And what happens is you can build on top of it. There's plenty of sources that are available for, say, $50, $60 that you can buy a piece of code and easily build on top, white label, and make it part of your organizational information systems.
Sure, that's literally how we did it. Please head over to Discord and we will be there to answer any questions and give out any demos.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining. And we'll see you guys in Discord. And look out for links to our new software that you can try out in a Discord.
For folks in the room while you're waiting, make sure that you have your notebook out, your pens out, beverage of choice, preferably one that will not get you inebriated by the end of the evening, because we want all of our faculties this evening. Um, make sure too that you have your laptop available and already opened to our innovators thinktank.com, obviously. They have all of the notes and agenda already there prepared for you. Hopefully, you've seen some of the tweets that we are going to be hunting and gathering this evening. And it's going to be a little bit different because we're hunting and gathering for ourselves sometimes, and instead of everybody else. And so we'll be on different paths during the course of the night. Similar paths, but different nonetheless. And so there are going to be some deviations, which means hair pulling and gnashing of teeth and, all of the swearing and muttering under your under your breath. But just be encouraged, because this is not an easy thing that we're doing. All of us are learning side by side. You're not alone in the journey, and you are not going to be left behind. So we'll figure it out as the evening progresses, as we've done in the previous. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can always DM any of us, and we'll make sure that all of that happens for you. So please make sure you have your laptop up, that your innovatorsthinktank.com is open, because that really is kind of your compass, right? It's our roadmap for the evening. So if you get lost, that's where all of our hub of information is going to be. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, just yell, wave your hand. We do know that you're on a laptop, okay? So I will do my best to try to spot you in the crowd as Alisher and Nick and Ross are fielding behind the scenes. And we have Cash Money Kev and Matea and Josh, all keeping an eye over the ecosystem and making sure that everybody is accounted for and taken care of as we go through the evening. The other thing too is that if you do have questions, add them to the purple bubble. That is a way that I can find you. Maybe sometimes it's easier if I'm ignoring you or I can't see you. You can tag me in the main timeline and I can see a pop up that way. Those are really helpful to put your questions there because they're attached to the space. You can also communicate in the Innovators Think Tank, of course, and of course also in the Discord channels. This is an omni-channel presentation, so you have lots of moving parts. We all understand it. Most of us are on our phones listening into X Spaces. So, let the games begin. I hope that each and every one of you have come here with a heart wanting to learn and the disposition willing to laugh, because sometimes things can be frustrating. Just know that we will make sure it gets done, and nothing is forever. You can't break stuff that we can't fix, and that's always a positive. So Josh, welcome to the space. Cash Money, I love you guys. Matea, Alisher, I don't know who's behind the tech in schools, but Nick and Ross, you are loved and appreciated. I do think that you're going to have a Morgan out in the wild showing
And Sarah,
up
what
as
I'll
well.
say is we're gonna love to have you share some more and do that intro again, maybe at like 5:10. I love all of those
You're
notes.
a dork. No.
No, I love it. I love it. I was just
That's right.
generally, if we kind of let maybe 5 or 10 minutes, I want everybody to be able to come in and hear all the amazing words that you have. So I just wanted to share, if here when we do the intro and when we start, if you want to share some of that again, I think it would be well placed.
I could totally
100%.
try. I'll make it up as I go along. But yes, I just want to. Dead air is very disconcerting to some folks, and I am one of those people because Twitter has been awful all day today, and there have been a number of spaces where literally half the room can hear and the other half can't. And the dead air is always, oh my gosh, am I hearing something? Is it me? I'm gonna leave the room, or I'm gonna come back, or whatever. I am one of those people. Silence drives me nuts. So I will repeat it in a few seconds or a few minutes at 7:10. but I am seeing the room fill up, and we do appreciate any and all reposts, and also questions, comments, concerns, what you're learning, how you're feeling about it. This is an experiment that many, 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 many underscore big italicized words are watching. They're watching in real time. A lot of companies that we have been using their services, whether it's Supabase or Vercel, they've come out of the woodwork because they like to see what we're up to. And Josh has set the table. It is a wonderful banquet of learning experiences. And then you've got the hard work of the whole entire crew. We always say Nick, Alisher, and Ross, but they've got a whole group of people working behind the scenes, helping them and making sure that we have all of these suites of tools. There are a lot of unsung heroes when it comes to this ecosystem. And I will say too, humble brag, the timelines today were mentioning about Gemini 1.5 Pro as people getting access to it. And I am particularly proud and smitten with the fact that I've been playing with it for about 2 weeks, courtesy of my AI tutor. The tools that you get to learn here are usually first mover advantage. You have access to tools that other people do not have. And yes, they make people jealous. So if that's one of your motivators, that you love being, you know, the yuppie that discovers the band before everybody else, and that you have the something that everybody else wants before it comes out and in the mainstream, then yes, my AI tutor is definitely providing that for you. So I'm going to give the space a little bit more time to simmer, and then we'll go through the intro again, putting the mask on yourself before the people next to you, where the exits are, et cetera, et cetera.
I love it. And guys, take a moment for yourselves. Like and retweet the room. This is your third week being in this space, and a lot of you are dedicating a lot of of your time, your energy into making this happen. So like and retweet the room. Get more of your network into here. I know we're on week 3, but all the past weeks are on the site, so folks can get caught up. Here in maybe a minute and 30 seconds, we'll go ahead and start the third ever Build a SaaS from Idea to Impact. We'll do a quick intro, and we're going to get right into it. So those of you who have been here since 5 o'clock, hanging on tight, you guys rock. Thanks for being in your seat on time. That's well appreciated. Go ahead and like and retweet the room. We'll pull in the rest of the students, and we'll get rocking here in just a minute. Oh, and for those of you who are requesting the mic, guys, we will bring you up here in the next 2 or 3 minutes. I promise. I promise. So really great to see a number of faces, and those of you grabbing the mic, I promise the stage, we will open it up here in a moment.
To give folks an inkling, just so it's not dead air, because I am so OCD about dead air. Many people do not realize how many people are working behind the scenes to make sure that this space is operating. We have this 10-minute kind of cushion, but you've got Luke working his magic with all of the sites with the Innovators Think Tank, an incredibly gifted person who is really, when you know what your superpower is and you are in the zone and you are doing the thing, every day is a Super Bowl. And so Wednesday nights for these guys, the coders, the, slingers of tech, the random connectors of this, that, and the other thing, they are behind the scenes. They've got their little mics on, they've got their headsets, they're doing the imaginary numbers, they're looking like Top Gun with the big old flashlights, moving and pushing tin here, there, and everywhere to make sure that we have a class. And it does not go unnoticed. I mean, you have a seamless kind of front facing interface, but there are a lot of moving parts, and sometimes things go wonky. Sometimes you have the middle of a DDoS attack. You have all sorts of things that can happen. And, like I said, this is their Super Bowl. And so just a hat tip to the folks that are behind the scenes, making sure that we have our live stream and that it is hot, straight, and normal. They're doing the tests as we speak. And you have your agenda up. Highly recommend taking a peek at it. If you have not paid attention to the timeline and understand what hunting and gathering actually means today, this is your time to kind of cram for the quiz that's going to occur in a couple minutes. This is the kind of stuff that you would write on your little index card in teeny tiny writing when your professor says you only have a 3x5 card, and all of a sudden you're writing all the small little crib notes to make sure that you can pass the test at the end of the night. Just know too that if things do not go according to plan, that you do not get the thing that we're supposed to have at the end of the night, that doesn't mean you failed. That just means that you didn't connect the dots in the correct way, and that Thursday mornings are where we have our postmortem, and we try to figure out what the heck went wrong, what we can fix, how many people actually fell asleep during the Twitter stream, which has happened. They sit there and they're wondering why they have an indentation of the phone on their forehead, and the thing has not magically appeared. That happens. I can attest to that. Although I have not fallen asleep personally, I have spent the all-nighter looking at my screen, just hoping that it would change, magically. And it doesn't. You have to wait till the next morning and say, Alice or Ross, I really fracked this up. Help me fix it. So at any rate, I think I'm looking at the faces in the room, and I'm noticing we're missing a few people. So if you can tag smoke, there's smoke. If you notice to your left and your right, folks that you've seen in the last 2 weeks, especially, and they're not here yet, tag them. Be awesome. Make sure that they are aware. They might not have put their notifications on. But I think, after 10 hours with one another, 5 hours each night, we kind of get to know who we are, right? And we know who shows up. Be awesome and tap the glass and say, hey, Pocket Family, guess what? We have class. Sometimes that helps. For those of you that go to the gym, having a gym partner, I can tell you there's mornings where I do not want to get up at all. So having that person do that. I'm hoping that Josh is ready.
I'm
Josh?
ready to go, Sarah. I was
Perfect.
letting you, chat for a little bit. I don't want to cut you off. Anytime I'm stepping on your toes, Sarah, it's because we're dancing, not because I came over and stomped on them. So those of you who are back into the ITT, guys, welcome back in. The Innovators Think Tank. We are back on week number 3 of a 6-part series where we are helping you guys transform this SaaS idea to an impactful MVP and something that you can iterate on. And I just want to take a moment for those of you who are coming back. I see all familiar faces. We know what we do inside this think tank. We know that this is the place to collaborate with folks who have a different background, like the TSI. And these folks can help us unearth skills, insights, knowledge that can help us build and grow on what we're doing. And I love that's what the think tank stands for. And I love that's what we've been doing for the last 2 weeks. Now moving on to the 3rd week. I just want to set the stage on a couple things. Those of you who have gone to innovatorsthinktank.com, please make sure that you've connected your X account if you want to do so, or sign up. So that way you guys have the ability to sync your calendar, but as well get into that hub. And that hub is a great spot for everybody here to go and showcase what you're working on. Start talking with other innovators. I know we have, hundreds of people in that Discord, but I'm really excited for the growth of not only the website, but the launch of the app, which will be coming here soon. Shout out to Luke. I know a lot of us are on our phones. We're not on the website, but take this moment, connect your X account, go on over to the hub, and whatever project you're working on, go and showcase it, put it out in the community, and take this opportunity for folks to get to see what you're doing. You might find somebody to build with, as Dave pointed out that very first week. Maybe collaboration can be the new currency deeper and deeper in your project. Look, ITT number 49 is this weekend on Saturday at 2 p.m. as always, and we have a jam-packed agenda. It is going to be a freaking awesome weekend. So for those of you who have not yet set a reminder, I put it up in the Jumbotron. Get on over there, set a reminder. If you want to pitch your SaaS product that you're building, this is a great place to do it. You can apply on the website, but on Saturday, that's the time to come and pitch this product. It doesn't have to be complete. You could be looking for more people once you get to this MVP stage to start iterating on it, maybe building a business around it, having more folks involved in the kitchen, so to say. So take this opportunity, if you haven't explored some of the Innovators Think Tank while you're there, to look at some of these amazing things. One note that I want to have, everybody needs 2 things open. So we have our X space we're all talking in right here. And then one other link in the Jumbotron is the Innovators Think Tank agenda that has the live stream, the weekly objectives, all the resources that you need for today. So those are the 2 things you guys want open before we launch in here to class in a moment. I think we're starting off with some questions that anybody has. It sounds like there's a lot of questions on the table. Obviously, the first week we were getting our ideas in order. We were starting to set up our machines. Week two, we were getting deeper, signed up into Vercel, into Stripe, into GitHub. I know there's questions out there. So let's take this opportunity. Anybody who wants to grab the mic, come on up here. We'll get Ross, we'll get Alisher, we'll get the whole crew involved. And these are going to be, recap questions and talking about week number 2. I also think it's important for the Tech in Schools guys. We'd love to know where everybody should be as of the start of this class. And I think those are a good way to go ahead and segue into number 3 of 6 with building your SaaS from idea to impact here inside the Innovators Think Tank, brought to you and sponsored and led by the Tech in Schools Initiative. So I want to go ahead and pass the mic over to Ross, to Nick, to Alisher, to Sarah, and let's go ahead and get class going. I think, let's say it's in session as of right now.
Awesome. Yeah, I also think it's very important to see where we're at in terms of building out our project. So I think let's do a little review of both week 1 and 2. So week 1, for majority of the session, what we did is we set up our machines. We determined what kind of tech stack that we're going to use for our application. And in this case, tech stack refers to all the services and the type of code framework that we'll be using. So for us, we're using Next.js. That's the language with TypeScript. We're also using Supabase for our database and authentication and logging in. And we're using Vercel to launch this live. Now, what we installed in the first week were 3 very important applications. We installed Node.js so that we can run Node and Next.js code. We installed Visual Studio Code so we can edit our code. And we also installed GitHub Desktop on our computers so that we are able to sync our changes with our GitHub account. Now, in week 2, what we did is we started actually setting up our SaaS template. As most of you remember, we went onto GitHub, and what we found was a template straight from Vercel. So it's a first-party template that Vercel gives to everybody freely. It's open source, and you're more than welcome to start building on top of it. With this template, what we needed to set up was our Supabase so that our users can log in, and we also needed to set up Stripe so we can start processing payments. And as far as for week 3, we're going to continue a little bit with the Stripe setup, and we're also going to dive a little bit deeper into actually starting to build out our ideas of what we want our SaaS product to be, the actual function of that idea. So now what I think the best time is probably to open up the floor to any questions for week 1 and 2, because we have a very packed session today.
I love it. I love it. I see we have Smoke, we have Sharon, and then all the friendly faces here ready to build. Christelle, Cordell, Mr. E, Renan, back inside at Rutro. I look at everybody ready. Kathleen, Dave. Guys, any questions, anything that you need to get clarity, now is the time to come up for week 1 and week 2. Any questions at all? And if you're on the PC, put those emojis up, wave that hand. Even if you just want to come up and tell us where you're at, what you're thinking, how you're feeling, let's get the tone set for class number 3. We're going to be here a couple hours, and I think we're going to make a lot of headway today. So I see a couple more people grabbing the mic. Cordell, Sharon, Smoke. Any thoughts, guys? Feel free. Okay, Cordell, I see a hand. Welcome back in here, brother. Always good to have you in the think tank. Let me say that, Cordell. You bring special energy wherever you go, and I love it. What do you got for us, man? Any questions or any comments for the Tech in Schools?
What's going on, Josh? What's going on? What's going on? It's beautiful to be here. Hello, Sarah. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Cash. What's up, Atia? What's going on, people? What's up, Ross? I am super excited. I had a thought a minute ago that was like, oh my God, I get it. Well, so it was because I thought about Supabase is like literally a foundation, your like little foundational game board that you can set down. And then like you were thinking like, oh yeah, then you're a Stripe. It's like, oh, well, if you want people to pay to be a part of this thing that you're building that you have, like this is the next layer on top of that. So I started like thinking of all the sites and like, what is GitHub for? It's like the place where you get to store all these projects. And it's sort of like, so I'm finally starting to conceptualize all the pictures of all the websites, and it's which is really helpful for me. I don't know if other people are more visual in general. I'm very visual. I'm a choreographer too, so that's why it's all visuals. Like, oh yeah, what does that look like? So I don't know. I'm really excited that we're getting even more help in building, not only building, but like understanding what it is we're building to, like, you know what I mean? All that there's like so many new parts, and so it's like people can be talking um uh, e- French when you're like, I have never learned French in my life. I know like a few words, but like this is so I think it's really interesting, super cool, and it's really cool to process and find new ways to learn, and then like actually understand what it is that we're doing. So I think this, I hope that makes sense. So I'm just very grateful, excited, and I guess the question would be, um, w- what what questions were going through your head while you what questions are going through your head while you're building? I think ask them. Most people probably same things too.
Also, really quick, I want to highlight one quick thing you said. Though your rants are always amazing, and I love how you see the world because everyone sees the world differently. But what he just shared is super important. It's called the click. When the click happens in your head and you start to understand what you see and you see the repetition and you start to understand what you're doing, everything starts to click. So you guys should all strive to make it make sense because it does make sense. So you need to get yourself to the point where it makes sense and things click and you understand why we're using everything. So I just really quickly wanted to highlight that. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, even you, Cordell, this is a great time to ask them because we're about to move forward like a freight train, guys. So
One thing I want to say,
ask
it looks
now.
like we got a couple hands, but Dave, when I think about learning new things and then applying them to my project, I always think of, focus drivers and think about focus modes and what you're doing over there. And it's so interesting inside sessions like these, we're being challenged in real time to learn and then build. It's like builder standing, right? We're building while we understand or something like that. And I think that that is amazing. And guys, there's so much growth that happens in these sessions. Those moments of click and when it's all falling into place, I think has already happened over these hours. Dave, I see you coming on up. Would love to have you up. Sarah, and I'm so sorry I was stepping on toes in the first place. Feel free to unmute that mic. You're running the show. You're making it happen. I just was making sure we had the classroom all filled up before we got your amazing voice in here as well. You were sharing such gold, such gold. So don't let
Oh,
me hold
Pasha,
up what you're
that's
doing
okay.
here. Feel free
I
to feel
actually
free to
just
run it.
wanted to jump in. For those of you that are in the room, our friend Jonathan's grandma, she comes in and she's been here from day one. She has a migraine tonight. So if you guys can send up some healing vibes, she is going to be listening in on the recording. And I wanted her to know that we are with her and that I don't want her to stress. I don't want to give her a worse headache, that we will catch her up. And the fact that she would think to DM and say, hey, make sure you tell the guys, I'm so sorry that I can't be there tonight, means everything to me, because it means that she actually is connected, and she's connected to her family, her pocket family here, and she's connected to bettering herself and learning a new skill. And the fact that it's bothering her that she can't, just log off, is something very telling. Something is magical. Magical is really truly happening here. That there are folks that never believed in a million years that they could build something like this, and that they are going through the steps and they are tithing to themselves that time, that very important time, um, carving it out of their schedule and fighting for it tooth and nail to make sure that they can better themselves and improve their mind. It's the maker mindset. As an entrepreneur, you are always in a state of learning. You don't always know it all. You're always continuing that education and hunting and gathering for the information. And I just wanted to put it out there that yes, Jonathan's grandmother, we hear you, we see you, and we wish you well. May peace find you this evening. Mr. E has his hand up.
I don't have a question. I'll be super quick. I wanted to just say thank you. I had some problems last week. Ross was really great, with some DMs just to give some directions to poke around. I found 2 problems and was able to resolve those, get my SQL tables set up. But it was in Supabase. I could actually go in and see that, okay, I had the tables there, but there were empty, no products in my tables. So I could figure out where the hang up was. And that was through the work that the next day or afterwards that Alisher was doing. He was going back and forth with Bjorn. So I think it was Bjorn. I looked around, I don't see him here, and I didn't have his user ID. So if anybody wants to tag him, just because I know he's been steaming along with everyone. But Alisher, I just got to say, your guides and then the way you like walked through it and explained it and answered those questions, I was able to follow along on the recording, and I'm right back on track. So thanks, everyone. Hope we have an awesome session together. Appreciate it.
Mr. E, I'm so glad you're back in it, and really cool to hear that confirmation that getting the recording, getting the tools that Alisher and resources he's put out. That is amazing to hear. I'm so stoked. These guys are really good teachers, not only one-on-one, but in these big settings. Just a big shout out to Alisher, to Ross. I know you guys are running it, and Nick in the background, making sure everything's perfect. It's beautiful stuff. I don't see too many more hands. Please do put up emojis if you had anything. But Dave Meyer, do you have any advice for these folks? We're doing 3 hours of hardcore focus. It breaks every rule in the book, but we're learning new things while trying to apply them in some sense. But really, it is learning. Any like quick notes or advice for a tank full of people about to take this on?
Yeah. Look, we're not breaking rules. We're just kind of overworking our brains a little bit. Just be prepared for, tomorrow you may be a little bit more dull. And I do recommend every time you come to these to maybe take 20 or 30 minutes beforehand to just kind of let your brain recharge. It's okay sometimes, not every single day, but it's okay to go above and beyond the normal. What I would say is the fact that you have the Notion document with all of the step-by-step notes. Don't try to have everything perfected. You're going to retain some information by taking action, and then it clicks and you're like, yes, that's great. But also go back through those notes again, retry it. You can clone all of this stuff and do it a second time and a third time. And as somebody that not just, does focus, somebody that builds websites, it gets easier each time. So when I look at the notes, I'm like, okay, that's straightforward, but that's only through repetition. So like today is your first rep. And if you do it again during the week before the next session and you get better at that, you'll see where those small mistakes are and you start to build that little bit of muscle memory. So just don't be intimidated by it. It's okay. These guys are here to help you, and just reflect on it. And if you need to, like, take a break. If your brain is drained, it may not like highly focus for the next 3 hours. It's actually okay to step away for 5 minutes and come back, and you might, not be banging your head off a wall. What I would highly recommend to people is if we get to a point where it's quite technical, it's like DM Alisher, DM Ross. They're there to help. They'll jump on Google Meet and they'll guide you through that. But while you're waiting to get onto that Google Meet, boil the kettle or something. Take your mind off the problem, because you're not going to solve it by just constantly kind of running through the same thought and the same process. It can be really, especially with software development, it's typically, oh, there's a forward slash missing. There's, you put a capital into this, and you may not see that because you're lost in the weeds right now. So if you do, send a message to those guys, send a message. I'm more than happy if anyone wants to send me a message, but like, use it as a breather for your brain as well.
Dave, thank you so much for those notes. I know that you're, have studied this, you understand it, and you help distill it to other people in meaningful ways. I think that it applies right now at the beginning of class, in a very deep way. So thanks for sharing that, Dave. And if you guys haven't already,
Josh,
yeah.
maybe if this is helpful, maybe I'll try to think about something to do for Saturday's ITT that might help complement what we do today.
Oh, I love
for
it.
next week.
I love it. I love the chaining of value there, Dave. That sounds amazing. 100% in for that. So look, I know we're right at 5:30. Those of you who have been in for the last half hour, I know it can seem like we're kicking the can around, but don't forget to have that website open. You have the live stream, you have the spaces here. A lot of good things have been put out. Let's go ahead and Dave, I see you got a hand before I go to Nick and Alisher and Ross to start the session. Any thoughts real quick?
Yeah, just last thing, something that I've been talking about quite often this week, and I'm probably going to talk about it Saturday. What we're doing right now is we're crafting a sword, and all you're doing is banging a hammer really hard and shaping some metal. It's not going to be sharp. It's not going to be perfect. That's the intention of today. Just keep that in your mind. You're banging a hammer again and again, and it's not always going to be right. In future lessons, we'll start to sharpen that blade, but we're just getting a semblance of shape right now.
I love that note. I love it. Let's get forging away. If anybody's looking at the agenda, we're on number 3. finishing Stripe setup, configuring the customer portal. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Alisher, to Ross, and also to Sarah. Sarah, feel free, jump in whenever,
I
at
was
any
just
time.
gonna jump
Cash
in
Money and
right now.
Mattia, no problem. Cash Money and Mattia, they will be looking out for hands. They'll be scanning the audience for people who want to come up and talk and anything like that. So Sarah, feel free to
I
do
just
whatever.
wanted to say thank you to Mr. E. Bjorn Free has been found. He's been summoned, and he didn't realize that there was class. So thank you for thinking of others and making sure that no one's left behind. That is something that is very special about this group. And kudos, because a lot of folks can believe that social media and especially social audio doesn't care about folks. We'll hunt you down. We'll stalk you down like an ex-girlfriend in middle school or something. I don't know. Make sure each and every one of you have your notebooks out, as stated before earlier, and your laptops open. There are going to be things that are going to fly over your head. Just take really concise notes. And what Dave alluded to, you are creating muscle memory. For any of you that have practiced martial arts, for instance, you go over and over and over those forms and perfecting each time. Your muscles learn by doing, right? So that's what you're doing this evening. You're hacking your own education and learning by doing. It is those repetitions, those repetitious kinds of actions, simple things like install or run, space and then dev. You'll start dreaming of these things and they'll just be mind worms in the middle of the night. It's your head actually decompressing and downloading that information into a stored memory as opposed to a fleeting thought, right? And as you get older like me, fleeting thoughts, you have to capture those bad boys and make sure that they are properly attached in ink to the pieces of paper, preferably in a notebook where they can't be scattered later on. I also wanted to welcome our 6 other listeners, maybe 7. Whether you are bots, just know that we treat our AI kindly. For those that are listening in the back end, you're welcome also. And so I just wanted to make sure that you're acknowledged and that you know that you have a place at the table as well. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, even if you're listening anonymously, you can put questions in the purple bubble as well. So go on to greatness this evening. Nick, Alisher, it's time to go.
Yeah, and I just have to agree. It really is about repetition, a lot of it. I think the first week, what we did is we launched a website that didn't really have any EMVs. It was just a basic, your typical static web page that you could have edited into anything you wanted to. I think for the most part, most of us just changed the title. And week 2, we did the same thing. We launched a website that was a SaaS template using all the same techniques, by first getting it synced up with our local project and then running those 2 commands, npm install and npm run dev to run it locally. And then we again repeated it to set it up in Vercel and have it live. Except that time around, we added some services that connect to our app, such as Supabase and Stripe. And so this week, we're going to be doing something very similar. We're going to be finding an app. We're going to be, we're going to be setting up the app locally. Then we're going to be adding in the ENVs into the app, except this time we're going to keep going into the next week and the following week and actually taking a lot of the code from that app and adding it to our SaaS template. This week, we're also going to kind of continue from last week and finish up the Stripe setup as well. And if anybody has anything to add before we move on and start getting
Real
into
quick,
finishing up
we're
our
still
Stripe.
in practice mode for Stripe, correct? Some people may have been approved, but we want to make sure that we're still in practice mode so that we're not fracking anything up with Stripe. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. We're still in test mode for Stripe. We're going to stay in test mode up until the end. And then after that, we'll show you guys how to move everything into live mode and change your webhook and everything you'll need to make it work live.
Excellent, Smithers. I see that Born Free has arrived. Just know that Mr. E was not going to leave you behind. Your hand is raised. What do you want to tell the people?
So thank you everybody for worried about me. Honestly, I was nose deep in my screen. And if I could share some wild news with you guys, initially I came to the table with a piece of real estate software I had built that the customer I thought had quit paying me. Come to find out, the main person that I was working for that I didn't have much contact with was actually paying me, but their CEO was scraping the payments. Long story short, me and him got together today, and between the real estate software I've built, he looked at the portfolio site that Ross and Alisher helped me with a couple weeks ago. I demonstrated some other abilities today. He's hired me for 2 other projects. One of them is getting AI to look at blueprints and help do takeoffs and estimates, like how much sheetrock goes on this floor of a hotel, blah, blah, blah. And then the next project is he's got a roof software that we would like to use Google Images and set some vectors on the roof and try to come up with a roof score. So either way, praise to everybody in this room because I now understand what Next.js is, Tailwind, the frameworks they are, headers, bodies, references, directories. I mean, I've probably got 250 hours in it in the last 2 weeks, and it's due to everybody in this room. And that's literally the only reason I wasn't in the space is I was so busy coding and working with AI Tutor, I just didn't realize. So again, thank you, and thank you all the way around.
Let's go. I was gonna say the same thing. Let's go, Ross, Nick, and Alisher. You guys should feel like you feel a glow in your soul. I feel that. Bjorn, let's go. I hope you continue to use this knowledge to grow and help people and add value and satisfy your livelihood. Keep rocking on, my friend. Sharon, I see you got a hand up. Any questions or thoughts? And then, Nick and Alisher and Sarah, you guys have free open reign. Don't you dare raise a hand. It's all you. It's all you. Sarah, Sharon, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm happy to be here again. I just wanted to ask regarding Stripe. I think you have to verify your account in order to go live. I didn't do that yet. Do I have to do that?
You don't have to, but eventually you're going to need to. So you can start the process because
Okay.
it does take a week to 2 weeks.
Okay, so shall I do activate account now and it takes a couple?
Yeah, I would just let it go and then we'll operate in test mode until you get approved.
Thanks so much, Ross. Thank you.
All right, Ross, Alisher, Sarah, let's blast off. Week 3, let's make it happen. Alisher, mic is yours.
Before we go do anything, I just really have to highlight what Bjorn just said. It's so cool, but we are glowing. But what's crazy is it's not the first time I've been glowing. This is something this happens all the time, and we're so excited that you took this seriously because if you do, you can change your whole entire life. Because understanding how everything is built is the building blocks of how everything around you is built. So the thing you're learning is what's going on around you. So if you watch Netflix, they're on Next.js, on Vercel. And so you're just getting started. Literally, the sky's the limit, dude. Keep putting the hours in. You're going to get so smart. It's going to be so crazy. And if you take what I'm giving you today and you run with it, it's going to be crazy because I got some banger GitHub repos for you guys that if you don't have one already, this is incredible one.
I have to jump in. I'm sorry, everybody. What's up, everybody? Y'all are doing freaking awesome. But anyway, Ross, on everything that you have been teaching so far, I have literally been 6 months ahead. I've done, all the Visual Studio stuff, looking at it, trying to program it, and I didn't have that gift of GitHub and linking everything together. I am so freaking amazed on how this crap works now. I'm just before it was Chinese to me. Now I'm just I'm blown away. I'm ready to go live now. My Stripe is ready. I need to get in business right away. I am desperate. Let's go.
Yeah, learning is so crazy, education, especially with this stuff. If you start to pick it up and things start to click and you understand why things are connected, you can honestly start building really, really very powerful, but also impactful software applications that can honestly both change people's lives and then change the world. And literally, it could scale. Go to stupidbase.com, read what it says when you get there.
Yeah,
build in a week and scale to millions.
yeah. Well, look, my GitHub repository went from like 2 or 3 things that I put on there myself to like I've got it blown up.
Also the live stream, I disrupted it. It's back up now because I had to like fix the setting or else it would be kind of low res. So I urge everyone to be on live stream today. If you are just listening, don't do that today. Make today the day you're on live stream because it's gonna get so crazy that you're gonna want to see the things that are being spoken about. And there's like 50 people in here, which is awesome or something like that. But there's not 50 live streamers. And it's really important. Like this is not about like being an influencer. Like for me, like you need to get on this stream now because it's gonna be hard for you to follow. This is all gonna be new. Like every part of today is gonna be brand new. So I urge you to be on the live stream.
And again, if you're wondering how do I get to the live stream, go to the Jumbotron, swipe over to the far right. There's only 2 things up there, and there's a link that'll take you right to that page. Feel free to put, any comments in the chat that is on that page. The resources are at the bottom. Our agenda is flowing along, but be sure that you're on that website. The live stream is ported to you guys there from Twitch with all of the resources. Let's do it. Mr. E, you got a hand. Sarah, I'm going to hand it on over to you to kind of call on folks as necessary. And then Cash Money Mattia will make sure that the stage stays full and we can recycle speakers as needed. But Sarah, I'll give you the mic and then let you call on anybody you see fit, okay?
Well, Mr. E, go right ahead. Answer
Yes.
or ask your question right ahead, and then we'll go ahead.
Super fast comment. First of all, Bjorn, glad you could be here. You didn't hear me say thank you for your great questions on the after party help the next day or whatever it was with Alisher. You asking those detailed questions go through it got me unstuck. And for Alisher and Ross, I think one of the things that finally unclogged the plumbing at the end for me was I actually had set up Stripe a couple of years ago, but then didn't use that platform. And I think I was using old keys. And right at the end, when I finally rotated my my keys, that might have been the final thing to get it working. So most people are just getting going with it. If there's the off chance you're using an account that's older or just for future reference, I just mentioned that. So there's always the rotate your keys and keep it fresh. Going through the Stripe guide is what made me realize that might be a thing, and I think that finally did it. So I'm going to step back down and follow along. Thanks, Sarah, and everybody else. Awesome.
That's your cue, Alisher. Fire away.
All right. So, what we're gonna do is today we're gonna start with finishing our Stripe setup. So last week we set up the part where people are actually able to go in. They're able to select a subscription, select a tier, and they're able to check out. What we haven't set up yet is the ability for people to manage their accounts, to change subscriptions, to upgrade, downgrade, cancel, and everything else a person will need to sort of manage their subscription. Now, just so you guys remember from last week, the way this template works is essentially whenever you add a product, what you have is 2 options there. You would need to create first price for monthly and then second price for yearly. And each product in your Stripe account should correspond to each tier of subscription, right? Because each tier will have 2 prices, yearly and monthly. And that should automatically, since we have set up our webhook, we have set up our code to listen to different events from Stripe, it should automatically update on our website. Now, most of our websites will probably have 1 subscription, maybe 2 subscription tiers, but you could always set up the tiers later. We have the framework set up where it will work automatically. Now we want to make sure that whatever our customer sees should work automatically as well. Now, for this, I have a question for Ross. Should I stream this, Ross? Should I start a stream for this part?
Yes.
Yeah. So you take over,
Okay.
and then I stop, and then I can go back.
Okay.
So guys, if you're here on Twitch, on the website, if it's gonna stop, just refresh the website. It's gonna be right back. We're just switching location of stream. So hang tight, and the stream is going down, and you got it. You can stream now, and then I'll take over again.
Okay, let me refresh.
So guys, if you're on the website watching the stream, it's gonna end. Just wait 1 second,
Yeah,
and
you
it'll
get the
turn right
delay,
back on.
and then it should come back on, and you guys should see a Stripe screen. So for now, where we're all starting is going to be our Stripe account. So you guys all want to go to dashboard.stripe.com. And we'll give about a minute to let this Stripe stream from my computer kick in. And what you guys are going to see is I will be in test mode. Now we know it's test mode because on top we have this big orange bar that says test mode. If you have not activated your account, this is where you'll be able to activate it. There's a button right here, activate account. But for now, we'll stay in test mode because we don't want to accidentally have a live charge that doesn't potentially even pertain to any of the tiers that we're setting up. Okay, so in here, this is where we're starting. And give me a thumbs up if you're logged into your Stripe and you're ready to move on. We're gonna go set up what's called Customer Portal. And this pretty much makes setting up any of the pages you need for subscriptions, canceling, moving tiers. They'll have these pages automatically set up. All we need to do is activate it and input some settings that will reflect our brand, reflect our platform, and the SaaS product that we're building.
Also, quick thing, everyone can see the stream, right? Because I see the stream, and it's Alisher's screen. So if you can't see the stream, let us know, but it's good.
If you can't see the stream because I have this on a different computer here next to me, what you want to do is maybe refresh the page, and then it'll pop up.
And for folks that are curious, make sure you're looking at the very top of your screen. There should be a rust colored kind of banner looking thing. That tells you that you are indeed in test mode. That's very important. So if you're trying to figure out whether or not you are, it has that kind of, it looks like a burnt orange or a Texas Hold'em kind of looking color for those that are looking for it. But just make sure that you're in test mode.
All right,
Go ahead,
so
Alisher.
here, where we're gonna go is we're gonna look for Customer Portal. There's a search bar on top, and most of the time, Stripe has a lot of different sections. They have a lot of products that go into their library, but for us right now, we only really care about a few. We only care about product catalog, where we make our tiers, and Customer Portal, where we're gonna set up all of this account management settings. So it's going to be right here, settings, billing, customer portal. I'll leave this up so you guys can find it, but you can just start typing customer and it'll start popping in the results. Now, I know Dave earlier asked me a few questions that I think are pretty important questions somebody else might have. So here, what you'll be able to do is when somebody subscribes, there's an account page in our SaaS template. I have it open. I'm going to bring it in so you guys can see that as well while we're navigating to Customer Portal. Okay. And this account page has an ability to manage the account in Stripe Customer Portal. So it's right here, Open Customer Portal. And when you click that, that will redirect you to a page in your Stripe. And here I already have it set up for today's store. We'll go through the setup again. But in here, if any of you guys have AI Tutor, if you have Pixio, and you've ever switched plans or you went on and canceled to re-sign up for any reason, you would have ended up on this page, right? This is the Stripe Customer Portal. And in here, as a customer, you're able to see, what card you paid with. You're able to actually edit this payment method. You're able to update any of your information. You're able to see the invoices that are generated every month. And of course, you're able to update the plan. You're able to change from monthly to yearly and between different subscription tiers. So that's what Customer Portal allows us to do. And of course, cancel as well. And then we can go back. And I haven't set this up yet, but the idea is that it would redirect us back to our page. Let's see. Awesome. So we're going to navigate to our Customer Portal. And let me deactivate this link. And for most of us, this page will look something like this. So we have our settings here on the left. We have different previews we can choose here on the right. So you can see what the page to update the plan looks like. You can see what the portal homepage looks like. As you guys can see here on the right, looks very similar to what we have already seen earlier. So in here, in our customer portal, you want to click on this button that says Activate Test Link. Now, I was going to say Activate Test Link because we're in test mode. But besides using the test payment credentials, this is almost as good as live. So when you click Activate Test Link, you'll be given this link. So you're able to give this link to other people, but it's not recommended because this is not linked to Supabase. So instead, you want people to go in from your website into their account in Stripe. So as soon as you click Activate Test Link, it's going to start working, but we need to set up a few settings. So give me a thumbs up if you are in Customer Portal and you clicked Activate Test Link, so we can go through some of these settings one by one and see what each one is responsible for. So nice. I'm getting a few thumbs up. I'll give you guys a minute to set this up, but essentially this is how most products that use Stripe will manage any sort of billing, any sort of updating, canceling, and switching tiers. And overall, this provides a pretty good customer experience. We've had several customers in our AI Tutor and Pixio platform, easily switch between tiers, whether they want to upgrade or downgrade. They don't use some of the features anymore. And does anybody have questions while we're waiting for a few more people to get here and activate the test portal?
So even though we've activated the link, Alisher, we can still go through these settings underneath and they'll still change to that link. We don't have to deactivate and reactivate the link after doing these settings.
Yeah, you don't have to deactivate and reactivate. There's a Save Changes button in the top right that after we change some of the settings, you'll be able to click and they'll update it. Yeah, these are some of the beauties of connecting different APIs and different cloud services rather than building something, from scratch using code. You don't have to rebuild it. It will most likely connect as soon as you save the changes, in that services interface. Okay, so once you activate your test portal, we're going to take a look at the first setting, invoices. Do you want invoice history and for your customers to be able to download and see invoices or not? And that will correspond. Let's go to my customer portal example. That will correspond to this section right here, invoice history. So that's our first setting. And for most of these settings, yeah, you want to give customer as much information and control as possible. The more information they have about their subscription, the less questions they'll potentially have for you. So the next setting is the customer information. what information is the customer allowed to edit? Are they allowed to edit their information at all? So for us, this is a setting that we could mess around with a little bit, but in some templates, you might notice that customer information is also linked to maybe some of the things in the database, and you might not want to allow customers to edit their information just because it would create, it would desync with the database. You know, the information that's in Stripe would be different from the information that's in the database. But for us, since our template pretty much takes all the information from Stripe, we can easily allow them to edit any of these settings. Now for us, there is no shipping address, of course, because we're creating a digital product. And there is no tax ID because we're not really using this field for anything. We're just charging subscriptions. So really the only things we care about are name and anything pertaining to either their account, which is email address, or their payment method, which is their billing address. So customer information, are the customers allowed to edit their information? And so you guys are able to see what that refers to in the portal. That's right here, billing information. And when I click update information, I'm able to pretty much change most of these fields. Okay, now the next field in here is payment methods. So important one, right from the start, the default payment method enabled is credit card and debit card. Now, I think also Apple Pay is enabled. I'm not able to see it, but when I go to check what payments are enabled, it is there. Looks like Link is enabled and Cash App is also enabled by default here. But if you click Manage in Payment Methods, you'll be able to see all the different methods that are available to you, depending on what country you're in, or depending on what you yourself want to accept. So for us, we can start scrolling down. So we see that card is active. That's probably the most important one. That's going to be majority of the customers. We see Apple Pay is active. Cash App is also active. And I did not enable Google Pay. So if I want to use that, I can turn that on. And there's a bunch of other payment methods that are used by different countries. And then you have some of these sort of say layaway payment methods like Affirm and Klarna. So just keep in mind, depending on what country you will be in and depending on what you yourself want to accept, these will be different for you. You can activate them. Some of them might require you to go through a process to activate them, but the one payment method you will always have enabled is cards. So credit cards and debit cards. Okay, back to our customer portal. Sharon, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are there any other payment possibilities that you could add? Let's say someone wants to pay with crypto or so. I have a Stripe account, for example. Is that possible?
Yeah, I will interject here. So once we're done and this whole thing works, you can head over to Stripe, queue up their support, have them turn on crypto payments for you. They could do it.
Thanks.
And then you have to just, yeah, it'll work. You just got to do that at the end and you must be activated and you can head over to support. They have real-time support. So it could be 2 in the afternoon or 2 in the morning and you can get help for
Thank
sure.
you.
And they do accept crypto. It's a new thing though. So it's not enabled right off the bat. And you're so very, very welcome.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, I think we've spoken to Stripe support several times, whether it was a, cancel payment, because we're also very new to this building a SaaS and creating a subscription product. Does anybody else have any questions before we move on to the next option that we can add in customer portal?
I have a really quick question, and it's actually not to do with this, but do you have the Notion notes for today's lesson on the site? I'm seeing the second. Um, I'm seeing the second session, but I'm not seeing today's session. And the only reason I ask is that we do have some UK friends that actually need to go to sleep, and they wanted to make sure that they had the Notion notes before they log off.
Yep, I will add it in. It is not on the agenda, but I'll add it in right now.
I love you. I love you. Kit Kat, Katie, that's for you.
Will anybody else have any questions while I edit the agenda? Oops.
For folks that are listening in, we understand that there's no perfect time zone, and never feel bad for chiming in and saying, look, I have no bandwidth left and I've got to sleep. It's perfectly okay. We do have a rehashing session in the morning where we go over it again, and it's distilled down. So it's not a 5-hour session. You can kind of plunk your way through it. And the Notion notes that are built around these lessons are really, really awesome, and they're just awesome to have to toggle your memory, etc. I actually printed mine out, and I have them in a notebook that's very specific for these kinds of lessons. Anytime I have a lesson with my AI tutor, whether it's the ones that we're going through now or our one-on-one session when you have your onboarding call, as you're learning each of the tools, let's say in my AI tutor or in Pixio, you want to jog your memory and understand what these things do. It's just like what Cordell had mentioned before, that magic moment where everything clicks, because now you see the way that everything is connected and how it flows. And I know sometimes that doesn't really come across at the first go, but you're going to see this many times over. And once you've done this, the pricing, the billing, and understanding how all of these things work with Stripe, that integration is going to be so much easier, because here on X, that's the only payment that they're accepting. So if you intend on, being an influencer, making money here on this app specifically, these are things that you're going to have to know whether you build out SaaSes or not. You have to understand how people can pay you and how you can make sure to modify those subscription and tier models. So I just wanted to put that out there. Never feel guilty about, taking time to recuperate and rest, and make sure that you're in your best fighting shape, because we all have to do it. And, we're not supermen and women. We try to be, but, there it is. Go ahead, Alisher.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I did add it to the bottom of the agenda just now, and I want us all to use this agenda as sort of like a one-stop shop for everything we need for the week, right? For today's lesson, and for you guys to review, so you're able to go back and either watch the recording, go to the link, go to the link X space, listen to the space, and also be able to go to any links that you will need, any guides. Okay, so and yeah, guys, feel free to raise your hand. I am on the phone, so I do see hands when they are raised, and yeah, feel free to interrupt me. We don't have a lot of things left to set up in Stripe, so I'm gonna continue, and yeah, just feel free to interrupt me anytime. I am paying attention to my phone, and if Sarah, you or Ross, you guys see questions, just feel free to call them out. Okay, so we enabled our payment methods. Yes, you could enable crypto. You just have to activate and contact Stripe. They have amazing support. They're all about starting a business, create and supporting small businesses. That's kind of what their platform is built on, is allowing to do that with ease for anybody who wants to start charging for their product. So after payment methods, we have an option here called cancellations. And this will allow the customer to cancel their plan. And of course, you want to do this because you are charging a subscription, and this person will be charged every month the same amount. So they should have the right and the option to cancel the plan. Now, here, some of these are completely up to you. So, do you want it to cancel immediately? And I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Do you want it to cancel immediately, which means their access to the platform will disappear as soon as as soon as Stripe processes the cancellation? Or do you want it to be canceled right before the next billing period, right when their subscription for that month is done? So that's up to you guys, depending on what you want to set up. Most places like Netflix or any subscription platforms, you typically cancel. And then if you cancel immediately, then you might want to also offer an immediate refund. If you want to collect the reason as to why the person canceled, maybe there's some sort of an interesting feedback there that they have for you. You can definitely enable this. I know we definitely read the feedback of anybody who cancels a subscription to, whether try to retain that customer by retention coupons. This is not going to work for us. I think this is for a paid Stripe subscription. So whenever you guys activate and for their premium and to be able to use some of the premium packages, you guys can do that, but it's not necessary because there's other ways to offer coupon codes to customers. So right now, what we're doing is we're in cancellations here in Customer Portal, and we're setting up how the cancellation process will look like for somebody who wants to click cancel plan in the portal. Now, I just have it set up fairly basic, what any other subscription platform would do, which is cancel at the end of the billing period. And of course, you as the business, you get that $10 or whatever the subscription is from the customer instead of having to refund them. Do we have any questions about how the cancellations will work here in a Stripe Customer Portal? And of course, you as somebody who has access to the Stripe portal, you're able to help your customers out by whenever they call you for a support call, and you from the admin panel here in Stripe are able to also manually do it, cancel the subscription, and it will be reflected in your platform whenever they lose access or whether you update their plan and whenever their access gets an upgrade to see all the pages that are included in the other tiers.
Quickly jumping in, Alisher, one of the things that you should marinate on, just in general, once you learn how to do this, having this kind of template helps, right? Keeping track of each of your products that you're going to have is really important too. And, give your future self a gift of a lifetime by keeping track of all of these things, right? So, because Stripe is going to be used for many, many different things. Having a set aside folder for, whether it's an Excel spreadsheet, whatever it is, right? Something other than just your Stripe, right? Something that has a big overview of all of the little side hustles that you have. Your future self will love you for this, right? Because there's certain things like, you know, you have expiration dates of certain offerings and things like that, and I know that there are other people in this room that are far more gifted when it comes to this sort of stuff, but I'm married to an accountant and I drive him nuts. He earns his keep around here by me not doing what I'm supposed to. So just think of your future self and think of all of those mundane little lists and, you know, password books and all of these things. Set them all out because I guarantee you're going to sift through these back later and you're not going to understand why you're doing one thing for another thing. And, but I do see that Dave has his hands up and I'm sure that he's going to fill you in because he is the
So I
organizational
would say
person.
before we go to Dave, one thing I do want to remind you guys for this specific project that we're creating right now, the SaaS template, you should probably not have anything else besides the SaaS, the SaaS product tiers that you will be charging because this template, once you start updating the prices to all your other products that are not related to this template, will also start pulling in those products. So what we set up
that's
in week 2 is we actually set up a new account. I have it right here, this box. As you guys can see in my box, I'm just waiting for the live stream to catch up because this is very important. You only want to have in this Stripe account the 3, 4, however many tiers your SaaS product will have. Right. So awesome. In the live stream right now, if you guys look at this box that I have in my top left of the screen, you guys can see I have my TSI store, right? That is the store that we use to manage our AI Tutor and Pixio subscriptions. And you're not really going to find anything else in there that's not related to AI Tutor or Pixio. And that's very important because for this specific template, you don't want to accidentally start pulling in products that have nothing to do with it. I have my own developer account where, I'll put whatever. You're going to find hundreds of products in there because, I'm in the middle of a development of a platform that has to generate a lot of products. And then I have Wednesday right here, specifically for this class where I only have the 2 products that we set up. If we go back, it only has the 2 tiers that we have set up. So I have, let's see. So I have my test subscription and test 2. Right, we're playing around with setting these up. These are the only 2 tiers that I have in this account. So that's very important is that's one way for you to better organize yourself, but also not accidentally have random products pop into your SaaS platform. And
Alice,
go ahead, Dave.
No, this is Sarah. Can you explain why or how you would pull in other data just for folks that may not be familiar at all? Because I never really thought of that until you just said it. And I thought, ooh, that's definitely something we should asterisk and put somewhere.
Okay.
Because
yeah.
if we do, what happens if we do pull in? What does it just, I mean, I can imagine it causes a huge, big
We'll
problem.
show you an example.
Thank
So
you.
I'm right here in my Stripe. I go to product catalog. Let's say I continue using this Stripe account after I set up my SaaS product for something else. Whenever I click add product and I create a product in here, let's call this unrelated. Right? This product is in no way related to what I'm doing. And let's say this is also a monthly product that costs $10. Again, this is not related to my SaaS platform. As soon as I click add product, and I go to my platform and I refresh the page, I will see that unrelated product. So I'll wait for the live stream to catch up so everybody can see. Because we're not entering these manually using code into our website, into our template, these are pulled in live from Stripe.
Alice, sure. I think it's important that people know that you can set up more than one Stripe account. You're not setting up a Stripe account for your business and that's it. You're just setting up a Stripe account for this web app, and then you can set up another Stripe account for the next web app.
I would say another way to think of it is a store.
One Stripe account for one business. Yeah, exactly, a store. Yeah, instead of a business.
Yeah, that's. I think thinking of it as a store is a good way to think about it because let's say, okay, this is our SaaS store, right? This is our SaaS product. You could have a store that's completely separate from this that just has, singular quantity-based items, not subscription-based items, that could be a whole different Stripe account. But yeah, Dave is absolutely right. You are not signing up for a new account. Instead, what you're doing is here in the top left, you have an option to click the plus on a new account. And by the way, if you have people on your team, you're able to share these. So me, Ross, and Nick, we all share this Stripe account. We're all able to go into it and see all the information. But yeah, it's not a new account in terms of you having to sign up again, putting in your email and all that. It's under the same email, except you're almost like creating a separate store. Cordell, I see your hand up.
Yeah, question. So, as we're looking at the store, because I just did the same thing to mine, on my Stripe, and I noticed that I still have like my Buy Me a Coffee or my X, or a lot of that's also inside of. Like when I pull that up, do I need to make a new? It says new account. Do I need to make a new account for it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I need to make a completely new account.
You will need to make a new account. You will need to make a new webhook. You will need to connect the APIs again because it will give you new API keys, and you will need to create a subscription product again.
Oh, I get it. This is because I've had this Stripe for a bit, and it has all these other things on it. Okay, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, for testing purposes, you don't have to, but when you go live, before you go live, you would want to do that to keep everything properly separated, and so that you don't get any unrelated subscriptions in there. Because if, let's say, you have products and you already had monthly products, as soon as you edit the price, it will start coming into your platform. You don't even have to create a new product. You can edit the price of an old product and it will come in and you'll start seeing it.
Well, you're also future-proofing this as well. Like if you set up a web app today and it turns out to be doing phenomenally well, and then you sell the business, you give them the Stripe account as well. It's just one Stripe account for that web app. You're not giving everything across there as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and it also makes it a lot easier to keep track of the monthly recurring revenue. So it's
Yeah, and payouts can go to different bank accounts and stuff like that as well.
that as well. Yeah.
What Dave
And
said is so important too. Oh, I'm sorry, Alicia. Go finish your sentence.
I was gonna say, if let's say you do set up like a company or an LLC or something, you could have it could be verified under a completely different name, completely different business entity than the other Stripe account.
Well, even as a developer, I mean, I'm not one. I don't play one on TV, but if you are basically gaining skills this evening in order to, let's say, sell those skills later on, right? Having separate Stripe accounts, I started thinking about that. I do have separate Stripe accounts, but I never really thought of it in that perspective. But keeping very good records is always a key piece of the puzzle. And when you start a project like this, making sure you have all of the assets, not just the Stripe account keys to your kingdom, but the domain names and everything, making sure that they're one package. I think I never really thought of that until Dave just said it. And I think it's really important, maybe something for your notes, that when you're planning these whole entire projects, to make sure from tip to toe that you've covered all your bases. And when you decide to exit and start, sell it off, that you have it as a complete package like that, that is separate from your own personal stuff, I suppose. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I like what you said. It's kind of like, yeah, take my business in a box and there's everything you need. But also what I said on the first session we done on this, with the potential to collaborate with other people, also having that segmented. Should you decide to bring somebody in, then you give them access to this Stripe account and then they get to see all of the sales, and it's very, very transparent. But also you're not showing them everything else for all of the other collaborations or all of the other individual projects you have as well. So I think it's kind of like, just think about it like I'm building a business in a box, and one Stripe account is going in there as well inside that box. But I have a separate business in a different box and I have another Stripe account.
So smart. So smart. Um, on many different levels, that's so smart. And especially for those of you that after you come to all six sessions and now you have something to actually sell, right? You're going to pitch it in Josh's space and you're going to have that all encompassing, wonderful little package with a bow in it. And it's really important to be able to
The power in your digital seed.
All right, folks, we're going to be starting at 5:05 on the dot. That's about 2 minutes away from me, maybe a little bit less. Again, like and retweet the room. We'll have a nice intro, and we're going to launch off this amazing event here in a moment. Like I said, great to see the amazing familiar faces that are in the crowd. guys, I'm so stoked of what we're going to launch into here in a couple minutes. Again, at 5:05, we're going to do it.
Hey Josh, I'm just gonna do a quick test, okay? Give me 1 second. I just need to hear if I hear myself.
All right, it is 5:05. And as promised, I think that we go ahead and launch off this event. Folks, welcome back into the Innovators Think Tank. We are now going on our second course in a series, Building Our Idea to Impact. And I'm so stoked about what we have in store for you guys, not only today, but the next 6 weeks. I just want to start off by saying, guys, the Innovators Think Tank, this is a place for any of you, anybody working on a project, a business, an idea, to come and collaborate with folks who have a different background, different expertise, different talents, different perspective. We have seen over 300 hours of doing this event, over a number of build courses, over 1 full year of hosting this space. There's no doubt that collaboration is the new currency. That when we work with folks who have a different background than us, we're actually able to unearth insights that can allow us to craft impact in our life, in our business, in our families that's even more meaningful. So guys, I appreciate you for joining me here to kick off Build a WordPress Site from Idea to Impact week number 1. Look, I just want to say that here inside the Innovators Think Tank, and in a very real way, the definition of innovation is the transformation of ideas to impact. So what we do every Saturday is we help everybody in this community learn pillars, core skills of what it means to transform your ideas to impact: leadership, communication, business management, and so much more. So folks, up in the nest, we will here in a little bit have a link to ITT number 54. That is this Saturday. Don't forget to show up, learn those pillars of innovation, sign up for 60-second pitches, and dig your heels into this community. Look, we are kicking off something that is beyond words today, and we're going to try to put it in 2 words. But first off, I want to say anybody who came from the first build series and trusted Sarah and our team and Nick Alisher and Ross at the TSI to be good stewards of your attention, of your time, I wanted to thank you guys, because without you guys having been in that first course, there would be no second course. And I'm so excited about what direction we're headed with this. The Tech in Schools initiative, without a doubt, has been just such a core part of what it means to transform ideas to impact here inside this community. So I wanted to thank them. We have some key sponsors and partners that work with the Tech in Schools initiative that I think deserve a shout out before we get into this. So first off, I want to just thank you so much out to DigitalOcean for making all of this possible with the Tech in Schools. I know you have been partners with them since 2021 as a simple and reliable cloud hosting service. This is going to do wonders for our community. So I greatly thank you to DigitalOcean for what you've supplied. It means the world to us. cPanel. Now this is an incredible a piece of software and service for you innovators. This is a control panel. It's your dashboard, right, for managing the elements of your website. Everybody's going to get a cPanel here today. So thank you to cPanel. I don't know if we could do this event also without TSI, DigitalOcean, and you guys. Divi Theme is another company that is making this possible. If you want to talk about like a complete design framework from your site, from the ground up, custom, Divi Theme is going to be there to support us as we build out the custom elements of our site. Immunify 365 is another partner of this. Like you're talking comprehensive security suite for your site as well. So nobody's going to be left at risk of being hacked and information stolen. We have that locked down, and big shout out to Immunify 360 for making that happen. And the last partner here would be WordPress. Everybody knows WordPress, right? The content management system. This is where we host and where we build. So with these partners, and last but not least, the Tech in Schools initiative, who is an amazing partner of the ITT, their team is leading the charge here, making this happen. calling the shots. And I just wanted to shout each and every one of the partners who are making this build space possible. It would be nothing without you guys. Let's continue with transforming our ideas to impact. We are at week 1. We are setting up. We might have some of our ideas, but let's go ahead and get some of the amazing people who are going to be leading us through this 6-week course up inside the mix. Let's do this. Ross, do you want to come on in and share with everybody, for the sake of the recording, for the sake of what we're doing here, who you are, what we have going these next 6 weeks in a very rough way? And then I say we get Sarah in here as well to kick off the event. And I am stoked to be doing this. Well done to your team. I will say that even before we go into this event, I wanted to do these intros. We can talk about what resources are needed, and those are up in the nest. But I think for now, Ross, I want to give you the mic. Give us a little intro. Tell us what we're doing here over the next 6 weeks, and let's do it, sir. Thank you.
Hey, how is everyone? I am so happy we're doing this. This is gonna be so fun, guys. So we are actually streaming across a few social networks. So hopefully we get some new Twitter people in here for the first time. And what we're gonna build is really fun. It's gonna be really easy. It's not gonna be crazy hard. What's gonna be crazy is coming up with content and making sure you're sending the right message and your colors are correct. But the coding part, we're going to help you with all our tools and resources. So hopefully, if you're on the live stream or you're not on the live stream, and I do agree we should intro everyone, Josh. I just want to make sure one quick thing. If you're on Twitter, there's a live stream. If you click it, it will show it to you, but with no audio. If you're on desktop and you go to Josh Hellman's website, Innovators Think Tank, you should be able to see the whole thing with audio. You could just mute it. The purpose of this is after this is over, you have a complete full video and audio in 1080p of everything that happened. And let's say you're not in Twitter and you want to be in the Innovators Think Tank Build a WordPress site for My Idea to Impact. This is going to be the first time ever that you can go to the website and actually participate in this event, and we will even see your comments. We will see comments across every social network. So I hope you guys really enjoy this, and I look forward to all the introductions. I love hearing about all the cool people that make this happen. But we worked really hard to put this together, and I think you guys are going to have so much fun. It's going to be so insane.
Ross, I absolutely love it, and I will double down on that. Like going from the first Idea to Impact series, or you could say course, to this one, folks, we've leveled it up a lot. Go to the link in the nest at the very top and swipe to the far right. There's only 3 things in there right now. Right, so go to the very far right. You'll see all resources and live stream link with a couple arrows pointed downwards. Folks, that'll take you right to the Innovators Think Tank website, where we have the video up, all of the resources you need, the agenda. And like Ross said, if you're not on X with us right now, you guys can head on over to the Innovators Think Tank website and use the comment box, in which our team and Ross's team will be able to see your comments, and we're happy to reply in live real-time audio from here. If you guys want to come over to X, click on the link in the upper right-hand corner of the Innovators Think Tank website. You'll be taken to the X space. Request the mic and feel free to come up and grab it at any point. As Ross mentioned, we're live on many different platforms. We're trying to bring as many people into this event and make as big of an impact as possible. So look, you don't necessarily need to be inside this space right now. You could be on the Innovators Think Tank website, listening to the audio, putting some comments in there. And guys, I think that this is a really, really great way to evolve what we're doing and take a bold step into the second course of this series. Without further ado, let's get Sarah in here to talk a little bit more about, some thoughts she's having in terms of taking ideas to impact WordPress sites for innovators. On an individual level or even businesses. Sarah, my thought is you might not only have a great intro, but also be able to touch on the ways that people might want to use what's in front of them right now. So Sarah, thanks for joining us. I'm stoked what we're doing, and Mike is 100% yours.
Well, greetings. Congratulations to each and every one of you that are here. You got to be present to win today, folks. There's a couple things housekeeping things. I want to make sure we're all on the same page when we start this. how many of you, raise a hand, I know that you're on laptops, so you can just kind of wave, have already signed up for tonight's class? And we want to make sure that you have all of your tools before we begin opening up this segment. So if anybody does not know what the heck I'm talking about, that you did not link your Twitter account or sign up for an account for this evening, we need to know now. This is one of those things that we need to know now. So it doesn't mean that you're going to be left behind, but some of you are new and may have not heard our talk on Saturday night. Maybe you were just invited by a friend, and maybe this is your first time on Twitter. I know that we have some anonymous listeners, and we also have listeners across multiple platforms, right? So I wanted to welcome you, each and every one of you. You're taking a bold step in hacking your own education and, creating something that is going to be the hub of a wheel with many, many spokes in a digital overlay. Um, First and foremost, make sure you have something to drink. I know that this is going to be a long night for some folks. This is a digital makerspace, which means you come up to the mic, and if you have questions, comments, or concerns, we'll make sure to see you and call on you as best as possible. The little purple bubble down below, you can also add comments, questions, concerns down there, and I'll do my best to look at them. If we're following one another, you can always DM me as well. Any of the crew. We're all here actually just to see you guys succeed. So if you have a notebook, pad of paper, it's really important. I know some of you have giant whiteboards. Those are awesome too, because this is facilitating many different things. We all have a different why for being here. Why do we need a website, right? In the first place, it's so much more than just a website. Like I said, it's the hub of a wheel with many, many spokes. In the digital overlay, each one of you are your own private kingdom. You don't realize it yet, but you are. Some people will call that an influencer, but really it's a microcosm of the folks that you hang around with the most, that you serve and that you help simply by showing up. You are kind of the center of an ecosystem, a pocket family. And to give you some inkling, there are people, we'll take, like we did on Saturday, Taylor Swift, right? She's going to have the gross domestic product that's bigger than some small countries because of her influence and pull. The things that you guys are wanting to build, you folks, I should say, guys, I shouldn't say that all the time. I just do. Apologies. But everybody here has an ambition. We all have mobility at the very core of our beating hearts. We want to go somewhere. We want to be relevant. We want to build something of relevance to other people, but also that we can profit from. Many of the ideas that we had in the SAS class were jumping boards, were springboards, were platforms to something else, right? We're building these things, and each step of the way, giving you tools along the way to help you hone your skills and your capabilities, whether it's learning how to speak with Tim Brown, or maybe you get stuck and you need to go and help, get some help from Dave Meir, or maybe you need to pitch an idea. And Josh Hellman has so many wonderful, wonderful guests on Saturday that can help you with that. Tonight is you're going to get a website. That website could be, like I said in the post earlier, it could be a repository of wonderful things that you're doing. It could be a glorified resume. It could be an actual site where you're selling stuff. It can be all sorts of things. Those are the questions you need to ask yourself right at this moment. Why are you building it? There are many people here who have been building websites their entire lives, and then they're given the opportunity to have a wonderful backpack full of stuff from our wonderful sponsors. And that's good too, because each and every one of us needs to hone our skills and kind of learn how to re-navigate with new tools and things. So without much more fanfare, we have a very packed agenda. And so I'm glad that all of you are here. You're taking a first step in owning yourself. You're owning your own journey. And, in a day and age of AI, we have a collaborator that can help us smooth out the rough edges and fill in the gaps of our own skills. It's not going to replace developers. It's not going to replace all of those things, because as you build, you're going to realize, I have delusions of grandeur. These are outside of my skill sets. That's when we're going to tap in and then look around to our left and right and see folks that will take us to the next level. But the point is here tonight is to dare to learn something new and be a little bit vulnerable, because sometimes it's unnerving and we understand that well, you're going to yell at the screen, you're going to cuss, you're going to learn some wonderful words. Please don't use them in spaces, because we have a wonderful group of kids from the New York public school systems that are joining us. So be on your best behavior. This is a Montessori classroom of sorts, right? So keep it family friendly. But I will tell you, yes, it's going to test a lot of folks, especially if this kind of stuff is new to you. But don't worry, we're not going to leave you behind. And no question is dumb. We want all of the questions to be in the recorded line, especially since this is a beta test, right? This is what we're doing. We're making sure that we're, testing everything so that other people that come after us will have an easier time. So without any more jibber jabber, I see that Dave Meir has his hand up, and I always love to hear his voice, especially going into new class. Dave, how are you this evening?
Very well. You probably hear in my voice that I don't have my usual energy. I've been working a lot the last week. Um, I've intentionally left everything to the last minute, so I want to try kind of ask questions that maybe other people are not asking, and I followed the link in Innovators Think Tank. I am on the TSI Digital Oceans portal, and I see billing cycle and I see enter your domain. And I don't know right now, is enter your domain a requirement, or is that kind of optional and we can figure that out later on? Or is that something that I need to put in or would trip me up if I just went, pay now and continued on?
So great question. It's not gonna trip you, but I will say one thing. We're gonna go through it on the live stream, but when you get to that portal, for the most part, everybody's gonna get a domain that will end with .tsiprogram.org. So it could be your name .tsiprogram.org. Because at the end of the day, after you click pay now, even though you're not gonna pay, of course, we have to approve that order, and that's how the account will get created for you. So we're gonna be back in this platform, and it's gonna have your password, it's gonna have your login, and it's gonna have your domain that we will create for you. But everybody's domain is gonna be at .tsiprogram.org, and then you can add your own domain afterwards.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to chime in real quick. And, Sarah and Dave both making excellent points. Dave, I'm so glad that you held off, because a lot of the questions that you have will be questions that other people have. And I want to invite anybody, again, no question is a dumb question. If you're on the Innovator Think Tank website, put them in the comment section. If you're here on X, grab the mic or put them in the comment section as well. We invite that. We're about to jump into this event. This was really, an intro. I wanted to be sure the Tech in Schools, that Sarah, that anybody who wanted to kind of come up and share a quick note had that opportunity. But I think that we jump right into it, because Dave, my hunch is that question in which you have will be answered as we get right into this. I'm thinking with the live stream and with the agenda on the website, nobody will leave this first week without being set up and feeling good to go. So if you're nervous right now, if you're feeling a little clinched up, anybody in the audience, relax, you're in the right place. Just pull open that live stream. The Tech in Schools, Sarah, and our amazing teachers are going to take us step by step to set all of this up. So again, you won't leave here today. I see a lot of people in the bottom right-hand corner putting up some comments and some questions. Great questions. We'll address those one at a time as we get going. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to hand the mic over to Alisher, to Ross, to Nick. Allow them to jump right into it. Again, guys, we want to have the live stream open. The live stream is up inside the Jumbotron. If you want all of the resources, the whole package, the whole Christmas tree, go to innovatorsthinktank.com and click on this week's agenda. Also in the nest, it's the very first post on the far right. So just click on that, get signed in with your account on Innovators Think Tank if you're not already. and get ready to rock and roll here today. So Sarah, Nick, Rosh, Alisher, let's launch into building our WordPress site from idea to impact week number 1. I'm going to go ahead and give the mic over to Nick, Rosh, and Alisher. Alisher, let's do it.
So guys, here's the thing. If you don't follow this process right now, you're gonna actually not leave here safe and unbothered. You're gonna be like mad because you didn't do it if you don't pay attention right now. And this is not a recording thing. This is a real time, you take action type of situation. Then after, week 2, 3, of course, if you can't show up at the first 10 minutes or stay the whole time, we understand it's all live stream. But it's really, really, really important that you get the authentication and you get the servers and you're able to do all those things. So if you haven't had the opportunity to sign in, get the link, sign up, purchase a thing, get to $0, and where it says unpaid, if it says unpaid, you did the right thing. If it does not say unpaid yet, you need help. This is your time to raise your hand, come up and talk, and we have the live right here. We can actually simulate and show you what you should be doing. So please come up, raise your hand, join the speakers, and ask your question. This is interactive learning, not a lecture.
Some initial people up on stage that grabbed the mic. We have Jeff, Dan, Lucia, Brad. Welcome on up here. Good to see each and every one of you, and our co-host Mattia. Mattia grabbing the mic as well. Sharon grabbing the mic. Let's see. We got Mukshad. Guys, I'm getting everybody up here. Apologies on the delay. All right, Mattia, I see you got a hand up. Any questions you have for Ross as we're launching into week number 1? Sharon will come your way next.
Yeah, honestly, I have the same issue that Dave brought up, Ross. I get to the checkout page, continue shopping, empty shopping cart, but I don't have like a pay now, proceed to next page.
Question, do you have an account? If you don't have an account,
Okay, yeah, sorry. I haven't been able to make an account yet because I'm trying to keep up with you.
Hey, Mukshad, if you'll do me a favor, my friend, we're going to keep the build session to a raise hand etiquette, just kind of like a classroom. That way, everybody can get that opportunity to ask a question in good order. Really, really appreciate you being here, my friend. We're glad you're on stage as well. Just toss that hand up. If you're on the PC, there is no hand going up in the air, right? So be sure you wave it. Cash Money Kev just waved his hand just like that. That lets us know and our team know that you have a question, and we'll call on you 100%. Mukshad, thank you so much, my friend. We'll go right on back. Who was speaking at the time? I think that was Mattia.
Mattia.
Asking a question, yes, to Ross.
Yes. So Mattia, you need an account to actually check out. So at the bottom, it should say create an account. Go do that and then come back, hit that link, and Pay Now will be available. And for the domain, it could be mattia.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ross. I think that's what I tried to do earlier, but must have just messed up. Thank you.
Yeah, you just can't check out without an account. There's no way for us to actually give it to you without you logging into the platform first, then hitting the link and checking out.
For folks that are questioning whether or not you did it right, you will have a verification email. It'll actually say, yep, you have this waiting for you. So when you get to that last piece and you have the invoice that's zeroed out, if you got yourself an email, you do have an account. So that gives you a clue just to set your mind and hearts at ease that you're on the same page. And I guarantee in a minute, after we start going through these spots, if you don't start showing what's on your screen, then we'll know, this is a Montessori classroom. We know when the square thing does not fit into the round thing, and we can clear all that stuff up. So just, don't have to anxiety or anything like that. For those that are DMing in the background, you did it right. You showed up, you have your number 2 pencil, and we're all ready. I see that Sharon has her hand up. Go ahead, love.
I guess I did everything right. I'm just is that all I have to do to be part of the course? Just that? When it comes to signing up?
For now, yes. But
Okay.
I actually wanted to go through signing up first. So I posted the link on top in the Jumbotron where you guys can go to the Innovators Think Tank website, sign up with X, and you'll have a link to this portal here where us and DigitalOcean manage our resources and can give you guys an account. What we're going to do is we're going to click Buy Now. You should have only one option available here, TSI and ITT hosting. And if you don't have an account, if you're not logged in, you'll be greeted with this screen. So here you can see already have an account or create an account. Well, I'm going to create an account. I'll make a quick account for myself. You guys can fill out your real info, but I'm actually going to fill out my real info as well, in case I want to receive any emails. And we disabled email verification for now. So for today, you guys can go through, easily sign up, and then we're going to enable email verification, so it's a little bit more secure. But for now, for the ease of getting in, you can all sign in, make an account. It's free. Now from here, you want to go to place new orders, and you want to get back to TSI X ITT if you just signed up. And then I can click buy now. And we're going to have this option to enter a domain. So what I recommend you guys do, I'm going to zoom in, is enter a domain that's, your first name, last initial, your first initial, last name. So for me, it's going to be afarhadi.tsiprogram.org. So everybody's domain should end with .tsiprogram.org. If it doesn't, we'll automatically, when we're approving you, paste in a domain for you. So it's okay.
And Alisher, real quick, we have a couple hands that went up. As we go along here, I want to be sure we grab those questions, eliminate them. That way, if anybody's curious or has the same one, they're not held up in their mind or in the process. I think Adil, I believe that's how I say that. If I messed it up, sir, my apologies. Welcome on stage. I know you were in Unstuck earlier today with Dave and Miles. Now that's one heck of a place to be in the morning. Good call, sir. But Adil, welcome into the ITT. Any thoughts or questions or holdups you might be having with the tech in schools or the flow of information? Mike is yours.
Hi, Josh. I'll try and make this quick because I know we're trying to keep this moving. Thank you very much for having me here, guys. Just two questions. Number one, as it is in the UK, I'm on a bit of a tight schedule tonight, so I'm not going to be able to stay for the entire duration. I'm conscious that I might miss out on some of the signing up processes and things like that. Is there going to be a recording or anything like that that I can watch tomorrow later in the day and be able to catch up on any steps that I might miss? And number two, I was on the phone with Morgan earlier, a fantastic lady, and I was going through this exact part on the checkout. And the enter your domain, she said, you don't need to put anything in there for now. It's okay. So I just continued without actually entering anything in there, which it allowed me to do. So I just wanted to clarify if there's going to be a way for us to go back and change that for me as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so you'll be able to change, but we're actually going to set that for you. So everybody's going to get a domain that ends with .tsiprogram.org. And then from the cPanel side, you'll be able to easily add whatever domain you want, however many domains you want. So whenever you're making your website, you could always switch it to your new domain. Whenever you do get a domain, but you don't need a domain right now, we will actually provide you a temporary domain that you can use.
Okay, perfect. And in regards to the first question about not being able to stay for the entire
Adele, I
duration,
got you for that
that's
one.
Totally okay. We're going to be recording this live stream, and also we have written documentation that's coming. So I already wrote up the first part of it where it describes how to get an account and how to claim your free cPanel. So I'm gonna write the next part of it, which is how we're gonna make the WordPress, how to access cPanel, and also how to edit your WordPress website eventually.
And Alisha, I want to just double down and make sure everybody knows also, Adil, that you're not able to sign up after week 1, although the recording will be available. So we'll have a full recording with the audio, with everything you're seeing on the live stream, Adil. But folks listening now, or even if you're listening back, you will not be able to sign up after week 1. So make sure that you're locked in, you have your account, you have everything you need. But I get that it gets late across the pond, my friend. If anything, we welcome you in here during the 6-week course, and I'm glad you stopped by today. So Alisher, excuse my interruption. Adil, did you have another note before we swing it back around to Sharon?
No, that was it. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it gets a little bit difficult, especially prayer times in the UK, being Muslim, are a bit complicated. About 2:30, 3 a.m. is the first one, so sleep schedule is a bit messed up. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thank you guys for having me, and I can't wait to see what you guys can produce for everybody.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I would say for the most part, make sure you sign up today before you leave the space, so we can approve you and you'll have access to it. And also,
Yeah, I've done
for
that.
everybody who's listening to this in the future who did not get an opportunity to sign up during week one, we're gonna probably come up with a resource that will allow you to have a free WordPress website locally, or something where there's a service that gives you credit and you can launch your own WordPress. So if you weren't here for week one, you still will be able to continue with the website. And of course, if you're maybe listening to this in the future and you want to repeat this and you no longer have access to the cPanel, well, then you can launch your own local server or your own cloud server that's free. So we'll figure out some sort of free resources where you aren't left behind if you weren't here for week one.
Beautiful. Sharon, I see you got a hand up. We'll go right over to you for a question. And Sarah, my dear Sarah, feel free to never put that hand up. You are leading this course. If anything, I got to pop a hand up now and again. I'm sorry, I'm stepping on toes. I want to get these questions answered and be sure that we're continuing to move in the right direction. Sharon, what do you got for us?
I accidentally entered a domain that's also the wrong domain. So I just wanted to ask if you guys can delete that for me and just put, and just change it, or can I change it?
We're going to change it. We're going to go through everybody's request and we're going to approve it. And that's when the account is going to get created. So we're going to be changing everybody's domains anyway if they don't fit the format.
Thank you.
And it's going to be something simple. It'll be something like yourname.csiprogram.org.
There are no mistakes, Sharon. Well, there are, but we can fix them and reverse them, so don't worry about it. I've done the same, so I was like, oh, I misspelled it. I just wanted to make sure that down below that Umuksud, I know that you had your hand up, honey, and I didn't see and hear your question, and I didn't want to overlook you just in case you're on the laptop. Did you still have a question for Ross before we continue on to Katie?
Sarah, I had noticed that I think he dropped off the stage. I know that the X
okay.
Spaces has been one heck
Excellent.
of a challenge recently. We're gonna fight
You
through
have
it.
no idea. I will tell
man.
you.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure because we do have phantom people in the speaker box. And so if you're listening to the recording, we were thinking of you. So hopefully your questions are answered. I see that Miss Katie has arrived and I wanted to tell her new PFP is stunning. So welcome to the stage. How are you, my friends? What question do you have for Ross?
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you, Sarah.
It is.
Thank you
It's
so
great.
much.
It looks
Oh,
lovely.
thanks.
I'm very, very
Oh,
proud of you. Yes, go
oh,
ahead.
so kind. Two things. When I first signed up, I did not use my Twitter account to sign up, so I'm signed up through my email address. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's absolutely okay. As long as
Okay.
your name is there, we're going to know you're coming from here. We know most of the people that have signed up already, so we're able to place most of you. And yeah, I don't think we have Twitter sign up here, but when you go to Innovative Think Tank, you do have a Twitter sign up, and that's kind of like a way for us to verify that you're coming from Twitter, which is thank you, Luke and Josh, for providing that resource.
Is that okay then? So I'm okay in the position right
Yeah,
now, just
you're
having signed up by email.
you're
And
absolutely okay.
okay, and the other question that I had was, I definitely do not have a domain yet as part of the process I went through to sign up. Is that okay at the moment?
That's okay as well. Everybody's gonna get a domain that ends with .tsiprogram.org.
Perfect. Thank you.
And when he says, shout out to Josh and Luke, he's really saying shout out to Luke in the audience, who is the developer of the ITT. And everything you see on that Innovator Think Tank site was brought to life in amazing ways by Luke. And even a lot of the design was done by the great Dave Meir, who we have on stage. So guys, give him a follow. We're building out these sites. Don't hesitate to reach out to some of the people in here who have put together world-class sites before. I highly recommend it. Dan, my friend, thank you for being in here. Also, I see 30, 35 people on the site right now. Guys, well done. Go over to that site, get all the resources you need. Dan, my friend, welcome up. Any questions you got? Mike is yours.
My hand up, but hello. I was just awaiting the next step. I think I'm caught up.
All right, no problem. It was a phantom hand. It just like Talladega Nights, Will Ferrell style. Just put those hands up there. Kathleen, I see you got a hand up. Any thoughts that you have for Ross or Nick? We welcome them. Thanks for being on stage. Mike is yours. And your mic is still muted, Kathleen, by the way. May need to unmute that.
Yeah, somehow I'm sorry. The soundboard always pops up these days and then I can't get the mic. Quick question, because I'm using my own name at tsi.org and I own my own name through GoDaddy at .com, will I have any conflicts later with that? Or
No, you
does
will not have any conflicts. What we will show you how to do in the following weeks is how to connect your own domain, how to bring your own domain from GoDaddy and connect it to your cPanel. But you're not going to have any conflicts. You're all set. Most people are going to have the same domain. It's going to be something like their name.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
All right, the board of questions seems to be clear. If you don't have any big questions, guys, and we have any more folks that are requesting, don't feel offended if I move you down and we bring somebody else up. We're just rotating the questions that we can take. So, Alisha, I'll bring it right back over to you. Sorry about stepping on toes. My thought was let's just answer these along the way and make sure everybody stays totally up to date with us. So, sir, Mike is yours.
No, that was perfect. And the next step for us is you can click pay now on the screen, but you're not really paying. This just puts in an order in our system, and it essentially lets us know you're here, and we're going to approve it, and it'll automatically make a free cPanel for you. So I'm going to put in my order, and from here, you can go back to the client area, and you're going to notice you have an order, but it's pending. So what we have to do now is me and Nick, we're going to go into our accounts, and we're going to start approving people and setting usernames and passwords for everybody and setting your domains. And in the meantime, you'll learn a little bit about WordPress. So as we're approving you, you're also going to learn about WordPress, cPanel, and then we're going to jump straight into WordPress. So I'm going to hand it over back to Ross, and I'm going to go start approving everybody.
What's one about duplicates? Because they're going to see it.
Right. So another thing we noticed is since a lot of people signed up several times, you're going to see only one. We're going to delete the duplicates. So if you signed up 4 times and you don't even know about it, you're only going to see one order in there that will be active, that will have all your info leading to your cPanel.
Hey guys, how are you? So, do we understand what to do? Are we putting in our orders? Anyone have a question? This is important.
Yes, I do. So I already do have a .com that I put in yesterday, so I guess you guys can delete that one, and then it'll keep the tsiprogram.org, right?
Yeah, so any duplicates we'll delete, any misspellings we'll delete, any wrong domains we'll fix. We're only going to activate the ones that actually are good to go. And hopefully by the end of this process, everyone has a shiny new fancy cPanel. Now, we will be cross-checking everyone. So if you are here in anonymous, I don't know how to see it, don't be anonymous so we can see that you're a person. Because we don't give cPanels and this kind of resources to people who we actually don't know. So the only way we can verify is with Twitter. So just keep that in mind. You can listen, I just can't activate you unless I know who you are. Any questions at all? This is the time to ask random questions. Because what I don't want to do is like start doing what we're doing or week 2, and it's like, how do I set this up?
I have a question,
Ross,
Ross. Sorry,
oops,
Sarah.
sorry, go ahead. Nope, go, you go first.
Just for clarification, Ross, I'm waiting for Nick to approve me in the background, and then when my status changes for pending, I'm good to go.
Correct. Yep, and you'll be
Love that.
issued
Thank you.
a server, an SSL, a domain, databases, and all the other resources which we're going to start to claim together. But if we can't claim it together, and it's like me and 6 other people doing it, and then like 35 of you, 40 of you not being able to do it, that's no good. And if you're listening not inside Twitter, you need to come to Twitter. That's it. So you need to take yourself from wherever you are and come to Twitter, and you can get verified. And we can give you a cPanel too.
this is the first time we're actually broadcasting kind of everywhere, which is kind of fun. So we're making a lot of new friends tonight.
Ross, to jump in, there are a number of folks that have one device. So they are on a laptop only and are watching the live stream through Innovators Think Tank. Is there any way that they can give you a heads up or a tap if they cannot listen to both at the same time or access Twitter?
But they can, because no matter where they are, they're hearing Spaces.
True, I agree. Okay,
So if
so
they're
I'm
on the
going to make
live
sure
stream,
that they're not on one or the other. Maybe
yeah,
they'll
well,
have
if
to
you're
mute one or the
on your
other. Yeah.
computer, right, and you're on your computer and you have the live stream open and you have Spaces open, just mute the live stream and you're good to go. But if
Excellent,
yeah,
excellent,
it's
excellent. I
perfect.
just want to make sure that they have to have their face here in the crowd so that we can identify. Is that what you're asking?
It's being here is identification and getting approved. If you're not here, you're not going to get approved. We
Got it.
have to know who you are via DM, something. You interact on the other platforms. Drop a comment. We'll see comments from every platform tonight, like in real time.
Also, I will say, if they have an account signed up with their X account through Innovators Think Tank, we can verify on the back end as well. So I can send over a list of people who have accounts with their X linked to the Innovators Think Tank.
That would be incredible if you can do that, Josh.
Yeah, we'll kick over a list to you guys right now just to verify. But so again, if you guys are somewhere else and just over at the Innovators Think Tank site, you're doing fine. No reason to pull up X right now unless you have a question, or if you just want to come join us on stage, we'll get you approved on the back end of that Innovators Think Tank site. So if you don't have your X account connected with the ITT ecosystem, now's a great time to go ahead and do that. Dave Mears, so you got a hand up, sir. Mike is all yours.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about verifying and having people show up here. I'm kind of interested in what could be the block for you guys to verify. So, for instance, if somebody put in some random spurious domain name to register, which is not connected to their name on X, and the email address has no correlation to X, like, do they need to DM you? Like, I'm assuming you will have no idea if it's a random domain and you look at their name and here you've no real way of clarifying.
Yeah, Dave, that's correct. So what we're going to do is either they could DM us, right? If they hear us, they can come to Twitter. They could DM us on Facebook. They could DM us anywhere where we're streaming, on Twitch, on YouTube. They could drop a comment. They could privately DM me and not come to Spaces. But they would need to, I need to know who they are because they're getting an insane amount of resources. And we have to know everyone who is on the server. You have to be confirmed, like first, last name, that you're like a human, not a bot. So I have no problem giving it to anyone who's not here and listening on the live stream currently, because I know that's happening. Just reach out and DM us. You can go on our website and reach out. There's a lot of ways that, anyway, wherever you can see our name, you could reach out to us and we'll get you activated too. But yeah, Dave, it is a manual process, but this is not like something you would do at scale. Obviously, it would be automated. You put in your card, you're verified, you're a person. But we're missing that crucial step of verification right here.
And part of the reason why it's not just to deter bots, you're also testing a platform and testing a whole entire ecosystem for young kids. So, having these extra, steps for verification are helping our guests that are teachers and principals and facilitators in the schools. So it is kind of, sometimes you look at it and think to yourself, well, this is dumb, or I don't understand, or I'm just used to, click, 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 and I'm in. Having those layers of security and protection are also helping you to make sure that, one, we know who you are, but two, let's say we frack up the the website or whatever else, getting help and making sure that we have all the dots connected and things like that. It just adds another layer because we do have so many people here who have never built a website, and this is all completely new to them. So I hope that folks are understanding the why, because sometimes it can be frustrating and we understand it. But definitely, if you've ever read the book Horton Hears a Who by Dr. Seuss, we are here, we are here, we are here. If you're on the stream, participate, right? If you're here in Twitter, send up some emojis or come up on Space, or just, blast us in the DM so that we can, see you, hear you, and that you're not just a speck of dust mote So go ahead, Ross. Go ahead and continue. I think we've got everybody. I'm looking into the audience. Everybody who is hot, straight, normal, we got them all on the same page. Is there anybody that we're leaving behind here that are not caught up? Give me a thumbs up if you are struggling. If you have a thumbs up, that means we're going to either call on you to come to stage, or you need to comment in the purple bubble, or be the Horton that hears a who. We need to hear you. So put a thumbs up. Try to get our attention to make sure that we know if you're struggling, because I can't be a mind reader, and I don't think the boys can too. So we're gonna continue to plow ahead if that's okay.
Also, quick thing. As we start the approval process, a few things are going to happen. One, you being unpaid doesn't necessarily mean it may not be active. So what I want you to do is head over to your account. It should look like this. And you should be able to hit like the home page, and you should be able to see this recent order. So don't pay attention to the invoice right now tonight. The invoice may or may not change for you tonight. It may change later on or in the morning, but that's not going to mean it's not going to work. Look at recent orders. If it says active, you have been given the magic, amazing activation. If it hasn't, keep refreshing. Second, during this process, due to our partners and the awesome greatness of what we're doing, you will also be moderated. So if your domain is something that would not be given to like a 13-year-old, you're going to be moderated. It'll be changed to your first name, first letter, last name, or first name, last letter, something like that. It won't have your original because that won't be allowed. So keep that in mind when you check back and you're like, oh, it changed. Well, it did change. And so that's going to be the new one. And there's no changing back. And so, yeah, just keep that in mind. I want everyone to go and start refreshing their pages. Things should start to say activated. Can you please join us on stage or give an emoji if you've been actually activated?
I can tell you that I'm invoice number 184 and I'm still pending. So if you are after me, I think that you will also be pending, if that gives you any kind of security. Because sometimes that anxiety and that button mashing, refresh, it's okay. And like Ross had mentioned, it's not always instantaneously. We do have some incredible solar flare activity that is knocking out all sorts of stuff. And, weird planet alignments coming in hot on June 4th. So, the cosmic, powers that be, sometimes it doesn't get there instantaneously. Don't worry about it. You're going to get approved. Everything will come into place. The only real kind of red flag, what should we be looking for, Ross? If there's something on our site that is kind of blaring obvious that we might be on the wrong path, is there any indications that you can give us?
I would say if it's not something you would tell your 13-year-old cousin, you probably shouldn't make it your domain. And
I think that's a subtle hint to whomever is testing the boundaries and the playground rules. I will just put that out there.
Don't try to break it on day one, people.
Yes, don't
basically.
try to break it. Remember sandbox rules. Play nice, share your stuff, be kind, have fun, don't die. We can't die on the first day, guys.
I'm active.
yeah, guys, let's not break it like yet. It's been like 2 minutes.
Kathleen, go ahead.
Okay, I'm active, but it removed my last name, but I just get to be the only Kathleen at tsi.org. That's kind of cool. Is that right?
Correct.
Wow, thank you. It's kind of beautiful.
I'm active. Yay.
It's happening, guys. If you have any questions or you don't know what to do, you really want to speak out right now, I think. Definitely.
I just wanted to chime in and say it is so cool that all of these students are getting activated. It is awesome to see everybody who's in the space right now. Those of you who have been waiting for this day and for this class to start so you could get going. Now's the time. All of the approvals are happening. Dave Mir, it is so cool to see you here, my friend. I was going through some past ITTs, and I was noticing like you have been part of this family for a long time. A lot of you in here have been part of the ITT family for a long time. So I just wanted to shout you guys out. These approvals are coming in. Let's get excited about this kind of first sponsored space of taking this WordPress site from idea to impact. Lucia, welcome up to the stage. Any thoughts or questions you have for Ross and Nick and Alisher? We'll give you the mic. Lucia, thanks for being here.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, so I was just kind of wondering, I don't know if I did this exactly right, but I know I have like
Anybody hear
four.
her?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I have like 4 things that are pending. I'm not sure if I did this right, if I was supposed to be trying to get 4 things.
Well, you can't get 4. You can get
I was
one.
I was trying to figure out which one I was supposed to be getting. And because they all said 0, so I just misunderstood something.
It's okay. We'll activate you. We'll get to you. Everyone, please check. Sarah, I need you to make sure that this is working.
It's
When
still
you go,
on pending.
I know. You're definitely not approved yet. I'm gonna go check it manually in a quick sec. But Sarah,
Okay,
go
cool.
to your recent orders. It should say active. If it does,
Yes, sir. It
can you please
does.
click the order? Do you have a password and a special, cool, awesome, amazing link?
I'm looking at the order number. That's Alpha 2 Beta
Yeah,
H.
you wanna click that.
Yes, sir. And yeah, I have a username Pocket Foe, which is delightful.
Yep.
Yes,
So
I have a
basically, guys,
username.
this is
and
what it looks like when you're activated. So, Dave, I need your help. Are you ready?
Shoot, my friend.
I want you in just 5, maybe 7 minutes tops. Can you give them a quick overview of WordPress while I activate everyone right now?
Yeah.
That'd be really amazing because you have so much experience in WordPress, real life experience, and I think it's
Yes.
cool.
More than happy to. Give me a second, people. As I move, I'll be ready in 15 seconds.
While Dave is doing that, for folks that are behind the scenes, if you have your invoice number that you can DM me, I do know that there are some folks, invoice 206, I see you. I want to make sure that we have you all aboard. And for young makers, if you're here with your parents, make sure you're using the DM buttons behind the scenes to TSI. We want to make sure you have a direct link with our coordinators tonight, and that your teachers are contacting them directly, so we can make sure that's the case. To each and every one of you, take out your notebooks because you're going to get a world-class education. WordPress from Dave Mir is pretty spectacular. So if something goes over your head, do not be afraid to say, whoa, I don't understand it. Can you slow down? We're trying to make sure that we are accommodating all of the different folks that are in the system tonight. So if you're hitting any speed bumps and you're not getting that active symbol, just like Ross had said, when you have your invoice that says in the little far corner pending, you keep refreshing. And when you refresh, it should say active. And when you have that active, go off to the left-hand side, and you're going to have the kind of invoice number. If you click on that, you will have your status active and a username. All right. So for the giggles of it, mine is Pocket Folks, but it's just Pocket FO. So if you are following along and you can see things, if you need me to post my screen, I can do that. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you for filling that gap. So I've been designing websites for maybe 15 years now, and I started making basic websites and eventually graduated to WordPress websites. And I'm kind of now at a point where I do really highly bespoke, customized websites, but they're still inside WordPress because it's so easy for people to use. And just to put it in context, WordPress websites power about 48% of the internet, which works out at nearly 500 million websites, 500 million websites that are live. That's really important because as you kind of start building this, there may be pieces of it that you're unsure about, or you may build something magical and starts to grow and transition into something. And being the most widely used platform means there's lots of help out there, whether it be just from AI or Google, YouTube, or experts to fulfill that. But essentially, what WordPress does for everybody is it makes it really easy for you to update and edit the content in the back end, and then makes it look really pretty on the front end for people. But the
Divi is the
abilities that you can have content in the back and you can edit and edit. And as time goes on, you can improve the front end without having to re-engineer and redesign the back end. But also, I know with people kind of, this being, say, your first website, it could be daunting. How am I going to learn to build a website? Well, actually, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be taken care of for you. Like WordPress handles all of the logins, and if you lose your password, it handles the email resets. And to go beyond WordPress, it's full of plugins. Even some of the plugins Ross is going to give you hugely extends the functionality of it. So you want to add a contact form to your website, there's a plugin for that. You want to make it a little bit more secure, there's a plugin. You want to make images easier to edit, there's a plugin for it. Because it's so widely used, people are building plugins non-stop. So there's a lot of Lego blocks in the kind of modular fashion that you can start with something basic, but you can really kind of extrapolate and build upon that. And even with the custom stuff that I do, it's still the same. It's still that modular approach that when a website's built, if somebody comes back in 6 months and said, I need new functionality or I need a new section in the website, we don't have to throw everything out. We can add on to this and we can build it. So just look at kind of the beginnings of the website as a really, really simple foundation that you can build upon, but also something that's broadly used that you can find advice. You can find, I know that you're getting access to tons of teams with Divi. There's going to be so many of them, an exorbitant amount of them, but there are like absolutely millions of website teams out there that if you decide, I want to change the look and feel of it, there's probably something already out there. But what is really good about this is you can go from beginner all the way up to kind of my expert level of this, and you're still using the same system. So there are simple stuff for drag and drop, but as you start to learn or you decide to interact with AI and something's not there that you want to add in, you can still do that. You can still build upon that and you can customize as well. I think Britta has a question, do you?
Dave, I wanted to thank you so much for giving us that background on WordPress. For those of you who are curious, Dave is a world-class web designer. He has built sites for universities, for professional corporations, and so much more. So getting that quick insight on WordPress from him, so valuable. Dave, thanks for doing that. Britta, I see you have a hand up. Welcome in to the ITT build session. You're across the pond for sure. Any thoughts or questions you have for Ross? Mike is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We got you. You sound good.
Okay, fine. Hello. Yes, it's middle of the night here. And I followed you, and some of you said you are activated. I'm here on the mytsi.org DigitalOcean portal, and my recent orders and recent domains, there are 2, and they say pending. Is this all right, or?
It's perfect.
Ross, we'll give it on over
Yeah,
to you.
that's
She's got some
okay.
pending.
Britta, you just got yourself the fast pass. You'll be activated in a few seconds. Hang tight.
Okay. Well, I just want not that I messed something up here. Okay, thank you.
Just so folks know, Katie, I do have your DM invoice 164. Caleb, I see you 154. I do believe they are in the pending, so don't fret. And Karis, I did send on your DM, so I think you're almost good to go. We are working on it. Dylan, I also see yours now. No, you do not need a domain name right away. You'll be assigned one, and then you can change it later. So,
Sarah, can we get
yes,
merch with our invoice numbers like Squid Game?
you know what? I think that would be delightful, wouldn't it? As long as I can be the doll that shoots things at the in the beginning, because you should see my DMs. But I wanted to
I
make
think
sure
me
that
or Hendo should ridicule AI image prompt for that.
Sarah, did
I'm
you
just
see my
laughing.
DM? Where are we supposed to click that link?
Don't click anything else. You're already
Okay,
set and gone.
thanks.
Wait until we get everybody cleared through the funnel. The boys are looking at each of your faces to make sure you're real. For folks that don't know behind the scenes, this is a recorded line. You know what? There are some folks in this world that just like to either A, see the world burn, or are the reason we can't have nice things. But we usually don't mention them simply because I don't believe in anybody stealing my joy or anybody else's in the room. If I'm having a bad day, you will never know it. That is my sole mission in life. And so, those folks that do decide to push buttons, I'm a 50-year-old woman with children that knows all of the trinkets and trash and secrets. And so, if I can suss it out pretty darn quick. So just so you know, it takes a real lot to get us flustered. But making sure that yes, everybody's getting their approvals. The other thing too is sometimes if you're hitting the refresh button, right, that is a key piece of the puzzle that you want to hit refresh, and sometimes it's even necessary to either back out of the system and then re-sign in, but I don't recommend that for anybody right now. It seems to be a quick and easy. Bjorn Free, I do see that your hand is up. I'm going to go to you first, and then Dave's going to continue. One of the reasons WordPress is so powerful is because so much of the internet uses it, right? That's the question that I had behind the scenes, and I'm hoping that Dave will flesh that one out, because there's something very powerful about open source kinds of tools. But when you have something so big like that, it means that there's loads of help. When things come crashing down and you need help and you have an ecosystem that is so used by so many people, it's the same for robotics teams. We all use Java, right? And if something goes wrong, we have so many people that can come out of the woodwork and help us. So I think that might be part of it, but I'm going to let him, that's his ecosystem in wheelhouse. Bjorn, go ahead, love. Did you have a question?
I did not have a question. I threw my hand up when I thought there was going to be a little awkward silence while they were approving. And so I'm just a little weird. I missed all you guys. I missed my Wednesdays from all of you guys.
I'm not
Everybody in the
sure
room,
if it's
I
just
missed
me.
you.
I think it might be. Bjorn, I cannot hear you, my friend. I'm going to drop you down and bring you back up just for the sake of the recording to make sure we have everything in sorts. I'm so sorry
I'm
about
going to
that.
give you a heads up, Josh. This is a glitch that is in Twitter. So those of you that are hosting spaces, usually the host, if the host is doing the approval and bringing folks up, you have a 50-50 chance of not hearing those folks. But if your co-host brings them up, you probably have a
Can you hear
higher
me
chance
now?
of hearing them. So we'll see how you go. Bjorn, test your mic, hon.
Test. Can you hear me now?
All right, test is an A+, Brad. Thanks for dealing with that, sir. Mike is all yours.
Yeah, what's wild is my voice played back to me when you sent me down. I was like, man, I sound like a creep. So anyway, everybody in here, I'm really not a creep, at least I don't think, but I
You
missed you
sound
guys.
beautiful.
I missed my Wednesdays with all of y'all. I'm so glad we're back. Thank you all for being here. Really.
Brad, I'm so glad we're back as well. We are back in action 100%. And Dave, apologies if I stepped on any toes. I know Britta had a question. We fielded that real quick. And Dave, we'll give it right back over to you if you wanted to continue chatting about some WordPress.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
let's do it up.
I'm happy to do that, and Ross can just interrupt me whenever he's ready. What I wanted to kind of preface for everybody is something I said when we were building web apps is you're learning foundational skills that you can use again and again. And I can tell you, as somebody who's designed their own agency website, probably about 24 times now over many years, that first version was terrible. It was really bad. And I still have screenshots saved somewhere. But it was foundational skills I was learning. So it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay for it not to look perfect because you can do it again and you can do it slightly better. And you're going to be learning some technical stuff. Then you're going to be learning some kind of, layouts and look and feel. And then you're going to be, painting by numbers by adding in some content as well. There are lots of different skills and they're all different foundational skills. And don't put too much pressure on yourself because that's what's really good about WordPress is I can be good at design. Maybe somebody else is good at coding. Maybe somebody else is good at writing copy. I'm lucky I've spent a lot of time and years doing all of those. So I'm kind of an all rounder on it. But lots of other people may bring me in because they couldn't do the coding part or they weren't great at the security part of it, or it was too, they wanted a lot of technical functionality. So you can always bring in other people, but you can also enhance your own skill set. And because it's open source software and because it's so broadly used, even what Alicia was saying earlier on, that you can run WordPress on your local machine. Every single website I build for a client, I build it locally first. Doesn't get to see the internet, doesn't connect to anything. It's much more quick for me to do that in that kind of safe sandbox. And you can also, like, you're getting a ton of value, but also hopefully you get to a point where you actually outgrow the resources that you need in there. And there's different sizes to fit everybody for WordPress. Like Josh was saying, I build for universities, a lot of people who get lots of traffic and do transactions and different stuff. And I recommend different technical features for those people than I would for somebody building a website for a restaurant. But all of those can be done in WordPress, so you can build a really small, simple, what you would call, say, a brochure website, right up to e-commerce and taking subscriptions and having memberships and paywalling some of your content and stuff like that. But sometimes we can have these big aspirations of, yes, I want all of that right now, Dave. Please give me the subscriptions. Please give me the membership. And what I don't want people to do is for their eyes to be too big for their stomach and to be ended up bloated in week 2 or 3 and realize you've created some sort of mammoth task. It's okay to have a 4 or 5 page website with, here's my about page, here's a contact form, and here's my home page with some services, because that's a great foundation. And you need to build upon that afterwards. The skills you're going to learn here, you're going to repeat again, and you're going to get better at that. I think, some of the first websites I done were very, very basic websites. And I learned. And the next website I done, I was slightly better. And the next website was slightly better. And the opportunities are huge for you. Even though WordPress is used by, 500 million websites on the internet, there's not a lot of people that are maybe A, technically proficient to build them, or B, have the time or priority to invest in that as well. So you can actually offer this as a service to people if that is something that you want to do. Or when you have your next idea that comes to impact, now you have all of these tools and these lessons in your toolkit of, now I can build a marketing website to promote this service. And then I can send them directly to the web app that we've already learned about previously. And I can actually take the payments and I can fulfill that as well. So you're learning to kind of like build a whole business ecosystem that I think you're able to move a lot faster and be a lot more agile as business owners. And that's all you're trying to do, is just get a few people there. One thing I would remind you of, though, is a website, any website, it's not going to be field of dreams. It's not going to be, if you build it, they will come. It is a conversion tool for people that land on your website. You have to consider, when you have a great idea and then you have a great website, that you actually get people to see the website. Because I've seen tons of people invest tons of money with me, and I've actually had some people where I've had to stop them investing money with me because they weren't concentrating on getting people to the website. They were concentrating on beautifying the website. So that's why I say, get the core basics, get some foundational skills. It looks okay. If you wait till you're extremely proud of it, you've probably waited a little bit too long to launch it to the world. I look at my agency website. Look, I do good business for it. I win awards. I get featured in books. I still go back and look at that literally 2 weeks after we launch a new version of the website. Oh, I don't like it. I could change stuff. I have to resist that because, like how important is perfectionism and my ego and me being really happy with it compared to the people landing on it and it working and achieving the aims of it for people to whether it be buy a product or join your newsletter or fill in a contact form and arrange a meeting or become a lead. Just think about what the goals of the website have to fulfill. And I've seen a lot of people have just average okay websites that have really good businesses that get enough people to the website and they do well. And I've seen people have amazing websites and it's ghost town and nothing happens and nothing exists. I think that's really important is you have a tool that you then need to shout about and everybody needs to come to it because that is now like what we had back in the day with business cards. That's where people go to interact with you, where they go to do some due diligence. But the website will set the initial first impression and intention of how people will consume. And then your next kind of level will be how people will actually consume what's on the page. Is there some value in that? So there's going to be more foundational skills of writing the copy and stuff like that. Sarah, do go ahead.
Yeah, I did want to say that Jeff has his hands up, but one of the things that I was thinking about while you were speaking is that we're all here for a different purpose. And just as you had mentioned, you could have a super, super simple website and it converts like a charm because it's so on point with its messaging and everything else. Sometimes we do get in our own way where we want all the bells and whistles and we want everything else, but you really at the core have to ask yourself, what is it for? And why is it here? And I think that's one of the most amazing things that you do, Dave, is you distill down what it is folks are struggling with. Sometimes they can't even communicate what they're looking for, but you can kind of distill down. You did it this morning in the space where you're thinking, okay, I'm stuck. I don't understand it. With your websites, it's the same thing because sometimes we don't know what we don't want or we don't know what we do want, and a lot of folks just kind of look at it and say, well, this website looks perfect. I want that one. Not realizing that that was an interior designs website and you're fixing carburetors, so there's kind of that disconnect. And some of that I hope we get to talk about a little bit more because you have a very unique way to kind of suss out what it is that we actually need. I did see that Jeff's hands are up, and I don't know if he has a question for Ross or for you. Jeff, did you want to go ahead and ask either Dave or Ross a question? Are you struggling with getting your invoice from pending to active? How can we help you tonight?
No, I was one of the first ones that got active, actually. So I just kind of wanted to touch on something that Dave had alluded to when he was talking a bit ago. And that is the fact that by the end of this process, for everybody that went through the SAS build, which I'm still trying to going backtrack through, but that whole platform that you learned from Ross how to create to build SAS is something that you can build into this website and turn into a marketable revenue stream, like Dave was just saying. And it's the biggest thing to me is making appropriate use of things like Spaces and other social media platforms to let people know what you've got and how to find it. You got to be your own marketing in that sense. But I suspect with the way things are going, we're going to learn down the road somewhere how to tie some of our AI stuff into the website and everything else. And that can handle a lot of that marketing for you. I was kind of waiting to see where we got further down the line here before I brought that point up. But I suspect Dave will know very well where things are right now with sort of linking AI into a website and where that's going to go down the road. So yeah, but mainly just that point about, especially for everybody that's been through the SAS program already, you've already got something that you can build out there and run with.
Jeff?
I so agree, Jeff.
Oh,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Sarah.
Before you continue, love, I'm going to need you to take a lap because I do think that the bug is whoever brings you to the party can't hear you. So that might be also a feature. I'm not sure, but Cash Money could not hear you, and we want to make sure for the sake of
Who's the
the
love? Am I the
yeah,
love?
I'm
I
right,
didn't
right?
know if
It's
Jeff
like
is or
whoever
not.
is bringing
Yes,
you
I'm
up
the
to the
love.
party.
I'll take a lap for you.
No, not you, Dave. We couldn't hear Jeff. Cash Money couldn't hear him. I want to make sure to do a mic check that both or all three of our wonderful hosts, Josh, Cash Money, and Mattia, can hear you, Dave, because that would be no bueno. But yes, this is driving me nuts. So just so you know that Twitter, or X, as we say, to make sure that we keep everybody on kosher and such, is not behaving. So just be aware that we're all getting our patients tested, and the best way to deal with it is to simply giggle. So
We're getting our resilience built.
that's
Let's do the mic
exactly it.
check. Can the guys hear me, or do I need to take a lap as well?
I think they're good. Mattia, can you hear Dave?
I almost want to
Yes.
see Dave just take a lap just for fun, honestly. Just
No,
I
no,
don't
we're
know
not.
why.
We are not tempting
Don't
fate. We
tempt
are
fate.
not tempting
Don't
fate.
do it, Josh.
Do not do it.
All right,
I
Yeah,
don't. I don't
from
have
sorry for
idea
much
to
more
stepping on you.
glitter in
silence.
my magic wand right now, guys. So it just you can't test it. We only use it. We only bring out the real glitter once in a while when we actually need it.
Doesn't it remind you of the old TV where you had the antenna and you had to move it at that exact angle? I
No,
find
this
with
reminds me
spaces,
of
it's
my
like
mom.
don't change Wi-Fi, don't move.
It's the rabbit ears with the tinfoil on it,
Yeah.
or your mom pulling the cord of the phone while you're hiding in the bathroom or something else, and she's gradually making it shorter and shorter to tie up the phone. We, for those that understand party lines, this is exactly what happens. So right now, we're getting the phone cord pulled from the wall. Go ahead,
You
Dave.
know what? I think Jeff makes a really relevant point as well. Some people will be further along with the SAS program. Some people will find that easier. Some people may go back to it and find it easier the second time. Some people may find this piece easier as well. And that's what we're here to do is collaborate. Wouldn't it be amazing if you were really good at building some sort of SaaS app and somebody else was really good at building a WordPress website, and maybe somebody else was really good at marketing that WordPress website? I mean, like we don't all have to have those skills. They take a lot of time to learn. And I've recently I set up a paid for a newsletter called Scale with AI with two of my friends, and they have complementary skill sets to what I do. So I know what I bring to the table, but I'm also really honest about what I don't bring to the table, or I don't want to do, or I just naturally don't lean into. It would be a struggle for me to do it. And it's really helpful to, go with other people who can take some of that slack. And also what Jeff was talking about when it comes to integrating stuff and building stuff, for me, I try to scratch my own itch with stuff as well first. Everything I do, I just look at it like it's another iteration. So even say the SAS stuff, um, I have clients that could be suitable for right now, but I'm not going to just do my first experiment, mad scientist stuff, and stick it in a live website for them and charge them money. I'm going to scratch my own itch. I'm going to figure out what I want to build as a SaaS app, and then I'm going to build it and I'm going to put it out. And I'm going to say to my clients, "You like this? I built this." I'll give you a simple example. I took up photography as a hobby maybe 8, 10 years ago, and I went out every single Friday, waterfalls, mountains, lakes, everything. Really enjoyed it. I built a website for it. I got obsessed about photography. I really enjoyed it. And clients would come to me then and say, "We're struggling to find images. We don't know what we want to do." I said, "You can have a look at my website. Maybe there's some images in there. You can have them for free." And those clients seen those images and said, "Would you do the photo shoot for us? Would you create images specifically for us?" But because I'd scratched my own itch, I had more competence and confidence within myself to say, "Yeah, I can actually deliver that." Whereas if I had just said, I'm stage one, I'm buying a camera, I'm going to be a photographer as well as a web designer today. That's what I'm going to do. That wouldn't have materialized. I vividly remember there's a location called the Book of Kells. It's basically top 10 of kind of what to visit if you're in Ireland. It's significant to our cultural heritage, and I got paid a lot of money to go in behind velvet ropes where nobody is allowed with. It's one of the oldest functioning libraries in the world. It's featured in movies like Star Wars as the library that's in the background. It's a beautiful building. But I got behind the velvet ropes and I got to see and touch and open and see these books that people weren't allowed to see. And I turned to my employee at the time who was with me setting stuff up and I said, look at this. We're getting paid to do this. But I didn't start with that intention. I started with the intention of, well, one, I want to learn photography because I just wanted a creative outlet. But what's the forcing function for that? And all I done was I built a simple website and I put a simple proposition up to everybody and I said, you'll get 10 free images every single month. Join this newsletter. And within a year, that website had about 150,000 people come to it every single month. It had probably a newsletter subscription of about 10,000 people. And I got hired again and again and again to do photo shoots that I wasn't trying to sell. I wasn't going in and trying to pitch it, but it made me more creative. It made me more decisive. I went in then and I creatively directed professional photographers because I knew enough about photography to do that as well. And a few years later, I sold the website for good money when I was approached multiple times to sell the website. But it was never the intention. I never set it up with, okay, I'm going to build a business out of this. I'm going to monetize this. I was just looking for a new foundational skill. And I think that's important. Even that website that I built, it wasn't the first iteration that I sold. It was probably the fifth iteration that I sold because I was constantly improving that. But I was constantly making sure that people were aware that that website existed. I went around and I searched Google for every free stock photography website. And if they were mentioned and somebody wrote an article about them, I messaged that person and said, you may want to mention my website as well because it's amazing. Went all over X when it was Twitter. And if anybody said, what is a good free stock photography website? Here it is. My stuff is being used by Lexus. It's being used by tourism boards of Italy. It was used for the equality rights marriage referendum in Ireland, which I'm extremely proud of. And that was all just from a small hobby, but a website acted as a forcing function to show up and be accountable to people publicly. And it forced me to improve that skill. And it paid for a lot of stuff, but it brought a lot of joy as well. When I got married and I went to Rome and I went to Florence and lots of places, the photographs I took, I still look back at and they're amazing because of that skill set. Ross, are you back?
I am back. And Dave, thank you, man. You are so awesome. Your knowledge is always so valuable. And I'm so happy. I don't know, even know what time it is. But like, you know what's great about you? I didn't even have to go on Google. I knew you were gonna show up. It didn't matter where in the world you were showing up. And I'm grateful, man, that you come to help out and
You're
grace
just
our
like a drug, my friend. You're like a really good drug with no bad side effects.
Okay, that's the next T-shirt right there. I am happy to say that every single human in this room has been verified, which is crazy. We just went through verification craziness. Each one of you, actually, if you look at the live stream, I'm gonna pretend to be you. We're gonna be Alisher. So I'm gonna click my recent order. It's all like activated. Here's the password, which you're gonna need. But first, see this link? Don't click it. You gotta copy it like this. You see? You're gonna copy, and then you're gonna paste in a new tab like this. You're gonna get put here. This is an actual cPanel. So in addition to the server infrastructure, inference, and domain, you now have world-class server management. And to get in, the password's actually right here. Now, no one needs to steal Alisher's because you all have your own. So I don't care that it's in live stream because it'll just be deleted. But I'm going to put in exactly what it says. Now, keep in mind two things. One, if you try to change this password and you somehow succeed, you've just severed your connection to our servers. Don't do that. If you can't get in, it's simple. Shoot us a DM. Very, very easy. Don't try and change anything.
And guys, I highly recommend you bookmark this link another way to access this, can you go back? If you guys go to your domain that's been assigned to you, you can go to your domain and you can go to /cPanel. Another way for you to access it. But I highly recommend you bookmark this, you write down this username and password somewhere where it's convenient for you, or you save it with LastPass, just like Ross, and make sure you have it somewhere. And then that way you don't even have to go back to the hosting platform. You can just go straight to your cPanel, log in, and start doing whatever you need to do. When we launch your WordPress, and if the only thing you're doing is WordPress, then you don't even need to log into cPanel. You can just go straight to your WordPress.
And this is what it looks like if you log in. So the step one, obviously, is to get to this screen. If you can't get to this screen, you have an issue and you need to come up and fix the issue, or the issue will persist and persist and you will lose track and not be able to follow starting from this moment. So everyone,
Ross, pretend I'm 5. I'm just doing
Yeah,
this for
what?
the greater good. Everybody here,
Yeah.
I am going to ask the dumbest question to get it out of the room. Can you go back to the very screen that you were and explain what the top number is? And then when you hit view and you see your password, if they're clicking something, how did you get to that cPanel page? I know that sounds kind of odd, but if you blink your eyes and you miss, this is what happens. So we have to go back to the original screen, or you want us to be on that screen that you're on now.
So the screen that I'm on now is how you would start. You would copy this, not click it. Clicking it would result in a not found broken.
Exactly. So what are you copying?
I'm just copying this whole entire link and I'm pasting it in a new tab and I'm using the username and the password.
Excellent.
Don't try to do anything else. Don't try to reset your password. Don't be like, I don't like my
Yes.
username. Really? It's no problem. I don't care. You shouldn't care. We're not changing nothing. Everything
Ross,
is set in stone.
I think people are possibly gonna get a Chrome, you know, like HTTPS
Yeah.
SSL, just like proceed.
If you get that, yeah. This is normal. SSLs are being issued as we speak. So what you should do is just hit continue. That's all you got to do. It's your own server, so it's not secure yet. It's yours. Like, it's literally just a server with nothing on it but your stuff, and you haven't put anything there. So there's nothing there to make it secure. So the web isn't happy. But you can hit continue because you are the owner of this site. So it's incredibly no problem for you to just hit continue, proceed to an unsafe place, because that unsafe place is your place. So you're good.
Hey, real quick, excuse me. I want to do something because Ross, your team flies at the speed of light in all the best ways. But we just had a big win, right? Everybody got approved. I saw everybody start clapping. So why don't we do a big clap for everybody who got approved? You're on to the next step. Take a deep breath, get excited. And let's keep this show moving. Jeff G, I see you got a hand up, my friend. Any questions you got before we make sure everybody's not only copying that link, but then putting in their username and password and getting logged into cPanel? Jeff, Mike is yours.
Actually, Sarah got the question I needed, so that was it.
Beautiful. Ross, then I think we're at the point we have a Douglas Hirsch grabbing the mic. What an honor. We'll get him up here. If anybody has any questions on what we're doing, on what an issue might be. Dave, you mentioned a pop-up that might prevent some people from going to that page. Did I hear a solution from Ross or one of you guys on that?
Yeah, Ross, and I agree. It's safe to proceed. He's just making the point that you've created this website with this address, so it's just warning you. Oh, it's not secure. I'm not sure if it's safe or not. Is all Google Chrome is doing, and you're like, I built it, so I know it's okay right now.
Beautiful, Dave. Thanks so much for that note. I hope everybody is feeling good. They're approved, moving towards their cPanel. Ross, I'm going to hand the mic right back to you and your team. I wanted to clap. I wanted to make sure everybody knows that we're celebrating these wins one by one in this think tank as we get from idea to impact. Also, hey, quick note before I give it back to you guys. Everybody post in the comment section to go off of Dave Mears' incredible point. Folks might have built something in the last SaaS session, and maybe this is your first time in an idea to impact series. You should be connecting with people. Figure out where you can collaborate. How can you build bigger, more impactful things together rather than trying to conquer the whole world on your own? That being said, in the bottom right-hand corner or on the Innovators Think Tank website, Put a post there. Tell us who you are, what you're doing here, what you want to build, what you're specialized in, and find somebody else to connect with. Connection is the precursor to collaboration. It starts right here. So Dave, thanks for making that point. I want to see innovators come together like transformers and build some of the best services and products that we've seen. Ross, with that being said, I'll give you the mic, sir, to continue on with this week one.
So I just wanted to add one thing. Dave said about it being not secure. So in the next few minutes, the SSL, the authority that issues security certificates for these websites, is going to kick in for each domain. And everybody's going to get automatically secured. And if you have a website on here, well, it's actually going to issue a domain every 90 days automatically. So you don't really need to worry about securing your website. You'll always have that HTTPS secure whenever somebody visits your website that you are going to build on the web.
Alisher, just to make sure, because we're on the recorded line, are folks clicking the cPanel link down below, or are they, where are they going? What are they clicking, just to make sure that folks are following along?
Wait, what do you mean? There's no, it's down below where? There's
If
just
they're
one
on
link.
the,
You go there.
no, if they're on the Innovators Think Tank, it has a list of.
No, we are way past Innovator Think Tank. You should not be clicking
That's what
anything.
I want to make sure. So go back to the screen where you had the invoice and show folks where they're putting their key into, because I think there are a couple people
There's
that are
no
lost.
key. There's just, you have to go to this URL and you have to type in this username and password. If you can't do that, you have an actual problem and you have to come and speak, or your problem is not going to be addressed and we're going to move on. You get the opportunity now to come up and speak if you don't see what I see. And then if you log in, you see this. If you don't see that, that's an issue. You have to address this issue. I can't address it for you if I don't know what's happening. I could tell you everyone's cPanel works. There's not one person in here who has a cPanel that does not work.
Okay,
So
mine
if you
doesn't
can't log
work.
into this, yes, you need to figure out why and how to log in, because everybody's active.
So I copied and pasted it into a new search bar. I went there, I put in my username at tsiprogram.org and the password.
Okay, but wait, Kathleen, remember, the username is actually given to you for your server here, and your password is here. It's not what you logged in earlier with. That will not work or will never work.
Okay, I thought it was the one that's on my receipt.
Nope, I'm reiterating, it is not.
Oh, I see.
The
So
server
leave off
infrastructure.
the TSI.
Yeah, guys, you need to, Kathleen, for you, right? I'm going to explain this. When you have server infrastructure, it's different from logging in to a platform. You're going to log into the platform and then you're going to do a secondary login to your server infrastructure. And if you think that's annoying, well, get used to it, because that's how servers work.
Okay, I don't think
But
it's
you can
annoying. I
bookmark.
just don't know if I just put in the
No,
basic
I didn't say you
username
did.
or
I'm
the
saying anybody.
TSAprogram.org.
Yeah, we have to do 2 steps. So step 1 is I log into hosting. Step 2 is I go to my cPanel, I bookmark the link, right? And then I log in with the credentials from the hosting platform. It's 2 steps. And I don't think you think it's annoying, but I think people may find it a little annoying because it's 2 steps and they would think, why isn't it together? But it can't ever be together, because server infrastructure that is yours, like wholly owned by you, can never be connected to the same login. It's just 2 totally different
Yeah,
things. It
you'll
doesn't
have
even
one
accept
account and you could have 25 servers on that account with 25 logins for different websites and different processes.
Exactly. So you could have 20 servers, Kathleen, with different logins, basically.
Sherry, I see you got a hand up. We'll go right over to you. Any questions or comments for the Tech in Schools?
Well, I'm actually on Android, so I've been blessed enough to be able to get tied up with a couple of guys on this platform, but I still don't have access to what you have because I'm on Android. And I see, like,
Yes.
allow me to finish. I see,
Wait, quick question.
yes,
You said you're on Android?
yes, I'm using Android. Not
Like you don't have a computer right now
that would be
tonight.
correct. That's what I've been putting
Okay.
in
So
comments. I've been back
yep,
channeling all of you, and no one's been responding to me. So here I am.
yep, I can address it. So first, you're activated. But you actually can't do this on Android. Your phone app actually can't handle it to open cPanel
So
and log in and do
what's
things.
my
So
hope for my
you
future
have
tonight?
to. So what you have to do is you have to make sure you can log into cPanel mobile. It's mobile friendly, and if you can, you could follow the directions to get your first site started and get everything ready. But when it comes to editing and like changing around your site, you need a
Okay,
laptop.
that's not going to be a
So I
problem,
would
but for
say,
tonight, I'm asking you, what is
yeah.
my hope so that I can keep up with you? Because I'm letting you know right now, I'm not where you're talking about. So if someone can kindly DM me exactly where I need to be, like for instance, you're doing the /CPAT, I get all of that, but I don't know where you're at because I can't see. And in the
Well,
tiny little thing that you guys have going down below, I can't see it. I mean, I can't make it bigger.
this is totally, yeah, I fully
Okay.
understand. It's not meant for a phone situation, but what I can tell
Mm-hmm.
you is you put do you know your
I don't have
domain?
an answer to your question. No.
All right, I'm going to tell you your domain. What you do is you go to that domain and you do /cPanel,
Okay.
and then you'll be able to log in. So your domain is sherryr.tsiprogram.com. So it'd be that, and then
Okay.
/cPanel,
Now
and then your
can you
password.
okay, I only got to Sherry R. Then you went too fast. So please repeat.
So it's just sherryr.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, thank you.
And are you able to see your
Well, you
password?
just gave it to me, so allow me to get there. Or are you
No,
saying
no.
no, no,
That's just the
no, no?
domain.
Then the answer would be no, I can't.
Okay, so I can't log in as you like right now, I don't think, but I can shoot you a DM in a few minutes with your username and
Mm,
password so you can log in without going to the other website.
okay, I appreciate that. That's exactly what I was asking, what my hope is for tonight. So thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
Awesome.
I just really hope that next time we're gonna have an overview
Yes.
tomorrow in the
Yes. What
morning.
time in the
If you
morning?
can come to that with your
What time?
laptop, that would
Okay.
be
What time in
awesome.
the morning?
Uh, what do we do?
I'm Eastern Standard Time. So what time?
We'll do like a quick, like 11 to 12, 1 hour.
Okay.
Perfect. I'll take lunch during that time. Sherry, I got you.
There you
Sherry, I
go.
got you covered. I sent you the link that you need to click on. Go back into desktop mode on your browser again. And I think I might go ahead and donate this laptop that's sitting next to me.
You're a gem. Thank you. I appreciate all of your help. Thank you.
Okay, well, as long as we got Sherry covered, anyone else have no idea what's going on or can't log in? It's really important. If you can't get in tonight, you're most likely not going to be able to get in at all. So I would definitely make sure you can log into your cPanel now.
Yeah, Ross, I was completely distracted. I'm at the cPanel now. Where do I find my username and password?
It's in your hosting. Invoice. So when you go to the dashboard, if you look at the live stream, also Sherry Alisher is in the room. I need
Got
you
it.
to follow him and message him so he could help you. He can't actually message you until you follow him. So you would click this, and then you're here, and then you go here, and then you're at cPanel. You're logged in, and you see the cPanel logo, and you know you're good. If you don't have a cPanel logo, you're not good. Come up here. You need help.
And we want to make sure each person is good, ready to go, has what they need. Sherry, thank you so much for coming up. And I get that it can be definitely frustrating when we're working with this kind of stuff to make sure we're in the right place, doing the right thing. So I just wanted to say you're welcome to come on up. And folks, during the 6 weeks, we might find some times where we get a little frustrated, or maybe we're just trying to click on stuff and it's not working. Take a deep breath, come on up, raise your hand. Explain the problem, and Ross and his team have been excellent at making sure everybody gets caught up. So, Sherry, thanks for doing that. And folks, don't hesitate to come up and grab that mic at all. I think, let's see, Lucia, welcome on up. Again, any questions or comments for TSI? I think I noticed something in the comment section. We'll let you get an audio to it. Lucia, mic is yours.
Yeah, I wasn't able to log in. It says user not found. It says the login is invalid. And
Okay. Wait. What's your username first?
Lucia W.
Okay. Is that like who made that? You?
You made that.
Okay, we made that. And you're putting in the password?
Yeah, like some star Q something or other.
Are you sure you're getting it right? Like double
Yeah,
check.
I kept putting it in. Like I copied and pasted it first. And
Remember your username should be Lucia W. I'm gonna try doing yours right now. It works. So yours works.
it
Check.
does work?
Double check. Look for those crazy spaces.
Oh,
Ross, I just want to add because
Huh.
I just got in. It's Kathleen. I would at first was trying to put in Kathleen and tsiprogram.org, and as soon as I took that off, I was able to get in with just my name. So maybe some other people are getting that there.
Oh, now it's working. Yeah, it was. I just needed you to do that.
I did something in the back end. I told it to be nice to Lucia. I told the server.
Good.
That's it.
The server has decided to accept you into the
All right.
mainframes.
All right.
You are now one
All
with the
right.
technology.
You have made it. The singularity is here, Lucia.
Yes.
Ross made it happen. This is just a note. I would say we're, it's obvious we're not in a simulation, or all this technology would work 100% always. Barbara, thanks for being up on stage. Any thoughts that you might have or any questions for Ross before we keep charging forward here?
Yes, thank you for giving me the mic. I appreciate it. I am not sure what this is. Are we building a website? And is this a website that, I mean, I appreciate you guys doing this. I'm just kind of confused. I'm not real sure what we're doing, but it does look like I'm signed in, but I have no idea what my username would be. I signed in through X and it says I'm already signed in, but I don't know, like, I mean, I just came in late, so I apologize. I'm a little embarrassed to even ask, because everybody else in the room probably already knows, but I I just thought I'd ask so that I wouldn't be completely lost.
Barbara, no worries. And don't hesitate to ever ask that for the next 6 weeks. Anybody, if you come in, I know week one, we're saying, hey, if you're not here and signed up, it's going to be really hard for you to partake in the next 6 weeks. But Barbara, I just want to note for you, what we're doing here is a whole series, 6 weeks long, every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Eastern. We're helping folks with a number of other partners transform or build a WordPress site from idea to impact. So we're at week one right now. You're here at a really good time. If you're signed into the Innovators Think Tank website, go to the calendar, click on the date from today, scroll to the very bottom, and you'll see a list of resources. What I'm going to have Ross or Nick or Alisher do for us quickly is give us a speed recap of where we need to be as of right now. So Barbara, that should help you get some notes and get to where we are. I don't think
/cpanel. That's going to take you immediately to your cPanel screen. You should have gotten an email that has your username and password. Ross and them knew me well enough that they made my username CodeCons. It was, short for my company name, and then a unique password. Paste those in, and it takes you immediately to your cPanel screen with a pop-up, and then that's where we are. Hope I did good on that. Anybody got any questions? Because it's quiet. I don't know if I've disconnected.
We can hear you, Brad.
Okay, cool. If anybody's not there, I swear I'll walk you through it right now.
Brad,
No,
I
you're
think
good.
you're good. I'm trying to figure out, Stephanie Love, did you get all caught up? Because I'm trying to go through the bubble to make sure that we're all on the same page. And
Yeah, I would say let's spend 10 minutes making sure everyone's good. This is your last 10 minutes to get registered. So like from this moment, we're going to be building and we're going to start doing other stuff. Everything's going to be linked to cPanel. So if you don't have a cPanel and you just got in here and you're like, OMG, what's happening? This is your 10 minutes to actually sign up and because there's people waiting to move forward. And I respect my own time, our team's time, and everyone else's time. So we're going to have to move forward because we haven't even got started yet. So what I need to make sure is everyone's here, and if you're not here in this session, that's not good. So if you plan to participate and you plan to come or be a part of this, you need to be able to get here. If your invoice is still unpaid, that's okay. Try to get here. Go to your hosting, click it, and log in. If it's and I will check. I'm getting a few DMs. Hang on one second. We're checking everyone who's DMing. I think we pretty much got everyone. Remember, the invoice is not synonymous with your activation. It's like one means you paid or didn't pay, one means you have it or you don't. So in an ideal world, you have it and it says paid, but we're live and this is not an ideal world. So what we want to make sure that we do is just not worry about the invoice for right now. By tomorrow, all invoices will say paid, but you got to understand this was like all of you hitting the server at the same time and we all had to activate quickly. So don't worry about the invoice. Worry about if you have a domain that says TSIprogram.org. If that is your domain, you're good. Stephanie, do you have a question? And also, I'm so happy you're here.
I'm happy to be here finally. I don't want to dwell. I was hosting a space and got kicked out. Suspicious activity. My own space. I have gone through a X nightmare. So I apologize for being late. I would have been here on time. Anywho, I am in my invoice. I do have a domain. I'm just not sure how I now get to the dashboard or the cPanel that I see live.
I got you. You're looking at when you say you're looking at your invoice, are you looking at your home, basically your dashboard within DigitalOcean?
Yes, Brad, thank you.
Yeah, so at the top you see it goes kind of like shop, AI tutor, home, place new order. That's going across the screen.
Yes.
Okay, underneath where your profile picture would be, do you see the block that says recent orders?
Yes.
Okay, do you have an order number and a domain populated in those fields?
I do.
Okay, under the domain, grab that, copy and paste the domain, or just copy the domain. Sorry about that. Just highlight it and copy it.
Done.
Open a new browser tab.
There.
Paste it, but do not hit enter.
Paste. I didn't hit enter.
At the end of it, click and put /cPanel.
/cPanel is done.
Enter.
I'm at cPanel login.
How about that? Check your email.
So that email with the credentials that are not the same as my DigitalOcean, I never received. I don't have, and I've checked my spam folder as well.
So you can just look at in hosting if you look at the live stream.
Okay.
I'm on like one that's activated. You just click this thing with your domain in it, like this, and here's your password, like this.
Wait, let me get there,
And here's
Ross.
your
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. That's why we're doing this. Got to get everyone activated. Because if you don't have the toys, you can't play
I
in the
know, and
sandbox.
I'm in
You
the
guys need
sandbox.
to
I
get
want
the
to toss
toys.
some sand. Let me go up. Okay, I'm seeing you back live again. Where?
So if you're looking live, here's what you see on the home screen. Recent order. Then you have some crazy order number.
Yep.
You click it. Now you have a new password and a username. Ta-da!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I appreciate it. I'm there.
Yeah. Luckily for you, I got pockets full of patience.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me?
G Banga or Benga, welcome on in here, my friend. Did you have any questions for TSI before we keep charging forward here? I believe our next agenda item we're moving to is getting started with your WordPress site. So we'll be headed there.
Yeah. Sorry. The problem I'm having now is I can see my what's it called? Like I can see there's the stuff after putting /cpanel in front of my name.
Benga, I
Sorry, do you
think
get
you're
that?
coming in and out, sir. I don't know if it's just for me.
I didn't hear
Okay.
him like at all. I heard like
All right, we'll give it
seconds,
another
then
go. Benga, if
went
you want to
out.
go ahead and share your question one more time, speak a little bit louder for Ross there.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that I can access my dashboard. I see my what's it called, my domain name, but after putting /cpanel in front of my domain name, I can't access the password for my
Okay, but the
website.
password's in the hosting. You have to actually get it. You got to hit view. So if you look at my
Okay.
screen, if you look at live stream, this is why we're live, guys. We are live. Go to the live stream like now. Look at the view button. You click it and you get a password. Guys, passwords are encrypted, and I can't. So two things I want to really share. One, tomorrow, don't forget about my words right now. Don't change your password. It will let you do this in cPanel. Resist the urge. Because if you do, everything stops working. Please remember that as you do this. So in a week, in 3 weeks, don't wake up one morning on a Sunday and say, you know what? I'm changing that password. It's stupid. I don't want to remember that. Nope. Remember it. You're not allowed to change it. If you do, everything, like the sky is falling. So don't do that. Number one. And number two, make sure that you bookmark the URL or you go to your domain /cpanel. And if that does not work, only two things are the reason. One, you have not been activated. Two, your password's wrong. Remember the password. Remember the username. Remember, you do not control them. You cannot change them. Please don't forget this. Because then it's nearly impossible to help you because then no one can get in, not even you or me. So that means you would lose your work. So don't do that.
Beautiful. I think we have another question. It's Cherish the AI. Welcome up on stage. Thanks for all the support leading up to this session as well. Much appreciated.
Woohoo! Yeah,
Um,
I'm so excited to be here. So it is Karis, the AI, and thank you all so much for all of the wonderful tutorials and help. I just wanted to say one thing to where did he go? Jabenga. So one thing that he said was he copied his link and put the /cpanel before his link. It's supposed to go after. So that might be one key thing if he's still having trouble.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Wait a second. So I heard that wrong. Okay, you get like 10 Ross points tonight. Thank
Ross
you.
points.
I misunderstood that. You are correct. Yeah, one day Ross points will be valuable, guys. I'm telling you. Oh, I have one more thing, Josh, to say. I forgot. So, two important things. First, at the end of the 6 weeks, you will lose access to the cPanel. You will be able to transport your work. You will have a grace period of 2 weeks to do so. You'll be able to export your entire website, and we will actually, in the DMs, in a Google Meet, in a space, we'll reiterate, we're going to hook you up with our partners at DigitalOcean. You're going to pay $5 a month, and you're going to be online with whatever you build in this program. And when you first sign up, guys, when you first get there, you're going to get $200 to play with before you even get charged your $5. So they're going to make sure that you are able to get a home for what you're building here tonight. That's number one. Number two, there's three things. I lied. Number two, you're going to get the ability to have 2 weeks, and we will help you, each and every one of you. We will help you go production onto your domain. Number three, I don't know how many, and it's not like 20, because by the way, Josh Hellman, congrats to you, my friend in ITT, because there were over 67 signups tonight for cPanel. That's a lot. Like a lot in like 1 hour.
Clapping noises. Clapping noises.
And you are proving that people do want to create and build their future. And the numbers speak for themselves. And during this whole time that we've been streaming, there have been over like 1,100 people that have stopped by to see what's going on. And that to me is what the definition of impact is, my friend, Josh Hellman. So thank you for proving it to everyone here what the definition of impact is. In case you didn't know, it's what you're feeling right now. It's called impact. And the fourth thing, sorry, I'm bad at math, but I don't know how many, but we're going to actually be letting a certain number of people continue their hosting for free. Think of it like a game. It's not about winning and losing. It's about, if you take this very seriously, you will stand out. And if you stand out, we're going to have a panel. We're going to treat you all like students, just like we do in college. And if the numbers add up and you got the most numbers, you get to keep it. How cool is that? Imagine your own server for free. No money, no dollars, your own domain. You just go buy it, import it over. You're online and there's no bill. There's no monthly, no nothing. But you do get support. So there is support. You get a lot of support, but no billing. So I urge you to be in the running for such a cool prize. And it's not just one, and I don't know how many, but it's not one. I can't wait to see what you guys create. And that is the final time I'll say that, but I wanted to say that and I almost forgot. So that is my quick announcement. And Josh, if you have anything to say, please obviously step on the toes.
All right, yeah. I mean, I like to dance. I'll step on some toes. Ross, 67 people signing up on week 1. That is impact. And I genuinely believe we're going to times that number by 10 and by 100 as we continue these series. I think we're just getting started here. We're proving some incredible points. Those of you who are here today or listening to the recording, or if you're on another platform, don't forget to make sure you have an account on Innovators Think Tank. Don't forget to come and join us in these live spaces every Wednesday here, 5 p.m. Mountain. Ross, I love all the hype. I just want to channel it into even more action for everybody in here and let them know we're not going anywhere, but to dig their heels in, because these moments, they won't come again. This week 1 is imperative. Sarah, you got a hand up. Any questions or comments? I'm looking at the agenda. I think we have a little bit more to cover, if I'm not wrong, right? We got to get started with our WordPress site. I think we have a bit more to do. So Sarah, I'll give you the mic. Any thoughts that you have?
Real quick.
We'll keep going.
I just want to make sure that Monique got into her cPanel. I will tell you something. Capital letters matter. So when you have your username, even though it is a capital letter, make sure they're little letters. I know that sounds absolutely mind-numbing, but believe it or not, Bjorn was helping me behind the scenes because I could not for the life of me figure out why it wouldn't go through. And yes, make sure that you are using your username, even though it's capitalized in the invoice, that it could be that you are using all capital letters. But I just wanted to make sure and verify that Monique had gotten her cPanel to work, because I have cleared out all the DMs. So I think we're all on the same page. The live stream, if it does freeze for you, make sure that you're constantly refreshing that so that you are always moving in tandem with Nick Alisher and Ross behind the scenes. So if you are on the Innovators Think Tank video, so you see that cPanel. If you do not see that cPanel, you are not in the right place. And I do believe we have everybody caught up, Ross. If for some reason something goes terribly wrong, just make sure you continue to DM or scream in the chat bubble. You're great. Thank you, Monique. I was actually concerned. I was like, okay, she's my last person. All right, then we are good to go, Ross. Go on to greatness.
All right, so there's a message that will stay up for 3 minutes on the live stream. If you don't follow directions, the wave will crash, and we are moving on. So, if the live stream message is appropriate for you, please DM us. So a few things. They're like, I was tagged in a bunch of stuff. So, Zan, you are good and approved. You should be okay. Anyone else who has like any issue, you should probably tell me now. So 3 minutes for approvals. And Cyril, your issue is now solved. It actually will say paid. It doesn't matter. It's superficial, but it will say paid. Again, does not matter. So everyone, throw an emoji if you're on the screen that I am, because now we have to talk about this. Because this is a situation. Okay, only some of you, but I'm going to just pretend it's all of you. If you have any problems at this point, I mean, we've been really going really slow. So now we're going to kind of move a little fast. So if you know what this is, I would urge you to raise your hand and come up here and give your one minute spiel on what it is, because it will help the community. Hearing things from me is great, and I'm going to give you really good information. However, hearing it from other people has so much more value, because all I'm going to do is chime in, you know, but hearing someone else's interpretation or what they understand would be really helpful. So if you're sitting here in this audience right now and you know what the word cPanel means, I urge you to come up. This is not just a Twitter space. It's not a podcast. It's not just a conversation. It's an education teaching environment, or as Sarah likes to say, a digital makerspace. That being said, if you're not talking here, you are missing out on the best part of this, the part of collaboration and your voice being heard. So I need you to come up, and like, if you're up here and you're not talking, you can go down if we get full and come back up later. Like, who cares? But honestly, if this is new for you, you should have 100 questions. And so if you're quiet, don't be. In life, one thing I can tell you that I've learned is don't be quiet. Be so loud that no one cannot hear you, no matter where they are. It should echo, and they should be like, wow, I still hear that person. That needs to be you. Be so loud they can't not hear you. That's the goal, no matter what you're doing in life. With the web, we need to be loud digitally, and that's what I'm here to help you do. So be loud, make your voice heard. Use the thing that is called freedom of speech and speak your truth and ask your questions. And if you know what cPanel is, before I give you my spiel, tell us. We would love to hear it.
Ross, I didn't know what cPanel was, but looking at it right now, it's the answer to all my craziness trying to do a Wix site and all the other times I've tried to do a website and failed. It looks clean, simple, like I'm going to understand this. It's super cool. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Isn't it pretty? I mean, isn't it so great? I mean, when you see it, I'm so giddy for all of the folks that are building and struggling with their websites, because you're absolutely right, Kathleen. It is very pretty. I've never seen it before like this. I've always had Wix or something else. And so seeing it like all in front of me, I feel like, ooh, I've got a whole bunch of really wonderful little lovelies. We have a lot of hands coming up. I see that Johan is up also. Jeff and Sharon. I don't know what order you were in because I have the Twitter glitch. I've already had to escape from the space a couple of times.
It was Jeff. I think it was Jeff first.
Okay.
And
Well, we'll
Johan
go.
can go and I'll go. Yeah, whichever
Well,
way.
I
Yeah.
love you, lady. Thank you. Thank you. So, Jeff, go ahead, fire away, and then we'll work our way around the circle and make sure everybody's on the same page.
Okay, first of all, radio check. Am I coming through clear?
Affirmative.
So I have always thought of cPanel as your infrastructure facilities management system. Basically, everything else you're going to do with WordPress and all these other toys is controlled from this platform. If you think about it like a high-rise building in downtown somewhere, it's sort of like the facilities maintenance and management office and all the things that they do to maintain that building.
Okay, I'm gonna comment after I hear everyone because that's what teachers do. I want to hear from Johan if you have something to add, and then I want to hear from Douglas, and then I'm gonna answer and address all of you. And I got thoughts.
Yeah, it's more of a question. It might be a tedious one. Yeah, so I came a little late. Well, hello everybody. Sorry. I love what you guys are doing. I'm very familiar with WordPress, but what I wanted to find out is how advanced is this impact class, because I'm very familiar with WordPress. I stumbled across it in 2015 when I was building my photography company, and it was great. So, but I'm just wondering how much more are you open? Is it like just a basic, let me show you how WordPress works, or you guys, yeah, that's kind of really where I'm going. Like, is it more of a, can I show you how to build anything else, or are we using templates, etc., or AI to help us build the templates? What's actually happening? I would love to know more because I did come in late, and forgive me if you've already said this. I apologize, but I'm here and I definitely wanted to ask because you just lose out if closed mouths don't open, you know.
Johan, first of all, I just was talking about being loud, so be as loud as you want. And if you just got here, here's what we're gonna do. First, if you think we should extend our deadline, which I think we should, I want you to put emojis. But more importantly, you need to share this space now. Everyone share this space. And I wanted to promote people getting in here. And I'm willing, if you are, to extend our deadline a little bit for Johan. Because I know Johan, and honestly, Johan's awesome. So show emojis, share the space. Should we extend the deadline?
I already say yes. And I think that it's definitely cool because Johan, you're getting a cool backpack filled with goodies and you want that.
But wait,
All right, then I
Sarah,
have a
you
second
have one-
question. I already have an
No.
account with DigitalOcean for my personal stuff outside of my business. Is that an issue, or do we have okay?
No, Johan, I'll get to your question. But Sarah, can you, since you decided to talk, now you're plagued. You know how it is in a classroom. Now you have to tell Johan what we're doing and why it's different than what she would get when she's just building her own WordPress. One. And then I will tag team you and answer her part 2 question about DigitalOcean.
Hey, you guys mind if I interrupt real quick?
Wait, so Sarah, do you accept this lifeline?
Of course I'm going to accept the lifeline.
All
Bjorn,
right, so
go.
Bjorn, you're good.
Yeah, so I don't know actually how to address it, but I just got a DM, we'll keep it anonymous, that a person pulled themselves and other people out of the group because they got a DM stating that hackers and phishers use DigitalOcean to scam people. And that's a complete misrepresentation. If you got a DM in this space tonight that says anything about what Ross is doing is unsafe, you are being played and you are being misled. Hackers can host anywhere and they'll use any platform, but nothing about this has anything to do with that, right? Like that. Anyway, Ross, if you could address that a little better, because that's absolutely absurd.
Okay, wait, no, I'm going to address one quick thing before we continue with this at all. Johan, give me 1 sec. I got you. And I'll explain everything. One, So there was a person in here who has probably DM'd a bunch of people saying DigitalOcean's a scam. Guys, do your research. Don't go to Google and say, is DigitalOcean, y'all, it's generative answers up in here now. Generative AI. It knows nothing. If you think DigitalOcean is a scam, please tell me. I will delete your account and delete your server. You can raise your hand and tell me how much of a scam DigitalOcean is. I
Hey,
am here
can
for
I,
all of it.
Ross, can I just jump in here for a second on the DigitalOcean thing? Because you and I
Yeah,
were on the
please,
phone.
please. Because that,
You and I were on the phone and saw
yeah,
my
no,
first
this is really
invoice.
happening, guys. People are getting DMs right
Yeah.
now
Oh,
on how DigitalOcean is a scam in this
I'm a
space right
customer
now.
since 2013. I've been a customer of DigitalOcean since 2013,
I'm a
y'all.
customer.
Yeah. So I just want you to know, we went and looked up my first invoice, and we're shocked when it went, how far back we went. So I've been a customer, and
I'm
why am I
gonna
getting
jump
thumbs
in.
down? What's going on?
No, I'm going to jump in real quick. Okay, the tools that folks are using, this is okay for the public school systems, for the, Department of Education for the United States. And I understand that people are apprehensive. There are always going to be people that do terrible things, but I will tell you the good wins. And deciding to leave a space and not having the tools at your fingertips that are going to afford you the opportunity to have mobility in the day of AI, in the age of AI, is cutting yourself off at the kneecaps. Each and every one of you are given a wonderful opportunity tonight to have literally a backpack full of goodies, things that you would not have access to. Folks that come in on week 2 are going to have to pay full price for each and every one of these products in order to use them. We wanted to make sure that anybody, anywhere could come to the table, this banquet that we set out for each and every one of you, and have a place set for them at our table. We are not limiting anybody. And if you feel apprehensive, I will tell you, I have erased everything off of my laptop. I can tell you behind the scenes what kind of absolute nonsense goes on in these classes. I will tell you also, no one gets to steal our joy. There are people that are anti-AI. They try to bot our space. They try to close down all of these classes. They try to hurt people. They try to intimidate them behind the scenes. They try to come up as speakers and then block all of the speakers so they get kicked out of the space. The kinds of things that go on in the background are terrible things, and we don't usually share them. But I will tell you this, if you are fearful, I have kids here right now that are in this space. These are high schoolers that I would risk my life and take a bullet for. And I would not say that lightly because I am teaching in Flint and Detroit. And it happens, okay? We would not give you links that would hurt or harm your businesses. We want you to learn a skill that is very, very, very important. If you do not have your own website, if you do not have the hub and all of the spokes that go out, you are not going to be able to participate in a digital economy. You are not going to be able to have a seat at the table. You are not going to have a voice. We are giving voices to the voiceless. And so I hope that each and every one of you, if you feel intimidated, skills. Do not sell yourself short. If you don't want to participate, that's fine. Somebody else in this room will pay you big, or you will have to pay them big money to set up a website. And guess where it's going to be hosted? Guess what tools they're going to use? Why? Because 80% of this entire ecosystem uses exactly the platform that we're putting at your fingertips. So give yourself a chance. Do not sell yourself short, and do not give in to fear, because you know what? All of us are a little bit scared. Sometimes when you log in and you see a site and it has something weird and you all of a sudden think, oh my gosh, did I do something wrong? There's nothing here that can't be fixed. And I just want to put that out there, that we're erasing the table tonight, and I'm making sure that you understand. If you don't have these skills and tools and techniques, if you don't understand your co-collaborator, if you don't understand AI, you are going to not have mobility in this next upcoming iteration. And I don't want any of you, not one of you, to be left behind or not have the opportunity to succeed, because that's why we're here. We're here to see you succeed, achieve, adapt, and so have just unlimited success. So whoever is doing that, you know what? Karma is swift. It goes both ways. So I apologize for interrupting and getting on my soapbox, but I will tell you, you'll get one shot at this, guys. You're cueing Eminem in the background. It's dun, 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 and you know it. You're walking into the arena. We're all going to put down, and you are going to learn these kinds of things, and we're not leaving anybody behind tonight. So, Douglas, go ahead, love.
I just it is beyond my imagination that and it's unconscionable that someone is out here giving resources like this to try to help people, and there is a person in here poisoning the well, because DigitalOcean has been around for a long time. I have been a customer. I've always been dependent. I can always depend on them to be up. I've never lost a server from them, and I have been happy to pay them because they're actually one of the least expensive providers out there for this kind of infrastructure. They're reliable. And so you kind of hear a little bit of alarm in my voice, but I just want y'all to know that, DigitalOcean is a top tier provider. They keep improving all the time. And on top of that, Ross's connection to DigitalOcean is documented. You can actually go to DigitalOcean's website and see the article that they wrote on him, where they talk about his partnership with them and what he's doing. And he's extending some of the access that he gives to people within the school system. And yes, Ross is actually licensed to go into the school system from the Department of Education. He is allowed to actually go into schools with these technologies and with this system and set them up. And you're getting this through this space. And so if anyone out there is thinking that this is a scam or anything like that, message me. Message me if you think it's a scam. Message me, because I can talk to this all day, and I'm not gonna I'm gonna let it go right now. It just I've not really been upset in spaces about something a lot, but this one actually kind of knocked me a little bit to the side. That such a great amount of free resources would be offered to people, and that someone would come in here and try to poison the well.
Yeah, listen, Douglas, right now, before we move on, we're about to move on. But if you have a question, if it's a scam, come up and speak your truth, because it's not. And Johan, don't worry, did not forget you. I'm about to explain a 2-minute what you got to do to get to where everyone
Now,
is.
Ross, you
Right after.
know you were just with the Secret Service last week, and you know you're scamming people this week. How dare you be with Jill Biden last week and know you're presenting scams this week? The audacity, Ross.
Amen.
Okay,
Amen.
that is true.
Amen.
That is true. I did have to go through Secret Service to get lunch last week at an event. That is true. It is true. It's not a scam. If you think it's a scam, go ahead and just leave this room. This is not the room for you, because you shouldn't be in scam rooms. But this is not a scam. If anything, it's reverse scam. I can't believe that actually happened, Josh. I'm so sorry for getting derailed, dude.
Ross, there are people in this world that do want to put shackles on other folks. There are people that legitimately do not want you to have the tools that would compete with them.
But
And it's
Sarah,
horrible.
you also have to know, you have to know, you and Josh and Mattia right now, I wouldn't have said anything if it wasn't just a mass DM to people. A lot of people got DMs. And this person was like, I'm DMing people. And I'm like, okay, great. But honestly, I don't know, if you can use your brain, right? Use your brain. We're giving you stuff that costs money, and you're not paying money. So your brain should tell you that is not obviously a scam. That is the reverse of what a scam is. Scams want to take your money.
One last jump in, right? Every single person here is a volunteer. We are not being paid. Our pockets are not being lined. We are all donating our time. And I can tell you, there's some of us that get paid an awful lot of money. And to be the resident expert. And I can tell you, Douglas, resident expert. Dave Meir, resident expert. Ross, resident expert. Each and every one of us are here at the table to teach and to transfer our skills to other people. We're going to stay up till midnight. We've been preparing for this class for weeks. We tested every single piece of this puzzle over and over again. Not only this morning, the morning before, Ross and Alistair and Nick have been DMing me links all day to test. And it's not just me. It's a whole cadre of people behind the scenes who want to see you succeed and are volunteering their time, energy, tools, talents, ideas to make sure that that happens. And all of us are putting our reputation on the line. I've taught in public maker spaces for 22 years. And these are the kinds of things that you have access to. We want to make sure that everybody gets a shot. Open source tools, yes, they come with a risk, but I can guarantee you, once you have a command of these kinds of tools, you're going to be able to do incredible things. But to say it's a scam, how are we actually benefiting if none of us are being paid? That's all my question is. And I want to know what the motives are in terms of why somebody would want to cut yourself at the
You know,
kneecaps and prevent you from learning.
Johan, I promise we didn't forget about you, and I don't know why, Sarah, but Douglas and Zan, I'm happy to hear
Go ahead, get them.
uh,
Fight for it. We're going
your
to
questions, and then I'm
and then we're
happy
going
to
to
answer
reset the
Johan's
room and
question.
we're going to have some music
Yep.
and I'm handing out imaginary cookies because I made cookies today and we're not going to get any crumbs on the computers, but Douglas, go ahead, love.
I need some cookies. That would actually be really nice right about now. I do need some
I do
cookies.
send them.
I think
Ask the boys. I have sent them stuff.
I think that all
I'm
we're
still waiting on one.
Yeah, what?
I think that all we're trying to say here is that you know, I guess that we were going to talk about it's gotten so far off from there, but we were going to talk about what cPanel is, and then we got like knocked off into you know this issue that we had going on. But I'll answer that question really quick. So cPanel, think about this: when you log into a server, typically you get something that looks like a $sign. And you had to type everything to do what you wanted to do, right? And you had to know all the commands, and you had to know how to secure it and lock it down, and do all of this stuff, and how to configure everything. And actually, WordPress is pretty complicated to configure when you do it the old way, when you log into a server and install everything by hand. But what you get with cPanel is you get this nice little interface that you can log in, and they've handled all of the really hard things. They give you this nice graphical user interface. You'll hear us call that the GUI sometimes, but they give you a graphical user interface to log in, to be able to associate things like a custom domain, or to be able to install a whole set of applications. There's this really cool little part of the cPanel that I know Ross is going to show you, where it'll let you install all of this stuff that is really complicated. Like, I used to do this stuff. I used to spin servers up and install databases and install WordPress and do all of this stuff and try to configure the HTTP server to be secure, and you know, firewalls and all of this happy stuff. And I don't have to do it anymore, and because we have something like cPanel that can go in and do it for you. So that's kind of what you're getting there, is you're getting something that gives you this nice user interface that will let you log in and be able to do these things with clicking buttons that would take someone, you know, maybe a year or two to figure out on their own, maybe even 5 years of needing to understand systems and how to get in there and really be able to configure this stuff. It is fairly complicated. So that's the first thing, was that I wanted to give my rundown of what cPanel was. But the other question from Johan was about, hey, I have a DigitalOcean account already. Am I cool? And the answer is, you're cool, because I've had one since 2013, and I did sign up for the program, and I was able to go in through Ross's into DigitalOcean's space using the cPanel, and it doesn't affect anything on my main account. It's not on there at this point. So it's all under the TSI program account, under their partnership, and that's why you're not paying money for these servers right now, is that it is under his account. It's your server, but it's under his account through the partnership that he has with DigitalOcean. That's all I got.
I will add one thing. You got it like 100% perfect, Douglas. You're the best. Thank you so much for staying up. I know the time is different. I appreciate you, man. And I will just say, yes, he is right almost 99%. Actually no, he's right 100%. But the only thing is, your server is being created in our UI. So the 1% that he didn't say is, we have figured out how to further abstract creation of droplets and creation of servers to so much that it's like going to like a website and purchasing a product, and then it gets activated almost, actually no, autonomously. I'm not even gonna say it is, and it's not AI. It's autonomous. So you're able to spin up a droplet and get a server without ever going to digitalocean.com, and that abstraction I think is super important to our students, thus important to you all. Or you want to say something? Alistair's here. Hang on one second.
Add, we actually automated a lot of this process. We went through it last few days, and what you're going to see is when you're making a WordPress right now, it's gotten to the point where you're not going to need to go to Divi. We already preloaded it with Divi, already activated. You'll be able to pull whatever template you want to pull in. They have hundreds of beautiful templates. And of course, you'll be able to, use the Divi builder for whatever you want. You guys are getting an unlimited version of the all-in-one backups. So you're going to be able to back up your websites, transport them, really do whatever you want with them, restore them if you made a mistake. And it's pretty much all pre-made for you. All you have to do is just make a few clicks, set your login information, and you'll be good to go.
Hold on. Nick has something to say, which is rare. So we're gonna let this opportunity happen.
No, but if you want to pay for Divi, it's $300, and it's all yours.
Divi is one of the things we're gonna have to give you access to, and by accepting what we're giving you, you're actually activating a license key. Now, here's the interesting part. Yes, you do at some point have to take your server and like export your website. But wait, I have a small update. Josh Hellman, can you believe this right now? We are not gonna give one. Josh Hellman and Mattia and Sarah, y'all need to hear this firsthand right now. We're giving 10. Can you even believe this? 10 people in this room right now. Their hosting will not end and will remain online for the foreseeable future. Do you know how crazy that is? Guys, not only is DigitalOcean not a scam, but they are one of the best partners we've ever had. And they have made sure that our students always get everything they need to build their dreams. And if you did get a DM, I hope you're just like, okay, that's dumb. And if you're still on the fence, go to their website, read my article. Don't read my article. Read about who they are. They're a publicly traded company. Like, this is not, like, it's definitely not a scam, but do your own research. Listen to the people like Douglas who are telling you about it. And I'm sorry we got derailed, but you know what? It's important for you all to know that this right here is probably one of the safest places on the internet. If you see the TSI logo and Josh Hellman and Mattia and Sarah, you're pretty much like good. Like, no matter what's going on, you can feel okay and that it's safe. You want to tell a story? Oh, there's story time happening, guys. Hang on.
So, story time, guys. Back in 2021, when we just started this nonprofit journey, we wanted to upgrade. We were a very avid GoDaddy customer because we're all, we like that customer service aspect of GoDaddy. And what we wanted is something that will provide us with that, but also be a lot more scalable. And GoDaddy kind of expensive. And so we had two options. We applied to two nonprofit programs, Azure nonprofit program and DigitalOcean nonprofit program. And Azure was a very big learning curve for us. While DigitalOcean was actually a lot easier, they had a lot of interesting images already preset. But over the years, what we've noticed while having both of those infrastructures up, we had half of our infrastructure on DO, half on Azure. We noticed that Azure is quite expensive to secure. I mean, our infrastructure would be, quite agile, small, so we wanted to keep it very light. Um, However, the security for that was just numerous times larger than the actual cost of the infrastructure. But DigitalOcean, we noticed, never really got attacked. It's always kind of like protected itself. They have very good protection internally with DigitalOcean, but also they provide you with pretty good support, especially if you're a nonprofit partner. I think we've had a very close relationship with them when it came to being able to launch whatever droplets we want, making sure the droplets are secure, and also being able to troubleshoot any issues, even if they're down. The big thing with these VM providers, with these hosting providers, is their 99.999% uptime. And I think DigitalOcean was always very transparent with whatever issues they're having. While what we experienced with these even larger hosting providers like Azure and Google is they don't really care about the customer support as much. DigitalOcean is like the perfect middle. And also the costs are a lot more acceptable for a small business as opposed to GoDaddy or even AWS and Azure, which ends up being very costly, especially if you want that top-notch security.
Yeah, and now, honestly, we are getting on to the fun part. And before we do, we're going to hear from really quick. And guys, Sarah, Douglas, Zan,
Yeah.
you guys have like 5 total minutes.
I was
so
just going to jump in
let's
real
look
quick
at how you
because I
do.
have a bunch of DMs.
Yeah, go for it.
Listen, we're making primitive websites here, right? We're learning how to build a website.
Wait, Sarah, I got one quick thing I want.
Go
I
ahead.
don't know if it's in your
Fire
DMs,
away.
but everyone's like, let's get to the learning.
I know.
And I
That's
know
exactly
you,
what we're
I
doing.
know. Okay, you're going to talk about it? Thank God.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was like,
Here you
you know
go,
what?
Sarah.
We're not giving this fire any more oxygen. If you are a person in the health community that has HIPAA laws and such, you're going to be hiring an IT professional that is insured and licensed to do so to make sure your security is there, right? We are teaching people the basic building blocks so that they can have autonomy, right? And from here on out, we're not going to discuss it anymore because you know what? Your time is precious to us. And the fact of the matter is that each of these nights there's a 5-hour class, and most of the folks in this room have to go to work in the morning. Half of the other folks in this room are future dwellers, and it's like dark 100 in the morning at their time, and they are still sitting in here. And I'm looking directly at Dave Muir because his time zone is way ahead of ours. So he is here as a professional for each of the people here learning how to do these new things. So we're moving on. And I understand that there's concerns and things like that. I will be more than happy to answer every freaking question. But I can guarantee you, nitpicking and parsing this out, it's not going to be helpful. It's not helpful to the young kids in the room today who are still going to have to graduate this week, and are pulling all-nighters for their final exams and also putting in the time to build these websites. You're denying them, and that's really cruel. So Douglas and Zan, let's do this real quick and let's move on to the next step because we don't want to keep everybody else up, right? So Douglas, I love you to the moon and back. Thank you for being so patient. Go ahead, and what would you like to say to the people tonight?
Well, did I have my hands up still? Because
Yes, you
if it
did.
is,
Did you have
it's
something to add?
bugging.
Listen, if you got nothing to say, it's cool. We move
Excellent.
on.
Zan.
No,
Your
no,
hand is
no.
up.
It's bugging because I don't have my hand up. So
All right, well, let it bug out.
Wonderful.
That's fine. Zan, is your hand for real up or is it fake up?
No, it's not fake. I want to tell you guys something. So I got logged into the account, and then I have to go to school. It's 8:40 in the morning and 9 a.m.
Zan, I got you. I know your
Yeah,
question.
yeah,
You
yeah.
can
I need to
leave the
go.
space right
So
now. You've already been approved.
yes.
Watch the recording, and I'll see you next Wednesday, my friend. You're good. You're approved. You're live. It's happening.
Thank you.
And Zan, I
So
hope all your good dreams catch you. I understand how late it is. And so if you have
yes.
anything, any questions, you can just holler.
Yeah, and that also after, like, DM me tomorrow. Be like, hey, where can I watch the entire thing? I want to watch it because it'll be here on Twitter. But if you can't find it, DM me. You can watch the whole thing. You can do everything because you're active. You have a cPanel. You have a domain. You are activated, my friend. That is the most important part of today. And I know today was going to go long, but I need to make it very clear that if you're not registered on today's ITT, WordPress site from idea to impact, you will not be registered in number 2. So I know you got to go. You're good. You have my DM. If you need help, you already know. You shoot me a DM. It won't be long before I answer, my friend.
Thank you very much. So goodbye, everyone. Good night, everyone. I'm about to go to school. See you. Talk to you all later. Bye bye.
Now, no hands. So, y'all, if you're here, what you got to do, step 1, is you can scroll down, you can search, or you can click applications. When you click applications, there's a lot of things you can build. But you're not about to build all of them because Rome isn't built in one day. Johan, question with your voice. Are you being helped? Are you good? Do you have questions?
I'm trying to switch from my phone to my desktop because I realized I shouldn't be doing this on my phone.
You can't do it on your phone, sister.
Yeah. So I kind of figured that quite quickly, so don't worry. But I've got the domain. I'm just logging in, I guess. I'm where everyone else was.
So you understand what's going on, right?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. I guess I need to know my next move. I think I'm where you were before we started derailing. So
Well, you're good, that means. So now, can you log into cPanel? Are you there?
yeah,